After concealing some personal matters, Herag briefly recounted the general events. The members of the expedition team had no questions during this process. They merely recorded everything truthfully. About an hour later, Herag stood up and left. He immediately opened the talisman stone to check various messages. There were many, with numerous people having left messages for him. Herag first found Prize and sent a message, "I'm back. Is there anyone in the organization who can come to meet me? I've gained control of the world X617, but I'm afraid there might be problems on the way back." Herag had previously encountered conflicts with both Malcolm and Metal in world X617. Many people witnessed these events. Both men were killed by Herag, particularly when Malcolm pulled him in for a one-on-one duel in front of many people. Now that Herag has emerged and Malcolm has disappeared, the ending is obvious. Metal's death is temporarily unknown to anyone, but judging by Reese's performance just now, it's unlikely to end well for Herag. Prize quickly replied to the message, "You came back so soon, let me think. Go to the Rose Inn and stay put. I'll bring someone to pick you up. That place is our territory. Generally, no one would dare to harm you there. Surlandir naturally has influence in the central region, and the Rose Inn is one of those places." Prize sent another message immediately. "I'll contact other organization members in the central region to find some helpers for you." "Thank you. Whether I can stay alive depends entirely on you," Herag said. "It's not that exaggerated. You're at least an official member of our Surlandir. If someone dares to attack you, are they looking to start a war? At most, they'd try to snatch something from you." Prize replied. Even though Herag understood this, he couldn't guarantee others would follow the rules. For many, rules are worth nothing. If the Taylor family really ended up killing him, would there be any substantial repercussions for them? As for the Eye of the Storm, their arrogance is even more pronounced. All they need is a reason, and they wouldn't hesitate to make a move against him. Herag had already experienced this in the contaminated district. After leaving the Twilight Temple, Herag found a deserted alley to resume his original form, drank a bottle of 1,000 change potion, and began to flee. He sped toward the Rose Inn. This speed was much faster than riding a carriage, though it drew attention. But Herag could no longer care. He had already delayed some time at the Twilight Temple, and if he didn't speed up, he might encounter trouble. An hour later, Herag safely arrived at the Rose Inn, breathing slightly easier. Looking at the luxurious and elegant decor of the Rose Inn, he felt somewhat out of place. The inns he stayed at in the Demon Plain were quite rudimentary. The difference was glaring when comparing the two. Herag didn't speak much to the receptionist, heading straight back to his previous room. If he remembered correctly, this room was always reserved for him until he left the central region. Although there were some hiccups which delayed him for several months, the room should still be there. Herag took out a bronze key and opened the door smoothly. After closing the door, he felt slightly at ease. The entire Rose Inn is protected by a witch array, offering high security. Even if someone wanted to assassinate him, it wouldn't be so easy, especially since Herag was on high alert. Even if they broke through the defense of the witch array, it would take some time, giving Herag a chance to react. It seemed improbable that anyone would be so reckless as to storm the Rose Inn, as that would be declaring war on Surlandir directly. The Taylor family wouldn't be reckless either. They wouldn't choose this place to make a move against him. Herag pondered these issues while taking a bath. As he lay on the soft bed meditating, he constantly paid attention to the surroundings. Potential threats came not only from the Taylor family and the Eye of the Storm, but also from other factions. Low-tier world is too tempting for any power to resist, and someone might make a rash move. Herag was very aware of this, hence his extreme vigilance. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door, and Herag was a bit surprised after scanning the environment. He glanced at the talisman stone message. Prize said, "The helpers I arranged should come to see you today. They are very strong." Herag glanced outside the door, guessing these must be the people. He went to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Hello, Herag. We are wizards from the Tapia family, here specifically to assist you," came a clear and melodious female voice from outside. Herag thought for a moment and then opened the door. Even though he had already seen through his environmental detection, seeing them face to face now, Herag was still slightly dazed. He wondered if he was seeing things. Standing there were three beautiful women, identical in height and looks. Except for the differences in their clothing, they seemed almost indistinguishable, and Herag nearly couldn't tell them apart. "Hello, I'm Carolina," said the beauty in the middle. "I'm Yushir," said the beauty on the left. "I'm Lucy," said the beauty on the right. Herag glanced between them with a smile. "You all." Carolina smiled and said, "We are the three sisters of the Tapia family. A family cooperates well with Mr. Parker and are good friends. Having received Prize message, we specifically came to assist you and escort you safely back to Silver Moon City." Herag nodded and said, "Thank you." The talisman stone then lit up again. Herag glanced at it. It was another message from Prize. "I'm already on the way and it will take about 3 months. The Tapia sisters are powerful wizards. All three are level 2 wizards. Most importantly, they share a unique talent spell. When fighting, the three can coordinate and unleash power comparable to a level 3 wizard, though not for long. But it should suffice for most situations." Herag then noticed that the three beauties before him were all level 2 wizards, with a very strong magic power aura. Having such helping hands increased his safety significantly, yet Herag still felt somewhat uneasy. To him, only having a level 3 wizard would truly guarantee safety. But Herag knew this was wishful thinking, as level 3 wizards are important figures for all factions, unlikely to take time off to help him. Herag looked up and said, after reading Prize information, "Prize said they have already set out and will probably arrive in 3 months." Carolina smiled and said, "I understand. During this time, the three of us will also be staying at the Rose Inn. With the sisters around, you can be at ease." "Thank you all," Herag expressed his gratitude. Being able to dispatch 3 level 2 wizards to protect him wasn't because Herag had a strong appeal. It was solely due to the World Staff. The World Staff represents the control of the world X617. Although the winner was determined through the cradle action, one must remain vigilant. Tapia's three sisters' room was next to Herag's. They were going to accompany Herag for 3 months. From that day on, the Rose Inn stopped accepting new customers and paused operations for 3 months. With Tapia's 3 sisters arriving, Herag basically didn't need to worry about security anymore. Only level 3 wizards could possibly threaten them now, but such a probability was exceedingly low. If a level 3 wizard took action, it represented a vastly different significance, as individuals of that level had a multitude of interest relations. Herag continued in his peaceful meditation practice, life occasionally chatting and playing games with Tapia's 3 sisters. As a form of entertainment. 5 days later, a waiter from the Rose Inn came to inform him that some people wished to visit him. Herag couldn't help but be a bit curious as to who would want to visit him. But since they were following the normal visit procedures, he decided to meet them to see what the situation was. Tapia's 3 sisters accompanied him to the lobby of the Rose Inn, where the 3 long-legged beauties stood behind him like bodyguards. Upon entering the lobby, Herag was surprised to see the person sitting. There was none other than Metal's father, Reese. "What business do you have?" Herag asked. Reese was visibly annoyed by Herag's indifference towards him. But since he had serious business to attend to, he opened his mouth and said, "I'm here representing the Taylor family. You possess the World Staff, right?" "Yes, so what?" Herag asked. Reese said, "To ensure the safety of the World Staff, please transfer it to me." "Do you deserve it?" Herag responded. Reese stood up in anger upon hearing this. Herag didn't mind defending him, he had already done so and saw no reason to be polite. The World Staff was acquired with his hard efforts. How could Reese think he could just take it with a mere sentence? There was no such logic in this world. Reese gritted his teeth and said, "Very well then." He took several deep breaths to calm his emotions before continuing. "You should realize that the World Staff belongs to Surlandir, not your personal property. Your abilities are too weak to ensure its security. Only by handing it over to the Taylor family can it be safe. The Taylor family is one of the 3 major factions within Surlandir, possessing immense strength." Herag understood this was an attempt to seize the opportunity. The World Staff indeed belonged to Surlandir, but internally, Surlandir had 3 major factions. Herag was a subordinate of Parker, who, in turn, belonged to the Dawn Mage Mix faction. The world staff naturally belonged to Mick's side, and now Reese was trying to take advantage of the situation. The Taylor family wanted to first get a hold of the world staff, and any subsequent troubles could be dealt with later. It was worth it for a world. The factions within Surlandir originally had many disputes and conflicts, and this was just one more. The Taylor family had the confidence to handle these issues. Of course, Herag would never hand it over, saying, "Sorry. We don't need you to worry about whether we can safeguard the world staff. It's none of your business." Reese smirked and said, "You better think carefully. If the world staff is lost, it'll be a serious crime. But don't worry, when your world staff is lost, we'll help you retrieve it." He emphasized the word help. Herag immediately understood Reese's intent. He wanted to find a way to snatch the world staff from him and then claim to help retrieve it, since it was the Taylor family who found it. He wouldn't expect to get it back. It was a blatant threat from Reese. Herag glanced at the space ring and suddenly said, "It's not impossible for you to have the world staff, but there's a price involved." Reese was rather skeptical, not quite believing Herag would actually discuss a price with him. He asked, "What would it take to give me the world staff?" "Start with 50,000 magic stones, 22nd level spells, and a good bounty of magic potion materials," Herag said offhandedly. Reese began to seriously consider, and after a while, he coldly smirked at Herag. "Are you playing games with me?" Herag directly took out the world staff from the space ring and said, "I'm certainly not playing games. The world staff is right here, and if you can afford the price, I'll give it to you." Seeing Herag genuinely produce the world staff, Reese was somewhat skeptical. This world staff appeared authentic, not fake. Reese pondered for a moment before taking out a piece of parchment and saying, "This is a rule contract. If we write the terms on it and sign it, it will take effect. Neither side can back out without suffering backlash." Herag was aware of this item. It was akin to having the world rules as witnesses in a contract. As long as both parties adhered to the contract's terms, there wouldn't be any issues. However, should someone dare to violate the contract, they'd face the consequences of rule backlash. Unless one's strength surpasses the rules, they'd have to endure the effects of backlash. What the outcomes of rule backlash might be, Herag wasn't sure and didn't wish to experience. Herag pondered and said, "All right. Let's write the contract." Reese saw that Herag genuinely agreed and wasted no time, writing on the contract with magic power as if fearful of Herag changing his mind. After he finished, he gave Herag a glance at it. Herag took it and carefully examined it. The contract's content was simple. Herag would exchange the world staff for 50,000 magic stones. "Only 50,000 magic stones?" Herag asked. Reese replied, "I can only provide magic stones right now. I can't deliver second-level spells and those magic potion materials, unable to meet your requirements. Collecting those will take too much time. Settling with magic stones is quicker and easier for the contract judgment." Then add 30,000 more, 80,000 magic stones. Herag didn't wish to wait for Reese to gather those things. Delayed gratification could bring changes. Better to quickly secure the benefits. 800,000. "No, that's too much. I don't have that much in my account," Reese refused. Herag asked, "Then how much do you have in your account?" 600,000, Reese said. "Show me your talisman stone. Let me see how much there is," Herag said. Reese frowned at Herag in annoyance, but eventually showed his talisman stone, revealing the magic stone information which displayed 768,942. "Doesn't that show over 700,000? Just write this number on the contract, not a single magic stone less," Herag quickly said. "You're too greedy," Reese said fiercely, annoyed that Herag didn't want to leave him a single magic stone. Herag pretended to take back the world staff. "Then let's forget about this deal." "Fine," Reese growled, quickly modifying the number on the contract. Herag glanced and was satisfied. "That's more like it." "Then hurry and sign it." Reese couldn't wait and quickly wrote his name on it. Herag took the contract after Reese finished and prepared to sign his name too. "Are you really going to make a deal with him?" Carolina couldn't help but ask from behind. If Herag sold the world staff to the Taylor family, he basically couldn't return to Silver Moon City and would face punishment from Parker, which wouldn't be much better than death. Herag sighed, "I have no choice. You see, they're obviously targeting us. Rather than let them use various means to seize the world staff, it's better to take this opportunity to gain some benefits. People have to adapt to the situation. After saying that, he signed his name on the rule contract without further ado. As he signed his name, the parchment automatically floated up and gradually disappeared. "All right then, hand over the world staff to me," Rhys said impatiently. Herag took out the talisman stone. "First, transfer the magic stones to me." Rhys took a deep breath, took out the talisman stone, and transferred 768,942 magic stones to Herag, not one less. Herag checked the talisman stone, confirmed the amount, and then tossed the world staff over. "Here you go." Rhys quickly caught it, checked it to confirm it was indeed the world staff, then stored it in the space ring, turned around without a word, and left the Rose Inn, seemingly heading back to the Taylor family's territory. After Rhys had been gone for a while, Carolina asked, "Did you really make a deal with him?" Herag smiled and took out another world staff from a space ring. "Of course, I wouldn't mind doing this kind of deal a few more times." "Was the world staff just now a fake?" Carolina asked. "Of course not, it was genuine. I just happened to have more than one," Herag said. "When he was in the X-617 world, he killed the Eye of the Storm's wizard and Malcolm, and when he was in the Demon Plane, he killed Metal. Although Tessa died right before him, her space ring was already lost, so he didn't get her world staff. All those people's world staffs ended up in his hands. And including the one he originally had, he now possessed 4 world staffs. But among these world staffs, only Herag's original world staff held control over the X-617 world. On the surface, these world staffs appear indistinguishable, and only when inside the X-617 world can they be verified. Rhys, operating on instinct, subconsciously assumed the world staff in Herag's hand was the one originally from that world. Moreover, he didn't specify in the rule contract, simply writing it as the world staff. Herag just wanted to give it a try and didn't. Expect Rhys to be so eager for the world staff that he overlooked this point, allowing Herag to exploit the situation smoothly. "Why did you?" Carolina and her sisters suddenly understood upon seeing the world staff in Herag's hand. Herag laughed. "In that space, I took down some other wizards, and their world staffs naturally fell into my hands. I never said I only had one world staff." "I see, but Rhys will eventually find out, and then you'll have made an enemy of him. Someone like him won't just let it go once he knows he's been tricked," Carolina immediately pointed out. Herag said, "I've already made him an enemy. Our relationship can't get any worse, so I might as well gain some benefits. Rhys came here with the intention of threatening, and at this point, there's no need to be polite." Herag checked his talisman stone and saw the magic stone balance, 893,010. Nearly 900,000 magic stones, plus another 150,000 magic stones in the space ring, meant he now had over 1,000,000 magic stones in total. This amount of magic stones was enough to support his cultivation resources for a long time, and it was a large fortune anywhere. Carolina laughed. "You're making our job more difficult." "I apologize for the inconvenience. Would 1,000 magic stones each as a token of apology be okay?" Herag suggested. Handing over 30,000 magic stones to appease 3 level 2 wizards was a beneficial deal no matter how you looked at it, especially since he was not short of money now. "Hee, that's lovely," Yushir giggled, immediately showing her talisman stone. Herag added the 3 sisters as talisman stone friends one by one, then generously transferred 1,000 magic stones to each, making the sisters beam with joy. "Herag, come out here." Early in the morning, Herag heard shouting from outside the door, recognizing the voice as Rhys's. Rhys was now standing in the lobby of the Rose Inn, yelling towards Herag's room. He didn't dare go over because he knew right next to Herag's was the room of the Tapia family's 3 sisters, making it potentially dangerous to approach. Herag opened the door and walked out. The 3 sisters followed him out as well. "Oh, if it isn't Mr. Rhys, what brings you here so early?" Herag asked. Rhys threw the world staff at Herag's feet. "This world staff has no control, it's the wrong one. You never specified you wanted one with control, the rule contract was clear, just a world staff," Herag said. Rhys sneered. "You're playing games with me, aren't you? Hand over the magic stones now and give me the world staff with control, or face the consequences." "No, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving," Herag said. Rhys roared, "Stay." Magic power surged around him, and a vine emerged from behind, shooting out in an attempt to bind Herag. Carolina stepped forward to guard Herag. Magic power surged from the sisters simultaneously. A hexagram witchcraft rune appearing in front to block the incoming vine, which quickly dissipated. "Mr. Reese, don't act impulsively. Or if you start a fight and get hurt, it would damage our relations," Carolina said. "The duty of the three sisters is to protect Herag's safety and ensure the safety of the world staff. Now that Reese is making a move against Herag, it is natural for them to come out and protect him. Not to mention, Herag previously gave them a benefit of 30,000 magic stones." Reese looked at the Tapia sisters, hesitantly stepping back. His gaze skipped over the sisters to look at Herag, knowing he couldn't do anything to him here. He had to swallow his pride and leave. Staying would only add to his frustration. Herag watched Reese leave angrily, understanding that there would surely be more trouble to come. But there was no choice. He couldn't possibly give up the world staff, which was a conflict that couldn't be resolved. Over 2 months later, Prize finally arrived at the central region with his people. "Long time no see, Herag." Prize greeted Herag upon arriving at the Rose Inn. Herag smiled and shook his hand. "Why haven't you reached level 3 wizard yet? I'm almost at level 2 wizard." "You think reaching level 3 wizard is that easy? If it were that easy, everyone would be Lord Parker," Prize replied helplessly. "Everyone get acquainted, this is Herag. Some of you may already know him. We are all direct affiliates of Lord Parker and can absolutely trust each other." Prize was accompanied by 4 people, all level 2 wizards from Silver Moon City. Herag glanced around, recognizing 2 familiar faces who he had seen at Silver Moon City Hall before. Back then, Herag had been involved in quite a few abyssal cultist events, so he had some encounters. "Little Prize, long time no see," Carolina teased Prize. Prize laughed, "Big sister Carolina, you are getting more and more beautiful." After some pleasantries, Herag learned that Prize had grown up with the Tapia sisters from childhood, being companions since their wizard apprentice days. At that time, Carolina was the leader of the group, with Prize being the youngest among them. Everyone arrived at the dock in the central region, opting not to use Surlandir's airship, but preparing to take the Wizard Alliance's airship back to Silver Moon City. Although the Wizard Alliance's airship had a complicated personnel situation, no other organization would recklessly attack the Wizard Alliance's airship. If any wizard organization dared to attack the Wizard Alliance's airship, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire Land of Dawn. Thus, in terms of safety, taking the Wizard Alliance's airship at least reduced the likelihood of others flipping the table. If Herag and the others took Surlandir's small airship, they might get entirely dealt with, and they had no doubt about others' means. Once on the airship, Herag and his group went to their pre-booked rooms, with Herag's room at the center, surrounded by others protecting him. The subsequent journey was to last 3 months. If everything went smoothly, they would arrive at Silver Moon City. Once in Silver Moon City, security would greatly increase since it was Parker's territory as well as Dawn Mage Mixed Domain. It would be almost impossible for the Taylor family to make a move there, as it would be like directly causing trouble at Mick's place, which was different in nature. The first half of the journey was peaceful until the arrival of an unexpected guest. "Haha, everyone, don't be alarmed. I'm just here to ask young Herag some questions." A round-bellied, middle-aged man from the Mediterranean region suddenly appeared in Herag's room, prompting Prize, the Tapia sisters, and others to become immediately on alert. "Wizard Fran from the Eye of the Storm?" Prize asked. Fran nodded with a smile. "It seems you are all from Parker's side. Don't be nervous. I won't bully the young, just ask some questions." Herag stepped forward, saying, "Is there something you need?" "Is Malcolm still alive?" Fran asked directly. Herag didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to answer, Fran said directly, "It seems he's dead." Fran continued to ask, "Did you kill him?" He squinted slightly, looking at Herag with a gentle smile on his face. Herag hadn't spoken yet, and Fran smiled and said, "Your heartbeat has already told me. It seems that child indeed died at your hands. To be honest, I truly never would have thought he'd perish there, because normally, no one within the crystallization wizards would be his match. You killing him shows that you are indeed strong and have great potential. I admire you." Fran's gaze at Herag was indeed admiring, with a high evaluation of Herag. He immediately changed his tone. However, Malcolm was also a student I admired. I invested a lot of effort in him. Now that he's killed by you, naturally, I need to do something. As Fran spoke, Prize and the Tapia sisters immediately moved closer, and a level 3 witch array was promptly set up, surrounded by a green circle. Seeing this scene, Fran chuckled, folding his hands behind his back like an old man. No need to be nervous. I said I wouldn't make a move, so I won't, at least not now. Naturally, I'll follow the Alliance's rules. If I were to make a move here, it would inevitably affect others. So I only came to confirm things this time. Young Herag, see you later. I'll be going now, don't want to stay and be an eyesore. Fran smiled, and his figure then disappeared. After he left, Prize still didn't put away the witch array, maintaining a state of alertness. After a while, Herag realized his back was full of sweat, only then recognizing how much pressure there was just now. Facing the pressure from a level 3 wizard directly is something a level 1 crystallization wizard could not withstand. Though Fran didn't make a move, Herag didn't feel relieved at all. Just thinking about it clarified that Fran refrained from acting merely because the place was unsuitable for action. With Prize and the Tapia sisters assisting, they had already made ample preparations. Even Fran wouldn't find it easy to handle. If Fran attempted to resolve them, such an occurrence would inevitably cause the entire airship to fall. The responsibility for the airship's fall couldn't be borne by Fran. Not even the Eye of the Storm could escape the Wizard Alliance's punishment. Upon weighing the pros and cons, Fran naturally chose not to make a move at this time and place. In his view, Herag was just a level 1 crystallization wizard. And once Herag handed over the world staff, Serlandir wouldn't value him as much, and the protection force wouldn't be as strong as now. Fran waited until then to make a move, which would make it easier to take down Herag without causing too strong a reaction from Serlandir's side. After all, by that time, Herag would just be an ordinary level 1 wizard, and it would only require a bit of compensation. Fran was a level 3 wizard, and Serlandir wouldn't make a big deal over a level 1 wizard. Herag knew this very well, so he didn't hand over the world staff directly when Prize and the others arrived. This thing was like a protective talisman. As long as it was there, the Serlandir side would at least protect him. Prize naturally wouldn't ask for it either. He had a good relationship with Herag and understood these principles. In the following 2 months, everything was very calm and there were no other troubles. When the airship landed at the dock of Silver Moon City, Herag finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Once here, it was truly his own territory. After returning to Silver Moon City, Herag looked at the sky. Parker's floating city was still hovering there. This floating city was a symbol of strength and power. Even if the Eye of the Storm or the Taylor family wanted to target Herag, they wouldn't make a move on him in Silver Moon City. Herag had already decided that he wouldn't leave Silver Moon City until he advanced to level 2 wizard. The spiritual crystal in his mind had grown larger than before, almost reaching the limit of a crystallization wizard. The energy from the divine core stored in the bloodline mark had provided Herag tremendous help, greatly speeding up his meditation. On the airship recently, Herag felt that his meditation speed was significantly slowing down. After landing in Silver Moon City, he followed Prize to the City Hall to take care of the most important matter first. In City Hall, Herag placed a world staff on the table. Prize picked it up, looked it over, and said with a smile, "This one has control rights, right?" "It definitely does. I wouldn't trick my own people," Herag said with a smile. Prize nodded with a smile, took out a stack of parchment, and began filling out various documents, occasionally needing Herag's signature. This was for registration. Once the registration was complete, this world staff would officially belong to Parker's faction, and everything would be settled. After signing all the tedious documents, Herag handed the world staff over to Prize. They would manage it in the future. Having this was equivalent to having the key to the X-617 world, and all subsequent resource development and utilization depended on them. Additionally, the teleportation point for the X-617 world would be removed from the Twilight Temple. Parker's side could choose to keep the teleportation point at the Twilight Temple, but they would need to provide maintenance costs to the expedition team. The number of teleportation points at the Twilight Temple was fixed, and it was very expensive for individuals or other organizations to set one up there. Silver Moon City could also choose to establish its own teleportation point, but the costs were equally high depending on their future plans. These matters had nothing to do with Herag. His task was completed after all. All right, it's finally done. I'll submit the application tomorrow, and your first-class honor medal should be no problem. Once the medal is approved, there will likely be a celebratory banquet, and you'll be the main character, Prize said with a smile. Herag wasn't too concerned about this, he just wanted to go home now. Nothing else, right? I'm heading back, Herag said. Prize replied, you're done, go ahead. I still have a lot to take care of. After leaving City Hall, Herag called for a carriage and headed back to King Street. When he returned to the Wizard Plain, he contacted Reese and David, telling them to stay safe and not to leave the city area casually. This was to guard against the Taylor family making a move on them. But for now, it didn't seem to have reached that point. The Taylor family's focus was still on the world staff. Another reason was that Metal's death had not been reported, so he was still considered missing, and they were still sending people all over the Demon Plains searching for Metal. Finding someone on a plane wasn't easy, and there wouldn't be results soon. Herag had a buffer period, at least in the short term. He wasn't afraid of the Taylor family finding out anything. Currently, the main threat was from Fran, the level 3 wizard, and it was hard to defend against such a level of existence if they wanted to attack him. The best Herag could do was to avoid leaving Silver Moon City as much as possible, and even after advancing to level 2 wizard, he should still be very careful. After the carriage stopped, Herag paid the fare and arrived at the familiar courtyard gate. The lights inside were still on. Reese was waiting for him, knowing he would return today. As soon as Herag opened the courtyard gate, footsteps sounded from inside, and Reese opened the door to look at Herag with a smile. She was wearing a short skirt, with her legs wrapped in not too thick or thin black stockings, which reached just to the thigh, revealing white skin. When they met, they immediately hugged each other tightly, feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Herag looked at Reese's bright eyes and her fiery red lips. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and they didn't sleep a wink all night. Herag wore a luxurious and noble's attire, while Reese also wore a gown, adjusting Herag's collar. They were heading to attend a banquet, the banquet for the award of the first-class honor medal. Not just anyone can get a first-class honor medal. It represents not only 10,000 contribution points. Those who receive this medal are extremely promising individuals who have made significant contributions. Herag earned this as just a crystallization wizard, which was unprecedented. The banquet was held at the Avila restaurant, attended by various celebrities of Silver Moon City and even important figures from other cities. Among them was Irina, a level 2 wizard from Crystal City, wearing an extremely low-cut V-neck dress, chatting and laughing with people around her. Seeing Herag arrive, she walked over, glanced at Reese holding Herag's arm, and said, "Finally, we meet again, handsome. Why didn't you come out for dinner last time when I asked you, claiming to be busy, afraid I'd eat you up?" Herag felt a hint of hostility from Reese and quickly said, "I really was busy preparing for cradle operations then, no time for dinner." "So do you have time now?" Irina said, completely unconcerned with Reese's reaction. Herag shook his head. "There's still a lot to do afterward. I'm afraid I won't have much time." Reese's expression softened a little after hearing this, and she clung tightly to Herag's arm, squeezing it. She glanced at Irina, then looked at herself, feeling a bit inferior, so she applied more pressure. Irina glanced at Herag, smiled, and said, "All right, I understand. Your wife is here, so it's inconvenient for you to speak, I get it. I'll contact you quietly later, I'm waiting for you." After saying this, Irina smiled and left, swaying as she walked. "I won't contact her, don't worry," Herag said hastily. Reese replied, "It's okay, brother. I can understand if you contact her." Herag could only smile awkwardly. Reese could completely accept Chadia and Asuna, yet she had a lot of hostility toward Irina. Herag couldn't understand why. He didn't quite get women's thoughts. The banquet soon officially started, and Herag, as the main character of the banquet, walked to the center of the stage, attracting everyone's attention. What followed was a tedious social process. Herag smiled and greeted, communicated, and made friends with various people, gaining a pile of friends on his talisman stone. To these people, Herag was considered a potential wizard who officially entered their field of vision. Herag felt his face starting to cramp from smiling, finding socializing to be more exhausting than alchemy. He was very aware that although he seemed glamorous now, receiving attention from various bigwigs, with what seemed like limitless prospects. But all these were illusions. He couldn't get complacent because of them. All fame, status, and relationships stem from strength. Only when his own strength is sufficient can he support such things. Once his strength improves, fame and such things will merely follow, coming naturally. The banquet lasted for a long time, with people slowly dispersing around 3 or 4 in the morning. Like other banquets and balls, Herag's banquet also became an opportunity for various people to mingle. These people naturally weren't there solely for Herag. Many had business dealings with each other and were just taking the opportunity to gather. Herag looked at a gold medal in his hand, which was the first-class honor medal. Apart from representing honor, this medal itself was a level 2 witchcraft artifact with a one-time effect of blocking fatal attacks. Since using the substitute death craftsmen, Herag hadn't had any witchcraft artifact with a similar effect, so this filled in that gap. Besides, the contribution points had also been added. Herag glanced at the contribution points balance on his talisman stone. Historical contribution points, 11,870. Remaining contribution points, 11,600. Currently, there are more than 11,000 contribution points available, and Herag plans to exchange for the Key of Rules when he is ready to advance to a level 2 wizard. Now that he has the first-class honor medal, applying for the Key of Rules poses almost no difficulty and will surely be approved. Even if it's not approved, Herag only needs to choose a spatial type, second-level spell. He no longer particularly needs the Key of Rules, as he can already utilize spatial rules, naturally not needing external aids to comprehend them further. After returning home, Herag once again entered the monotonous and dull life of meditation, continuously increasing his spiritual power. Thanks to Reese, these days have some fun, having tried on many outfits and learned new things. 2 months later, a star in Herag's mind completely solidified, making it the 31st star. A few months ago, a star had successfully coalesced while on the airship, and after a few more months, another star coalesced successfully. Herag Merlin, Power 51.2, Agility 50.3, Constitution 53.1, Spirit 82.7, Magic Power 100%. Herag glanced at the data panel. The physical attributes did not improve much. Most of the improvements came from absorbing a lot of demon aura in the demon plane. Spiritual power increased by a few points, but now the speed is slowing down. Herag could clearly feel that even with the energy assistance from the divine core, the progress of meditation remains relatively slow. He understood that he was nearing a bottleneck, with no other solution but to continue meditating and getting as close to that limit as possible. Herag Merlin, Power 55.1, Agility 54.2, Constitution 57.4, Spirit 87.5, Magic Power 100%. The number of stars in the mind had reached 35, and over 2 years, Herag managed to successfully coalesce 4 more stars. He felt the current speed was as slow as a crawling turtle, and without the energy assistance from the divine core, he would have long since stopped improving. The current problem was whether to continue meditating to enhance or directly try advancing to a level 2 wizard. Herag pondered for a while and decided to keep grinding. Since with the energy from the divine core, his spiritual power could reach the limit. He was only 27 years old, still having time to improve. Having made up his mind, Herag continued his meditative ascetic lifestyle. Herag stopped continuing to meditate and prepared to advance to a level 2 wizard. The reason that made him stop wasn't that he couldn't improve any further. Although the speed was slow, with the divine core's energy, he still could continue to improve. The reason Herag stopped was due to a message. Lord Parker had returned. Parker's return should have been good news. Having a level 3 wizard in Silver Moon City increased security substantially. But accompanying this news was a rumor that Parker was severely injured in the elf plane and was forced to return to recover. This message, although unconfirmed, seemed highly credible given various signs. Since returning, Parker hadn't shown up, staying secluded in the floating city without meeting anyone. On the contrary, over this period, several well-known alchemists visited Parker one after another. These signs made Herag realize that Parker might indeed have issues. He immediately felt a sense of crisis. If Parker had problems, it would mean danger for him. Over the years, Herag stayed in Silver Moon City, and even if the Taylor family and Fran want to do something to him, they had no means or opportunity. Herag stayed at home. With the witch array activated, no one could do anything to him. However, the situation was different now, and Herag believed he had to prepare for the worst possible scenario. He immediately decided to start advancing to a level 2 wizard. Herag Merlin. Power 57.2, Agility 56.1. Constitution 58.9, Spirit 90.0, Magic Power 100%. Herag glanced at the data panel, having successfully meditated a total of 37 stars, with spiritual power reaching 90 points. The spiritual crystal in his mind had grown larger than when it initially started. Although Herag didn't know how large other spiritual crystals were, in most cases, none were as big as his. Herag could cultivate his spiritual power to 90 points entirely by relying on the energy assistance from the divine core of higher-level deities. The energy absorbed from the divine core at that time was of great help, seeming endless, as if it could never be exhausted. Herag knew that this wasn't because there was too much energy in the divine core. Instead, it was because his own strength was too weak and his level too low, so the energy within seemed inexhaustible to him. But for an existence at the level of a deity, it might just be the energy of a casual spell. Just this little bit of energy was enough to satiate Herag. Originally, Herag was planning to continue improving, but when Parker returned, Herag keenly sensed some unusual information. He decided to immediately begin advancing to a level 2 wizard. The spell he had prepared for advancing to a level 2 wizard was from the second ancient stone slab. The analysis of the second ancient stone slab had actually been completed long ago, and Herag had been studying its spell model for years. The spell model of the level 2 spell was far more complex than the level 1 spell, with complexity and difficulty rising almost exponentially. If Herag did not have sufficiently high spiritual power, he probably wouldn't be able to construct the spell model at all. The spell documented on the second ancient stone slab was named the World Furnace. This spell was connected to the Great Dark Heaven, and only wizards with the talent spell of the Great Dark Heaven could learn it. The World Furnace was a very special level 2 spell that did not belong to any category, neither spatial, temporal, nor fire element. It had no attribute category of its own. The effect of the World Furnace is that it can absorb world rules and integrate them into the body. The ultimate goal of this spell is to forge the flesh into a combination of various rules. When this spell is cultivated to the extreme, the cultivator can accommodate the sun, moon, and stars within their body, accommodating countless planes. When Herag saw the structure of this spell, he was a bit stunned, wondering what kind of person could devise such a spell. According to the design of this spell, in the future, each cell in Herag's body would become an independent plane. He could become an existence beyond everything else, becoming a unique existence in another dimension. At that point, he would almost be immortal and eternal, becoming an everlasting existence. Herag didn't dwell on those distant, nearly impossible goals. Instead, he focused on the present. What he needed to do was meditate, construct the spell model of the World Furnace, perceive any rule, and complete his advancement. Due to the characteristics of the World Furnace, it has no requirements for the category of rules. No matter what type of rule it is, as long as one can perceive one, they can complete the construction of the spell model and thus complete the advancement. In other words, Herag no longer needs the assistance of the key of rules. He could directly perceive spatial rules to complete the construction of the World Furnace spell model. After deciding, Herag spent a few days adjusting himself to the best state and informed Reese of this matter. Besides Reese, he didn't reveal to anyone that he was preparing to advance to a level 2 wizard. Herag stayed in the meditation room, setting up a purchased level 2 witch array, and then formally began advancing. Shenlin, begin constructing the World Furnace spell model, Herag commanded. Task has been recorded. Estimated to need 8 days and 15 hours. expected to consume magic power of 350%. Herag wasn't surprised at the estimated time. It was all within expectations. The complexity of the world furnace far exceeded his imagination, and Herag even thought most level 2 spells wouldn't be this complex. Back then, it only took 2 or 3 hours to construct the spell model of the Great Dark Heaven, but now it requires more than 8 days. The time difference clearly shows how vast the gap between the two is. Herag had already prepared, then began to enter a highly concentrated state of spiritual power, constructing the spell model with magic power in his mind. This time, the spell model was constructed on the spiritual crystal in his mind, with all the models inscribed on the spiritual crystal. While Shenlin was constructing the spell model, Herag was also constructing the spell model, working simultaneously to be faster. Time passed slowly, and Herag was not impatient at all. The spell model of the world furnace became increasingly complete. Herag looked at the spell model contained within the spiritual crystal in his mind, nearly completely constructed. He waited for the moment the spell model was fully constructed. Herag closed his eyes and began perceiving spatial rules. This step is the most difficult for most crystallization wizards, and without the assistance of the Key of Rules, it's almost impossible to succeed. Unless you're lucky enough to just happen to perceive the existence of a rule at that time, and it perfectly matches the level 2 spell you've constructed. But this probability is too low, and no one would do it that way. Because Herag had the spirit of the white deer talent. This step was not difficult for him at all. He had long been able to use the power of spatial rules, let alone perceive them. Indeed, at the moment the spell model was completed, Herag succeeded in perceiving the spatial rules. In his mind, the spell model within the spiritual crystal began to shimmer. This glow wasn't because magic power was inputted to activate it, but because the spell model was reacting with the spatial rules Herag perceived. At this moment, the spell model of the world furnace, with Herag as the bridge, established a connection with the surrounding spatial rules. During this process, Herag was the one who benefited the most. He felt several doors open within his body. These doors, once opened, revealed more things in Herag's view of the world: rule power. The rule most evident to Herag was naturally the spatial rules. As for other types of rules, Herag could only faintly perceive them. This perception was very weak, fleeting. But unlike before, when it was completely imperceptible, now focused perception could capture some traces of it. After a long while, the magic power aura on Herag's body gradually stabilized, and he slowly opened his eyes. Herag stood up and spread his arms, as if embracing something, yet nothing was in front of him. Only he knew he was embracing the world, embracing spatial rules. Having taken this step, Herag once again experienced the feeling of becoming the master of the world. Although the feeling now wasn't as intense as it was back then, there was a fundamental difference. At that time, he relied on the world staff to perceive rules, but now he doesn't need any aid, as he can perceive various elusive rules directly. Although Herag could sense the existence of those rules, it was still very difficult to clearly capture and comprehend them. He only knew the rules were there, and realizing them required time and opportunity. If one could use the Key of Rules, it would be relatively easier to perceive the existence of rules. At the level of a level 2 wizard, the Key of Rules is also extremely important, and not just for crystallization wizards to use during promotion. Herag had learned that for a level 2 wizard to break through to level 3, the first step was to comprehend various rules and master the use of different types of rule power. During this process, if one could gain the approval of the world will, they could be promoted to a level 3 wizard. The more rules one masters, the greater the likelihood of being recognized by the world will. But this step is extremely difficult. Just comprehending and mastering various different rule powers can already stump a large number of level 2 wizards. Even with the aid of the Key of Rules, comprehending and mastering rule power is still very challenging. This endeavor entirely relies on enlightenment, just to see if you can grasp that fleeting inspiration. Only those who reach the stage of a level 2 wizard are undeniably absolute geniuses among wizards. But even among these geniuses, few can comprehend and master so many different types of rule powers within a limited lifespan. The normal lifespan of a level 1 wizard is about 300 years, and a level 2 wizard's normal lifespan is generally between 1,000 and 3,000 years, varying greatly according to individual circumstances. This is related to the rule power each wizard masters and their individual actual circumstances. Some level 2 wizards can live for 5,000 years, but some have a lifespan of just around 1,000 years. Hereg, however, didn't need to consider the issue of lifespan, or he had absorbed so much life energy before that if his lifespan were calculated in data, it would already be tens of thousands of years. With such deep life energy support, he wouldn't need to worry about lifespan for a very long time. This is also why Hereg is more cautious and careful in his deeds, as many things don't have to be rushed for him. Just like in Thousand Lakes Town in the Demon Plain, although he was tempted by the mermaids by the lakeside, he still chose not to act rashly. For Hereg, a long life represents a very high error tolerance. Even if he loses temporary benefits, it doesn't matter. He has time and will always have opportunities to improve himself. If it hadn't been for the news of Parker's injury spreading out, Hereg wouldn't have been promoted to a level 2 wizard so early. The reason is ample time, allowing for maximum enhancement before promotion. Hereg looked at the spiritual crystal in his mind, where a highly complex spell model floated within. He input some magic power into it, activating the world furnace. Once Hereg activated the world furnace, a faint black glow appeared on the surface of his body, and the surrounding spatial rules were drawn in by these lights, slowly merging into his body thereafter. This step was very slow, as spatial rules are omnipresent. They were gradually being absorbed around Hereg's body at this moment. Hereg felt a rumbling sound coming from inside him, but upon closer listen, the sound actually didn't exist. Hereg felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body subjected to being hammered by a gigantic hammer, forcing the spatial rules into his body. Then came continuous pounding, as the spatial rules were beaten into Hereg's body over and over. Inside Hereg, there was the rumbling again like a giant furnace, refining the rules being hammered in. After refining, they would permeate into all parts of the body. This step took a full 2 days, after which Hereg slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the data panel. Hereg Merlin, Power 57.5, Agility 56.5, Constitution 59.1, Spirit 91.0, Magic Power 40%. According to the data, there wasn't much change, as the spatial rules refined into the body didn't present any intuitive display in the data. But Hereg could feel that this body was completely different from before. Ordinary level 2 wizards merely comprehend and use the rule power, and their body can bear rule power. But Hereg directly smelted the rules into his body, elevating his physical body to a level that contains rule power. Once multiple rules are refined in the future, perhaps they could indeed produce a complete world embryo inside his body. When the physical body contains multiple rules, it becomes an immensely powerful existence, and non-rule power cannot shake his physical body. Hereg thought that when the time came, even a casual punch would contain various rule powers. He opened the door and found Reese asleep on the sofa outside the door, with a blanket over her. It was already late at night, and the surroundings were very quiet. Hereg had been immersed in meditation, focusing solely on promotion, and didn't even know what time it was outside. He walked over, looking at the sleeping Reese, whose eyes moved slightly and slowly awoke, seeing Hereg and sleepily mumbled, You've advanced." Hereg nodded and said, "Yes, now I am a level 2 wizard." Reese let out a sigh of relief, as she had been guarding outside these past days, worrying constantly. She was unclear about Hereg's conditions inside and couldn't knock on the door outside, fearing to disturb Hereg. While Hereg quickly lost track of time within, those guarding outside experienced time passing slowly and distinctly. Hereg also knew Reese worked hard, keeping watch outside for him. He directly bent down and carried Reese horizontally. Up the stairs. Smelly, go to bathe. Hereg took a carriage to the secret vault on the west side of Silver Moon City. He had made an appointment in advance. After obtaining the first-class honor medal before, he had more than 10,000 contribution points. At that time, he focused all his attention on enhancing his spiritual power in preparation for promotion to level 2 wizard. Hereg initially planned to visit the secret vault after becoming a level 2 wizard to select items. At this level, more items would be valuable to him. Please enter. A humanoid form appeared inside the main entrance of the secret vault as it slowly opened. As before, Hereg walked along the screaming stone slab into the hall. The hall was empty, and through the window one could still see the vast sea outside. Hereg waited for a while, but the girl named Alice he met last time didn't appear. It seems she wasn't present every time someone visited. Having the experience from last time, Hereg didn't need Alice's guidance this time. He took out the talisman stone and found that indeed an additional secret vault button appeared on it, which would only manifest in this place. Hereg now has over 10,000 contribution points, and after opening the secret vaults menu, he could see a lot more items. Various magics, magic potions, magic potion materials, witch array materials, key of rules, witchcraft artifacts, etc., made Hereg dizzy with choices. Of course, the prices of these items have also increased significantly. Hereg's goal this time was very clear. First, he needed a second-level spatial type spell. Currently, his only second-level spell is World Furnace, and like Great Dark Heaven, this spell does not directly enhance one's strength. Therefore, Hereg is in urgent need of a second-level spell to enhance his strength. Hereg glanced around, noting that second-level spatial spells were relatively few, unlike other categories which had many second-level spells. He even suspected that if not in the secret vault, it would be challenging to find 2 second-level spatial spells outside. Spatial cutting, it can divide the space within a designated area. The casting distance is 100 meters, and the higher the caster's mastery of spatial rules, the farther the casting distance. Redemption requirement, 2,000 contribution points. Hereg looked at this spell. Although the price was a bit steep, the effect was evidently powerful. This is an offensive second-level spatial spell. Worth learning. After purchasing this spell, he immediately looked at the next spell. Spatial Wall creates a wall of space at an infinite distance within a designated area, which can never be touched. The area and duration of the spatial wall depend on the caster's mastery of spatial rules. Redemption requirement, 1,000 contribution points. This is a defensive second-level spatial spell, which simply means you can create a spatial wall in front of you. Once the spatial wall is established, you can't see this wall. You would only find that you can keep moving forward but are always walking in place, unable to advance. If a wizard without mastery of spatial rules encounters this wall, they can never cross it, let alone attack Hereg behind it. However, the area of this wall is limited, and only when your mastery of spatial rules is high enough will the spatial wall be large enough to block a wider area. Of course, the magic power consumption will also be greater. Hereg thought for a moment and realized that if he created 4 spatial walls, he could trap a person inside. With no way out, it becomes a dead end for anyone who hasn't mastered the rules. Hereg then purchased this spell as well, spending a total of 3,000 contribution points in the blink of an eye. With a contribution points balance of 8,600, Hereg planned to purchase some other keys of rules. Mastering another rule power could significantly improve his strength. At the level of a level 2 wizard, mastering rules makes a world of difference. However, the purchase of a key of rules doesn't mean immediate ownership. After selecting to buy in the secret vault, approval from Serlandir is needed. Hereg wasn't in a hurry, intending to find a suitable key of rules to purchase first, and then focus on mastering the 2 purchased second-level spatial spell. The number of keys of rules is relatively small, with about 2 or 3 available for application under each rule type. Spatial element, time element, wind element, dark energy element, fire element. The secret vault's range of keys of rules is quite extensive, covering almost every type of rule. Hereg needed to consider which type of key of rules to purchase. There was no way around it. Contribution points were limited, with only a balance of over 8,000 points. Most of these keys of rules require 3,000 contribution points each. Buying a key of rules means also needing to buy the corresponding spells, with 8,000 points being almost just enough. After some consideration, Hereg still decided to choose a time element key of rules. Although the fire element and dark energy element can directly enhance one's combat power, time element rule power is somewhat more unique. Space and time are the most special types of rule power, and Hereg planned to master these two first. Of course, Hereg had also heard about a rule power known as fate. By mastering fate rule power, one can directly alter others' fate lines, doing what you want to do invisibly. This power is almost impossible to guard against, unless you can also control the fate rule. But Hereg had only heard rumors about the fate rule power and had never seen anyone who could master it. It was still too far out of reach for him. Apart from the extremely special and mysterious fate rule, space and time were the most unique rules. Hereg noticed that there was only one time element key of rules, and he did not hesitate to apply for purchase immediately to prevent being preempted, although the probability was low. Sands of Time. A magical sand grain containing time rules, helping you perceive time rules. Redemption requirement, 4,000 contribution points. After Hereg clicked Apply for Purchase, the contribution points were deducted immediately. If the application is approved, the Sands of Time will be delivered to him later. If not approved, the deducted contribution points will be refunded. Since he bought the time element key of rules, he naturally needed to prepare the corresponding spells. Time element spells were even rarer, and Hereg found that with his current clearance, he could only see one time element spell. Time Stop Zone. Pauses time within a designated area, not affecting oneself. Consuming a certain amount of magic power every 0.1 seconds. The higher the mastery of time rules, the less magic power consumed. Redemption requirement, 3,000 contribution points. Hereg didn't think twice and bought it directly, as there were no other choices. This spell was clearly very useful in critical moments, but the magic power consumption was bound to be terrifying, making it impossible to use for long periods. If only it could be used for extended periods. Hereg recalled some memories. Remaining contribution points, 1,600. Hereg glanced at the contribution points, only 1,600 were left. In a blink, he'd spent 10,000 contribution points. He was a bit distressed, but he didn't regret it. These expenditures were worth it. The items exchanged were definitely worth the value, impossible to obtain outside. Even if obtainable, the cost would be unimaginable for ordinary people. Hereg originally wanted to replenish a substitute death item, but unfortunately, there were no stocks in the secret vault now, and his contribution points were unusable. After waiting for a while, the items he purchased appeared on the table in front of him. Unlike last time, where they appeared in Alice's flower basket. Spatial Cutting, Spatial Wall, Time Stop Zone. The spell model books of 3 second-level spells were all very thick, stacked over a meter high on the table. Looking at these somewhat exaggerated 3 spellbooks, Hereg knew he would have his work cut out for him, and even with Shenlin assistance, he would still need to spend time studying them. He left the secret vault with these 3 second-level spell model books and got onto the waiting carriage to return to King Street, ready to begin his research. Shenlin, start recording and analyzing the spell models for Spatial Cutting and Spatial Wall. Task has been archived, estimated to require 15 hours and 13 hours respectively. After Hereg instructed Shenlin to begin analyzing the 2 second-level spatial spells, he held 2 large tomes and began to read. The time element spell is not urgent for now, as it cannot be learned before acquiring the Sands of Time. Both of these spells provide detailed explanations of spatial rules, giving Hereg a deeper understanding and insight. He gained a deeper understanding of the principles behind spatial magic spells as well. Hereg stayed in the meditation room and began constructing the spell model for Spatial Cutting. In his mind, he and Shenlin simultaneously started building the spell model for Spatial Cutting. Now that he has advanced to a level 2 wizard, second-level spells can be directly constructed in his mind, no longer needing to be built within a spiritual crystal. His current mind can now bear the rule power, and he won't risk getting his head blown up. The spell model of Spatial Cutting is actually very complex, far more intricate than those of level 1 spells. However, having seen the spell model of World Furnace, Hereg did not find the model of Spatial Cutting too complicated. 5 hours later, the spell model for Spatial Cutting was completed. The spell model for this second-level spell is significantly larger than that for the first-level spells. The volume alone shows it's on a different scale. Hereg walked out of the meditation room and into the spacious courtyard. "Reese, please bring me a piece of firewood." Herag thought for a moment and called into the house. Reese, although puzzled, brought out a piece of firewood and handed it to Herag. "What are you going to do with this?" Reese asked. "I just learned a spatial spell and I want to give it a try." Herag smiled. This piece of firewood was very regular, clearly cut into uniform sizes by a professional. The wood in Herag's home was purchased from elsewhere and delivered by a professional. Herag looked at the piece of wood in his hand, placed it on the ground in front of him, and then stepped back. Reese was very curious and watched from the side. Herag focused his mind, channeling magic power into the spell model for spatial cutting, then used spatial cutting on the firewood in front of him. "It's done," Herag said. Reese was a bit confused. Did anything happen? She looked at the piece of firewood still standing there, seemingly unchanged. Herag chuckled and went over to poke the firewood. The top half of the wood immediately slid off, revealing a smooth, even cut in the middle, splitting the piece of wood into two. Herag picked up the two halves of the wood and examined them closely. The cut was incredibly smooth, almost to the point of eeriness. With a longsword, he could also split a piece of firewood, but it would never be this smooth and even. The destructive power of spatial cutting far surpasses that. With a longsword, no matter how hard the material, it's useless against spatial cutting. Herag was probably the first to use the spell of spatial cutting to chop firewood, akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The spell only acted on the firewood, so it appeared as if nothing happened. But if it were applied to someone's neck, it could silently separate head from body, and it would be unstoppable. When Herag employs rule power, unless the opponent also uses rule power for defense, neither the hardest armor nor the strongest magic shield can block the spell of spatial cutting. In the face of rule power, everything is but an illusion. Herag closed his eyes to feel it. The effective range of his spatial cutting spell reached 500 meters, far exceeding the 100 meters mentioned in the spell's introduction. He believed that it was probably due to the world furnace, as he had already fused the spatial rules into his body, thus attaining a high mastery of spatial rules. Of course, it may also be due to the spirit of the white deer talent, which naturally grants Herag some command over spatial rules. A day later, Herag completed the construction of the spell model for the spatial wall, another second-level spell. He stood in the courtyard and created a spatial wall, 20 meters wide and 30 meters high in front of him, which likely already surpassed the strength of a typical spatial wall spell. Looking at the unchanged space in front of him, Herag attempted to take a few steps forward. Not only could he walk forward, but he could also quickly run forward without any resistance. The only issue was that he made no progress and was merely stepping in place. Yet in Herag's perception, he could keep running forward without anything blocking him. This is the function of a spatial wall, an invisible, intangible barrier that creates a wall that can never be touched. Unless Herag went around it, he would never reach the area beyond the spatial wall. It seemed so close, yet so far away. Herag thought for a moment and used his spirit of the white deer talent ability, discovering he could indeed pass through the spatial wall. He then tried using the flash spell, realizing that the flash couldn't get through the spatial wall, and he remained in place. After some contemplation, Herag concluded that while the flash spell allowed spatial movement, it still operated under the current spatial rules. In other words, when Herag used flash, it occurred within the spatial range of the spatial wall, so it couldn't cross over the spatial wall. However, the spirit of the white deer talent ability was different, functioning at the level of spatial rules, hence allowing him to pass through the spatial wall. Understanding the basic workings of these spells, Herag began various experiments and tried different ways to use them. He needed to quickly become familiar with and master these spells to use them effectively in combat. Just knowing them wasn't enough, proficiency was equally important. After a few days of practice, Herag could precisely control these spells. With Shenlin assistance, he could manage spatial points with extreme accuracy, without any deviation. While practicing in the courtyard, a voice came from the door. Herag walked to the door and opened it, finding a male wizard in a robe. Glancing at him, Herag found him somewhat familiar, likely having seen him at Silver Moon City Hall. "Hello, Mr. Herag. My name is Pont from the Logistics Department of Silver Moon City. This is the Sands of Time you requested to purchase earlier, now approved," and I brought it to you personally. Pont took out an hourglass, with only one grain of sand floating inside. Please sign this document, Mr. Herag, to acknowledge its receipt, Pont said. Producing a parchment. Herag took the parchment and saw it was the paperwork, related to the sands of time, stamped with several magic marks, indicating it was a very important item. After signing his name, he received the small hourglass. The hourglass had a top and bottom made of a black wood, and the middle looked like glass, but upon closer inspection, it was clear it wasn't glass, though the specific material was unknown. A single grain of sand floated erratically inside the hourglass, appearing rather ordinary and unremarkable. Herag pinched the hourglass between two fingers and asked, Mr. Pont, how does one use this sands of time? It was the first time Herag had encountered a key of rules, and he wasn't clear on how to use it. He had heard that the forms of the keys of rules varied, and so did their methods of use. Some keys of rules were to be ingested directly, but others were quite complicated to use, with many even requiring the combination of corresponding magic potions. Pont smiled and replied, the usage of the sands of time is quite simple. First, find a quiet place and calm yourself as much as possible. Afterward, infuse your magic power into the sands of time, and it will assist you in understanding the time rule. I should remind you, though, that comprehending the time rule is very difficult, and few manage to succeed with just one grain of the sands of time. Most people fail. This grain of the sands of time has been lying in the secret vault for 3 years without anyone redeeming it. This isn't because their contribution points are insufficient, but because the difficulty of comprehending the time rule is so great that even with the sands of time, success is hardly guaranteed. I'm telling you this in advance to avoid any feelings of frustration, as failure is quite normal. Herag nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Pont. Herag had already known that spatial and time rules were very special, and also the most difficult to comprehend. He just didn't expect that this grain of the sands of time had sat in the secret vault for 3 years, and he had initially wanted to redeem it quickly for fear that someone else would redeem it first. Now it seemed that he had overthought it. Most people wouldn't redeem the sands of time. This item is costly, and the probability of success is very low. Spending 4,000 contribution points might yield nothing. For most wizards, accumulating a total of 4,000 contribution points is quite difficult. If Herag had known this information in advance, he likely would have had to consider whether to redeem it at all. If he's unable to comprehend the time rule with this grain of sands of time, it would mean a waste of 4,000 contribution points. Good luck, my friend. It is said that those who sense the time rule through the sands of time might have the chance to see some events from the past or future, Pont said with a smile. Past or future? If I see something from the future, is it certain to happen? Herag asked. Pont pondered and replied, not necessarily. If you see a future scene, it's based on the current trajectory of fate. However, the trajectory of fate can change, albeit it's very difficult. Understood, thank you. Herag expressed his gratitude. After Pont left, Herag took the sands of time to the meditation room, meditated to adjust his mood, and then opened his eyes. Looking at the hourglass before him, Herag saw the lone grain of sand floating within. He infused his magic power into the hourglass, channeling it into that single grain of sand. At first there was no response, so Herag continued to infuse more magic power. Still, there was no reaction, making Herag think that his 4,000 contribution points might be in vain. This grain of sands of time was special, absorbing magic power with no reaction, like sinking into the sea. Unrelenting, Herag increased the force of infusion, channeling an unending stream of magic power from within himself. Remaining magic power, 70%. Remaining magic power, 60%. Remaining magic power, 20%. Watching as his magic power continued to deplete, and still seeing no reaction from the sands of time, Herag wondered whether to draw on the magic power stored in the array map when the sands of time finally changed. The sands of time began to emit a golden glow. It was no longer floating up and down in the hourglass, but seemed frozen inside. Herag noticed something amiss around him, and upon turning around, found that he was no longer in the meditation room. The surroundings had transformed into a kaleidoscopic setting. The surroundings seemed as if multicolored paints had been splashed together, coating the walls. Soon, the colors began to change again. Quickly before Herag flashed scene after scene, he saw a frail boy curling up on a wooden bed, shivering and then struggling to get up. This is me back in the castle. Recognizing the scenes, Herag quickly realized it was from his time in Baron Buck's castle. The scenes passed quickly, and Herag recognized them as glimpses of his past experiences. Lillian Dino, the ship, Moonlight Forest, Malcolm. The rapidly flashing scenes felt like a retrospective of Herag's first half of life, passing so swiftly his eye could only catch snippets. Most scenes were unclear. Soon the scenes reached the present, showing Herag just entering the meditation room. With wide eyes, Herag continued watching as the scenes advanced. He knew that from here on, these should be possible future events. The scenes continued to flash rapidly, showing glimpses of mundane life with seemingly no difference. But then the tone changed drastically. Herag saw a ruined city, with large portions of its high walls collapsed, its wizard tower toppled, only half of the tower remaining, smoking on the ground. Most of the remaining houses were in ruin, with countless corpses strewn on the ground. Is this Silver Moon City? Herag wasn't sure, because the city ruins was so unrecognizable that it was hard to distinguish its original appearance. However, the presence of the wizard tower indicated it was indeed a city within the land of dawn. As the wizard towers, they were mostly similar in appearance, making them easily identifiable. Within these ruins, Herag could only make out the wizard tower as a distinctive landmark, which was the basis for deducing where it was. What happened here? Herag wondered, perplexed, regardless of which part of the land of dawn it was. An event like this was surely significant. The scene clearly showed that nearly an entire city had been destroyed. What kind of power could destroy a city within the land of dawn? The images flashed by quickly, and Herag couldn't see them clearly, only occasionally catching glimpses. He saw some towering, oddly shaped monsters, and he saw a giant eye emit a black beam of light that directly split a continent in two. The continent seemed to be the very Kala continent under Herag's feet. After the images flashed by rapidly, there were no more follow-ups, and Herag couldn't see any further content. Is it because the effect of the sands of time kicked in, or because? Suddenly, Herag thought that these flashing images might very well be from his own experiences. The absence of subsequent images might very well mean that his life ended at that point in time. After the images ended, the surroundings returned to the familiar appearance of the meditation room, and the colorful hues vanished. So this is the time rule. Having previously experienced becoming the master of the world, Herag quickly realized that he could now sense the presence of the time rule. This feeling was akin to someone who had never seen the color red suddenly being able to see it one day. Herag was experiencing a similar sensation. The time rule had always existed, but he simply hadn't been able to perceive it before. Even though comprehending the time rule was a success, Herag's mood was heavy. According to Pont, what he saw was the future that might happen, which means that if everything proceeded as it was now, sooner or later, he would see the cities in the land of dawn turn into ruins, the entire Kala continent split in half by a giant eye. Herag couldn't imagine what kind of entity could split an entire continent in two with just a beam of black light. Where did those come from? In the images, Herag saw some powerful entities, but he didn't know where they came from. Based on the current information, they were either from the contaminated regions or other planes. Herag felt that it was unlikely they came from the contaminated regions. If such powerful demons existed there, the land of dawn would have long been destroyed. Unless, for some reason, those demons were sealed somewhere, but this possibility was very low. Herag believed it was more likely that they came from other demonic entities, possibly demons from the abyss plane. From the images that flashed by, it seemed as though he survived for some years after the Kala continent was split in two. However, the cause of his death was unknown. As he couldn't see that, Herag began to contemplate his plans for the future. After seeing these visions of the future, he had to seriously consider them. These visions indicated that something extremely significant would happen in the future, affecting the entire Kala continent. And possibly, the entire wizard plane would be unable to escape unscathed. I must improve my strength quickly. Herag knew that while those images were possibilities, they would occur if things continued on their current trajectory. He did not believe he had the power to change the course of destiny. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength as much as possible. Only with enough strength can he have the confidence to deal with various situations. If I become strong enough, I won't have to flee from that giant eye. I'll just stomp it to pieces, Herag thought to himself. Herag sat in the meditation room, closing his eyes, beginning to plan his strategies. A few hours later, he opened his eyes again and began constructing the spell model for the time-stop zone spell. After successfully comprehending the time rule, all Herag needed to do was complete the construction of the spell model. Herag spent some time completing the construction of this spell model. He looked at the spell model for the time-stop zone in his mind and found it much smaller than the models of the other two spatial spells, even similar in scale to a level 1 spell. Herag thought about it and figured it might be because the time rule is hard to comprehend, but once understood, it's actually not that complicated to use. Or perhaps this spell did not involve complex applications of the time rule, so the model was relatively simple. Herag saw Rhys outside studying a magic potion book and opened the door to go out. Rhys just lifted her head when Herag thought of the spell, Time-Stop Zone. As magic power infused into the spell model for the Time-Stop Zone, a strange force spread out from Herag as the center, reaching a range of 50 meters around him. Rhys's imminent smile froze on her face, and everything around fell silent. Even the swaying trees in the yard stopped moving. The falling leaves froze mid-air, motionless. Herag walked a few steps forward and found his own actions were not hindered at all. As he came to Rhys, Shenlon's prompting echoed suddenly. Magic power is about to deplete. Would you like to activate the backup magic power in the array map? Herag glanced at the data panel, startled. Remaining magic power 3%. He hastily stopped the time-stop zone spell. Suddenly, Herag remembered that he had poured too much magic power into the sands of time today, and although he had replenished some later, he had completed the construction of the time-stop zone spell model, leaving him with very little magic power. After casting the time-stop zone, the rate of magic power loss was incredibly frightening, and in the blink of an eye, the magic power was almost exhausted. According to Shenlon's calculations, every 0.1 second consumed 10% of the magic power, meaning without considering backup magic power, the body's magic power could only sustain for 1 second. How did you suddenly appear here? Rhys was startled by Herag's sudden appearance. She remembered that Herag had just opened the door, so how did he suddenly appear in front of her? It seemed somewhat eerie. Herag quickly hugged her and explained. I just learned a time element spell, so I tried it. I paused time in the vicinity for a moment, so I suddenly appeared in front of you. Herag was afraid to frighten her, so he explained. Rhys's eyes widened. Pause time, how incredible. Despite being a wizard herself, Rhys found controlling time too distant, almost like a mythical story. Now seeing Herag demonstrate it before her, she found it even more incredible. Herag laughed. Keep working hard and you'll get there someday. A few years ago, Rhys had already advanced to a liquidation wizard and was slowly progressing towards becoming a crystallization wizard. Apart from her, David had also advanced to a liquidation wizard a year earlier. Over the years, besides focusing on his own cultivation, Herag also used his vast magic stones and connections to provide many conveniences for Rhys and David, helping them in their practice. Herag's investment was not in vain. Both of them made significant progress. Seeing the two of them increase in strength brought Herag joy as well. After facing the threat of metal, Herag started contemplating these issues. He couldn't stay with Rhys and the others all the time. To keep them safe from unpredictable events, the key was to make them strong. Upon returning, Herag began deliberately training the two to enhance their strength, directly purchasing any resources they lacked. With 1,000,000 magic stones in his possession, combined with a first-class honor medal, it was easy for him to procure resources through various connections. The only difficult part of a level 1 wizard's practice was acquiring the key of rules. Other items could be bought with money. After seeing visions of the future, Herag felt increasingly anxious. Even if he could make himself powerful enough to survive such a disaster, how would Rhys and Emil survive? should a powerful entity similar to that colossal eye truly appear, possessing world destruction level abilities. It's likely few would survive under such circumstances. Holding Reese, Hereg felt the softness in his arms. Gazing at the small yet cozy home in front of him, he suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. He initially thought that becoming a level 2 wizard would make things easier, as his increased strength could counter greater dangers. However, instead, he foresaw an even more dangerous future, causing him no relief. After spending a tender moment with Reese, Hereg left home, hailed a carriage, and headed to City Hall. Sitting in the carriage, he sent a message to Prize. "I've advanced to a level 2 wizard." "You've advanced to a level 2 wizard, that's so fast," Prize replied. Hereg said, "I've advanced to a level 2 wizard, so I should be able to promote Reese and David to full members, right?" After advancing to a level 2 wizard, Herag's status was no longer that of an ordinary full member. He was eligible to develop his own influence. Just like Prize, although he was the head of security in Silver Moon City, many of his subordinates were his old confidants, not those assigned by Serlandir. Following his advancement to a level 2 wizard, Prize had promoted his own confidants under him to facilitate work. Hereg had the same right. Although he wasn't employed in a specific position, he could still apply to promote his followers to full members. For Serlandir, a level 2 wizard was far more valuable than 100 level 1 wizards, so such a request should be fulfilled. After arriving at City Hall, Hereg quickly filled out the relevant documents, and once approved, David and Reese would become full members of Serlandir. Besides these two, you can still have 5 to 8 subordinate slots. However, each person's identity must be checked, while David and Reese have been linked to you for a long time, so their review shouldn't pose any issues, Prize explained. Hereg said, "I don't have any suitable candidates for now. I'll come back once I do." Currently, Hereg only trusted David and Reese, having no other options. After completing the paperwork, Hereg glanced around and whispered, "I've heard that the Land of Dawn is planning to ease control over the barren land. You really have sharp information. It's essentially a done deal. Why, planning to do some business?" Prize laughed. Hereg nodded. "I've considered it. I might need your help then." "Don't worry, as long as you're willing to share some profit, Silver Moon City will be your solid backing," Prize said. In recent years, Hereg wasn't entirely oblivious to the outside world events. He maintained contacts across various circles and learned some information. The Land of Dawn had originally exerted stringent control over the barren land, restricting the outflow of various resources to ensure that no powerful wizards would emerge, keeping the region under their control. However, the trend has shifted over the years, and the Land of Dawn's attitude toward the barren land has become different, seemingly intent on lifting the restrictions between the two regions. Of course, this information is known only to a select few. Trade relations previously existed between the Land of Dawn and the barren land, but these were dominated by major wizard organizations under the management of the Wizard Alliance. Ordinary wizard families or wizard influences had no hope of reaching the barren land, let alone establishing trade relations. Yet the current trend suggests that the Land of Dawn intends to lift all these restrictions, even allowing ordinary citizens of the Land of Dawn to travel to the barren land. Once the door opens, soon the barren land and the Land of Dawn will be virtually indistinguishable. When resources from the Land of Dawn become easily purchasable in the barren land, many affluent and influential individuals might choose to live there. From a living environment perspective, the barren land is indeed more suitable. Upon discovering this information, Hereg had long been planning relevant matters. After witnessing such a future, he felt it should be prioritized. If he could seize this opportunity now, he wouldn't have to worry about resource issues in the future. Doing business with the support of Silver Moon City would make many things much easier. Sharing profits is natural, as lasting relations are only sustainable when everyone benefits. After returning home, Hereg stayed in the meditation room and closed his eyes. Shenlin, begin optimizing the following magic potion formulas. The requirements are to reduce cost, improve efficacy, and simplify the refining process for ease of operation. The magic potion formulas include White Sage Healing Potion, High-Level Healing Potion, Dawn and Dusk Potion, Dawn Potion, Ancient Magic Potion, Amanda's Potion. Hereg instructed Shenlin to optimize most of the commonly used magic potion formulas once over, so the costs of refining would be lower and effects better afterward. Moreover, he also simplified the refining processes, making it easier to craft. This entire operation gave Hereg an innate advantage in the magic potion business. With lower costs, better effects, and easier refining, he would have a competitive edge over other magic potion merchants. Optimizing these magic potion formulas posed no challenge to Shenlin at this point. Hereg could have begun optimizing them much earlier. He hadn't needed them temporarily before, and thus hadn't dealt with it earlier. During his waiting time, Hereg began operating the world furnace, blending the time rule into his body. His body roared once more, like a true giant furnace, producing a rumbling sound. The surrounding time rules were repeatedly hammered into Hereg's body by an invisible giant hammer, while Hereg frowned silently. Each hammering brought him considerable pain and stress. Yet Hereg remained silent. After a long period of hammering, Hereg opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, raised his hand and looked at his own arm. It seemed unchanged, but it now contained the time rule and spatial rules. Hereg sensed it, but didn't feel anything particularly vivid. This was also his first encounter with a situation where rules were fused into the body, with no other references to consult, so he could only rely on himself to figure it out slowly. After Hereg fused the time rule, Shenlin also nearly completed the optimization work for a series of magic potion formulas. He took out a stack of parchment and recorded the optimization results for each magic potion formula. Next comes the tedious verification process. Hereg needs to practice alchemy for each magic potion to see its actual effects. Hereg, carrying a thick stack of parchment, went to the laboratory to begin practicing alchemy. These were mostly common magic potions he was already familiar with, ones he could complete with his eyes closed. Practicing these magic potions was indeed simple, but it also required time, which was somewhat unrelated to proficiency. Being proficient meant being faster, but the actual crafting time didn't significantly decrease. It took Hereg nearly half a month to verify all of these dozen or so magic potion formulas. These formulas generally covered the vast majority of common magic potions, which most wizards would frequently use. The ones Hereg currently opted for were magic potions with higher demand, leaving out those less frequently used for the time being. Some higher-end magic potions were also slated for later plans. Hereg sorted through these things, then took out a talisman stone to contact Vernon. Vernon was the president of the Nightingale Commerce Association, and magic potion trades were one of their major businesses, spreading throughout the Land of Dawn. Since securing the Nightingale Commerce Association channels, purchasing magic potion materials had become much cheaper, with rare materials more accessible. After contacting Vernon to clarify his intent, Hereg then immediately contacted Prize and David. Once they confirmed a time and place, Hereg, accompanied by Reese, arrived at the Avila restaurant. Hereg booked a luxurious private room, quietly awaiting their arrival. The first to arrive were Vernon and Barren. Merchants are always the most enthusiastic when it comes to earning money, Mr. Barren, being part of the Magic Pharmacist Association, and a longtime friend of both Vernon and Hereg, came to represent the Magic Pharmacist Association. Prize arrived shortly thereafter, being the last, representing the interests from Silver Moon City. Hereg took out the rolled-up stack of parchment and said, "These are some improved formulas I've recently developed. Each formula's effectiveness can enhance by about 10% to 40% compared to before, and costs can be reduced by 5% to 15%. The specific effects can be verified by Mr. Barring, and have the Magic Pharmacist Association provide a certification." Vernon smiled and said, "I don't doubt Mr. Hereg's capability at all. If we can launch this batch of magic potions, it will surely capture a significant market share. With our capabilities, we can indeed promote it widely." Vernon was confident in this matter. His network and contacts were extensive, spread across the entire Land of Dawn. The launch of such cost-effective and more effective magic potions would certainly rapidly capture the market. Even other magic potion merchants wanting to instigate a price war would inevitably end up at a loss, unable to outlast them. Herag said next, "Let's discuss the matter of profit distribution. The issue of profit distribution from the start should be clearly articulated with black and white text to prevent future conflicts over interests." Price glanced at everyone and laughed. "I'm just here to sign my name. Herag is also one of our own. You can decide the profit distribution amongst yourselves. There are no special requirements from above, just a token gesture." Price's message was clear. Serlandir didn't have many demands concerning these profits, essentially offering some support to Herag. Herag and the others discussed it and eventually settled on a plan. Herag would take 40%, Serlandir 10%, with the Nightingale Commerce Association and Checky family each taking 25%. Isn't that too much? We shouldn't need that much." David seemed a bit embarrassed. David felt that the Checky family was merely a small family in the barren land, holding no weight in the land of Dawn. Thus, taking a 25% share felt excessive. Hereg laughed. "Not at all. Once trade between the land of Dawn and the barren land opens up, the Checky family will be a crucial link. The Checky family boasts a mature, complete commercial system in the barren land. By then, cooperating with you will lead to many things being twice as effective with half the effort." The Checky family was already running a magic potion business in the barren land, a key part of the subsequent process. Hereg intended to help the Checky family. It was high time to repay their long-standing relationship. He personally wasn't heavily invested in these profits and would rather take less to save himself the trouble. The more you take, the more work you have to do, requiring more effort to manage these issues. Herag merely saw this as a means to make money, opting not to spend too much energy on it. A few hours later, everything was settled without any objections from anyone. Vernon also had no dissent because Herag was the most crucial person in the equation. Even if the Nightingale Commerce Association didn't agree, Herag could easily turn to another association, leaving the Nightingale Commerce Association in an awkward position. Vernon was well aware of this and held Hereg in high regard. In terms of long-term interests, maintaining a good relationship was undoubtedly the optimal choice and the best investment. Hereg intended to hand the matters over to David and Vernon afterward. With Hereg around, Vernon wouldn't rip off the Checky family. Moreover, with Reese supervising, there was no fear of David being cheated. With the years of experience in the Commerce Association, David was indeed honing his capabilities, at least being competent enough to handle his affairs. Hereg and the others laid out the cooperation details in black and white. Serlandir would act as one of the notaries, imprinting their seal on it. With Serlandir's endorsement, the contract's validity was significantly fortified. After a few days of busy work, Hereg finally had some downtime. These magic potion formulas were indeed, as Hereg described after being certified by the Magic Pharmacist Association, who issued the proofs. Given that the Magic Pharmacist Association inherently deals with magic potion formula verification, confidentiality was ensured, offering a certain authority. Vernon's side immediately commenced related operations, mobilizing his alchemists to start mass-producing magic potions for the subsequent market promotion. In the meditation room, after completing his daily meditation, Herag looked at the bloodline mark on his chest. He tried to activate it and found that he could use a portion of its power. Since advancing to a level 2 wizard, he could barely resist the suppressive effect of the world will. Though the suppressive effect was still strong, he could finally tap into some of the power in the bloodline mark. Especially after using the world furnace to integrate the spatial and temporal rules into his body, the suppression from the world will weaken a bit more. After finishing those trivial matters recently, Herag began studying the changes in the bloodline mark. He sensed that after advancing to a level 2 wizard, the bloodline mark seemed to have undergone some changes, though he wasn't clear on the specifics. When he integrated the temporal rule into his body, this feeling became even stronger. With a thought, Herag activated the bloodline mark, and besides the increase in physical power, like before, and the sparking of electricity on the surface of his body, he also heard some faint and indistinct sounds. These sounds were chaotic and faint, like countless mosquitoes buzzing around his ears. Herag closed his eyes, immersing in his thoughts, and noticed many tiny light spots floating around his body. It was from these light spots that the sounds by his ear emanated. Looking at the light spots floating around him, Herag was filled with doubt and confusion. He tried to touch one of the light spots with a thought. Immediately, the sounds from the light spot gradually amplified, and a scene appeared before Herag's eyes. "Great gods of the heavens, please let me bear a child soon." A voluptuous and beautiful woman knelt by a window, her hands clasped at her chest, silently praying with her eyes closed. The scene initially showed just a white expanse, and Herag couldn't make sense of it. With a thought, the scene shifted, and he saw the full picture. Is this a prayer to the gods? Herag speculated. Based on the prayer wordings from the beautiful woman, it indeed seemed to be a prayer to the gods. Herag thought to himself, she's using the Sivir language, which suggests she's likely from the Kala continent. The Kala continent indeed lacks a unified faith, and many gods are worshipped by the people. It's true that many pray directly to the heavens. But the strange thing is, why can I hear these voices? Herag was well aware of his own power, far from reaching the level of the gods. Yet he could hear the prayers of others and even see the visions. He thought that perhaps the tiny light spots floating around his body were all from people currently praying. Herag recalled this was the first time such a phenomenon occurred after he advanced to a level 2 wizard and activated the power of the bloodline mark. Previously, he had activated the bloodline mark many times and never encountered such a situation. So it was most likely related to his advancement to a level 2 wizard. Herag speculated two possibilities, one being due to the Thunder God ancestral bloodline power. After he advanced to a level 2 wizard, his bloodline power also enhanced, thus unlocking some hidden bloodline powers. Since the Thunder God ancestral bloodline power was of a very high stature, such a phenomenon could indeed occur. Upon advancing to a level 2 wizard, by activating the bloodline mark, he naturally gained god-like power, allowing him to hear the prayers of countless supplicants. Another possibility was due to the divine core. Herag had previously used a lot of the divine core's energy to aid his practice. In the process, might have absorbed some of its traits, resulting in this ability after advancing to a level 2 wizard. He glanced at the kneeling beautiful woman and asked, "Why do you want a child?" Herag's question was transmitted in the form of a thought, directly reaching the beautiful woman's mind. Monsieur suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing the voice in her mind, stirring with emotion. She raised a wave of whiteness. It wasn't transmitted through any language, but rather directly as thoughts into her mind. Monsieur had always prayed daily without any feedback from the gods. But this time she had indeed received a message from the gods, inevitably making her a bit excited. Great God, forgive my excitement. My name is Monsieur. 3 years ago, I married into the Farrell family, a wealthy merchant family. Unfortunately, my husband is impotent, so I've been unable to conceive a child. Now the patriarch is critically ill and may soon pass away. If we still don't have a child by then, we'll be at a disadvantage when competing for the inheritance. Monsieur requests from the god the blessing to bear a child. Monsieur spoke while bowing deeply to the ground, her curves enticingly raised. Herag stroked his chin, realizing he couldn't magically make a woman pregnant. She was certainly asking the wrong person. "Where are you?" Herag asked. Monsieur heard the voice in her mind and promptly said, "I am in Shahai City, land of dawn at No. 39 Golden Fish Street." Herag was speechless, as the woman had directly disclosed her address. He knew Shahai City, located in the east of Land of Dawn. It was a moderately sized city belonging to Surlendir. Herag couldn't really help with the matter, but saying he couldn't might harm his godly prestige. After thinking, he said, "You are not my follower, so I am not obligated to help you." Upon hearing, Monsieur quickly said, "Great God, may I ask your name? Monsieur wishes to become your faithful follower." Herag thought briefly and casually replied, "My name is Eternal." After speaking, he exited the light spot without further conversation with Monsieur. The term eternal was something Herag thought of. Arbitrarily, it was also one of his goals to become an eternal and immortal existence. A wisp of white light floated out from a light spot and merged into Herag's body. Herag noticed it was Monsieur's light spot. The light spot, previously floating randomly around his body, now slowly revolved around him. Curious, Herag entered Monsieur's light spot once more, observing Monsieur still kneeling and praying to him. extolling his greatness. Suddenly, Herag grasped what that wisp of white light was probably the wish power from a believer, though he didn't know its exact use. This was his first time being a god. He lacked experience and couldn't ask someone how to be one. It seemed once someone became his follower, their light spot would revolve around him. Herag continued to delve into the light spot, seeing that after Monsieur finished praying, she moved to the bathroom to undress. The bathtub with hot water prepared by servants was nearby, suggesting she had a habit of bathing after prayers. Good habit. Herag silently gave a thumbs up, then carefully observed his first believer. In this way, he could see what his believers were doing anytime, anywhere. The thought made Herag instantly lose the desire to believe in any gods. The gods are watching you. He hadn't expected that statement to be true. For the believers, this might be a blissful thing, but for someone like Herag who had no faith, it was terrifying. He didn't want anyone to be able to watch him at any time. Herag gazed at the pleasing scene before him, somewhat reluctant to leave. Monsieur was also oblivious, slowly washing in the bathtub, her impressive figure fully on display. After watching for a while, Herag retreated and began to study that strand of wish power. This strand of wish power floated under the spiritual crystal in his mind. He touched this strand of wish power with his mind and learned some information. The simplest way to use wish power is to consume a portion of it, to send something directly to the believer. This transmission ignores the limitations of planes, even if they are in different planes. Herag immediately thought of the abyssal cultists he'd encountered before. The demons in their hands were probably delivered this way. His current wish power was too little, so he couldn't do anything. Herag then clicked on another light point, and a voice came through. "Damn the gods, I've begged you so many times, can't you let me win just once?" A man's voice came through with a hint of rage. Herag frowned as he watched the scene before him. The narrow room was cluttered with debris, and the floor was littered with wine bottles. A disheveled man held a bottle of wine, sitting on the messy floor, cursing under his breath. Herag listened for a while and roughly understood that this man had been losing at gambling a lot recently and borrowed money to continue losing. Now he not only lost all his original money, but also was deep in debt. It seemed he borrowed some more money today, planning to recoup it tomorrow, so he prayed to the gods. His way of praying was somewhat peculiar, directly resorting to cursing. The gods would shake their heads at this situation too. Herag directly conveyed a message: gambling dogs must die. After saying that, he exited the light point, ignoring it further. In short, this man had been blacklisted by the gods. After exiting this light point, Herag clicked on another one at random. "Great gods, tomorrow is the night apprentice exam. Can you grant me great power to help me pass this exam? Oh, and if possible, can you make that annoying William have a stomachache tomorrow? I don't want to see him pass the exam." A boy, looking about 12 or 13, was quietly praying in a room. Herag looked at his attire and surroundings, and got the feeling this wasn't the land of dawn. He could only see the surroundings centered on the prayer but couldn't see further, so he couldn't get much information. Herag asked, "Where are you?" The boy's eyes lit up, surprised to receive a reply from some god, and he quickly said, "I'm in Silver Village." Herag was speechless. Just saying the village's name was useless, as he couldn't find related information. "What's the name of the continent under your feet?" Herag asked more specifically. The boy was a bit puzzled. "Continent? I'm sorry, great god, I only know I belong to the Red Leaf Empire. I'm not sure which continent." Red Leaf Empire? Never heard of it. Herag was a little puzzled. This name didn't belong to Kala continent or Colson continent. But the boy was indeed speaking the language of the wizard. Plain, so it seemed to be another continent. Herag used his old trick. "You're not my believer yet, so I have no obligation to help you." He planned to develop a couple more believers to see if having more wish power would be useful. Herag was selective about developing believers. He wouldn't take in just anyone, and those like the gambler were impossible to take in. Pex is willing to become a loyal believer of the gods. Pex quickly knelt down and kowtowed after hearing this. He thought this was an opportunity. He had only heard of a few lucky persons getting a response from the gods, and he didn't expect the chance to fall on him now. After glancing at him, Herag exited, and there was one more light point circling him. A wisp of white wish power floated out from Pex's light point and settled into his mind. Herag then looked at several other light points and found that most were ordinary people and not doing well, with little development value. He thought about it and agreed, if they were doing well, there'd be no need to pray to the gods. Those praying to the gods were either in temporary trouble or doing poorly, hoping for the gods to lend a hand. Herag saw at least a dozen people hoping he would directly grant them a chest of gold coins, and even some hoping for the gods to bestow upon them 8 women. After watching for a while, Herag felt he was wasting time. These people were too outrageous. Moreover, not everyone was so devout and easy to deceive. Some wouldn't believe in you without direct benefits. Although they said they wanted to become his believers, they didn't really have that intention at heart. Because from Herag's side, he could directly see whether the other person was his believer, if they were. Not only would wish power float out, but the light point would also orbit around him slowly. Many people even wanted to deceive the gods. Herag's side took a mental note and stopped activating the bloodline mark, exiting this state. He could now consciously control whether or not to enter the divine state. Herag closed his eyes again and started the daily meditation he had to complete. After advancing to a level 2 wizard, his meditation speed was no longer so slow, returning to normal speed. There were a total of 37 stars in Herag's mind. The first 2 array maps were full, and 12 stars on the 3rd array map were lit, with 18 stars yet to be lit. Advancing to a level 2 wizard, the increase in spiritual power not only enlarged the spiritual crystal, but also expanded his mind. At the level of a level 2 wizard, meditation seemed to be about expanding one's mind and enhancing one's limits. Herag meditated while pondering the things he just experienced. He suddenly thought about whether there was a way to have people specifically pray to him. If he could achieve this, Herag could have people he completely trusted pray to him directly. That way, no matter where Herag was or which plane he was on, he could directly communicate with these people. This form of communication was far more effective than talisman stones and was completely free from the limitations of the magic net. After Herag thought of this possibility, he immediately began to ponder how to get others to pray to him. Judging by the previous situation, this kind of prayer directed at the gods of the heavens can be received by all gods. It just depends on whether the gods are willing to tap on the light points. The light points Herag just tapped on mostly come from the wizard plane, and he hasn't encountered any from other planes, indicating that currently he can only receive light points from his own plane. However, those light points that have already become his followers might be able to ignore plane limitations and will always hover around for him to choose. There are so many light points floating around Herag's body, and before tapping on a light point, he cannot know specifically who issued the prayer. Without special means, even if there's a trustworthy person praying, it is hard for Herag to identify that person among the countless light points. Finding them one by one is unrealistic, too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it may not even be successful. How do other gods let their followers find them? Herag suddenly thought of this question. After pondering for a moment, he had a guess in his mind, which is the gods' titles. Every god has their own title. Perhaps by chanting the title of a god, followers can directly convey their prayers to the god. Herag thought of the word eternal that he had casually mentioned earlier, perhaps inadvertently choosing his own title. He decided to experiment with his idea. This matter definitely requires his most trusted person to test, and the most trusted beside him is Reese. Herag left the meditation room, found Reese, and explained his idea. Pray to a god named Eternal. Reese looked puzzled, somewhat skeptical if Herag was joking with her. Herag scratched the back of his head. Why don't you try it first? Just make sure to pray sincerely and devoutly. Reese rolled her eyes at Herag. Though she didn't understand why, she still did as told, considering it just playing along with Herag. She closed her eyes and started praying earnestly. Seeing this, Herag activated the bloodline mark, entering the divine state, surrounded by countless floating light points. 2 light points orbiting him were those representing Monsieur and Pex. Herag was looking at the countless light points around, contemplating which one might be Reese's. At that moment, in the midst of the countless light points in front of him, there was a light point emitting a golden glow distinctly different from the others. Hereg immediately tapped on this light point, and Rhys's voice came through. "Great eternal God, please listen to my most devout prayer." I have heard," Hereg replied. Hearing the message in her mind, Rhys frowned slightly, feeling that this reply seemed a bit odd. She didn't hear a sound. It was information transmitted directly into her mind, thus making it impossible to identify who it was through voice. Rhys found it strange whether prayers could really communicate with gods. She somewhat doubted the voice in her mind was real, feeling it a bit fake. Rhys couldn't understand why, it was just a gut feeling. Suddenly she opened her eyes, and seeing Hereg grinning foolishly, she immediately realized it was Hereg's prank and pinched him. Hereg didn't dare to dodge and had to endure it. After some playful teasing, Hereg finally told the truth, explaining the situation he encountered to Rhys. Hereg had been considering whether to tell Rhys about this, and later thought if he wanted to use this method to contact his trusted people, he definitely had to tell them about it. Praying and accepting prayers is a mutual process, something Hereg cannot complete alone. After listening, Rhys pondered, I had heard before that supposedly those mighty gods are actually just powerful individuals. Wizards, if they grow to a certain extent, can capture deities at will for study. But those are merely legends. I didn't expect you to possess abilities similar to a god. Hereg said, I also haven't figured out why. Maybe it's some changes after advancing to level 2 wizard, and it's not exactly something you can ask outsiders about. He concealed the matter of the bloodline mark, only saying that after advancing to level 2 wizard, he had gained such ability. Anyway, the process isn't important. The result of being able to communicate through prayers is what's most important. Rhys also didn't understand, pondered for a while, then decided not to think about it anymore. She said happily, so this means no matter where you are in the future, even if you're on other planes, I can talk to you anytime. Haven't tried it on other planes yet, but it should work, Hereg said. Rhys was pleased, closed her eyes again to pray, truly becoming Hereg's follower this time. A light point also floated around Hereg, orbiting him. Hereg exited the divine state, thought for a while, and said, try praying again now, I'll see if I can sense it this time. He wanted to test if he could sense the prayers from followers without being in the divine state. Rhys nodded, closed her eyes, and began to pray. As she started praying, Hereg had a faint feeling, sensing that among the light points floating around him, someone was calling him. This feeling was very weak, and if not particularly focused, it would go unnoticed. Hereg also discovered that he could completely block these sensations with a mere thought. He thought it made sense if gods with countless followers couldn't block out the voices from their followers, they'd be annoyed to death every day. Hereg then took out the black space and said to Rhys, once I'm inside, try praying to me again. He wanted to test if communication was possible in different spaces. Hereg landed again on the ground of the black space, right next to the white deer. The white deer was lying on the ground. It turned its head to look at him, then looked away uninterested after noticing Hereg didn't have any grass in his hand. Over the years, Hereg occasionally fed it something to eat. The white deer had no wariness of him but wasn't particularly friendly either. Being confined in such a desolate place for so long, even a deer would bear resentment. Hereg didn't dare to release it. He sensed that this white deer was gradually becoming stronger, its aura growing more powerful. He suspected that once he released the white deer, it would be nearly impossible to capture it again. This white deer was naturally able to utilize spatial rules, and to what extent it was now was unknown. Hereg used to harvest some blood for absorption from time to time over the past few years, but eventually found it ineffective and stopped absorbing the white deer's bloodline power. He glanced at the white deer, retrieved a big bag of beans from the space ring, and tossed it over. This big bag is enough for the white deer to eat for half a month. The white deer walked over and gently bit open the bag, then started eating. In the distance, there's also a large pit filled with fresh drinking water. At the bottom of the pit, there is a witch array designed by Hereg that can purify the water at any time, so there's no worry about it turning into stagnant water and becoming undrinkable. Hereg had been thinking about how to deal with this white deer, but it seems it's of little use to him now. If he kills it, it seems a bit of a waste, but keeping it doesn't do much good, and if released, it would just run away. since Herag couldn't think of a suitable way to handle it. He decided to keep it for now. After throwing the bag over, Herag sensed that a follower was praying to him. He activated the bloodline mark and entered the divine state, seeing that among the 3 points of light surrounding him, one was emitting a golden glow. Herag could now sense which light point belonged to whom, and just by looking, he knew it was Rhys's. He tapped on the light point, heard Rhys's prayer, and also saw the scene around Rhys. After completing the experiment, Herag glanced at the white deer and exited the black space. The white deer took a sip of water and looked at the place, where Herag left, pondering something unknown. After coming out, Herag said, "I can receive your prayers, so it seems there's a high probability I can receive them from other planes as well. Now I don't have to worry about not being able to contact you," Rhys laughed. Looking at her smile, Herag suddenly thought, isn't this also a way to check in at any time and place? In the future, Rhys could initiate a prayer anytime and anywhere to ask Herag what he was doing. Correspondingly, Herag could also check on what Rhys was doing at any time. While Herag was reading in the meditation room, he sensed that a follower was calling him. Rhys was next door, so it couldn't be her. Then it was either Pex or Monsieur. Herag curiously checked and found that it was Pex who was praying. He tapped on Pex's light point. Pex was in his cabin praying, "Great eternal God, thank you for helping me pass the night apprentice exam, and also thank you for making that awful William sprain his ankle. But it's a pity that William still passed the exam without even attending. I only learned today that William's father is an official knight." Pex rambled on, as if he had no one to talk to usually. He never thought that a god could hear these things, using it as a tree hole to speak freely. Herag stroked his chin, thinking he hadn't done anything. Pex passing the knight apprentice exam had nothing to do with him, and that William spraining his ankle had even less to do with him. But Pex attributed all these to Herag, contributing a lot of devout wish power. Through this incident, Herag also discovered that the more devout the followers were, the more wish power they contributed. Pex's contribution of wish power in this short time was equivalent to half a month's worth of prayers. In light of this wish power, Herag decided to help this little follower, saying, "Show me your swordsmanship." He saw the sword on Pex's body, assuming he learned swordsmanship. Pex, upon hearing the voice in his mind, excitedly gripped the sword hilt tightly. "All right, oh God." He began to draw his sword and started practicing, albeit clumsily. Pex's speed was slow, but it was clear he was serious, striving to meet the standard with each move. Unfortunately, his talent was a bit lacking, resulting in a performance that was truly hard to watch. Perhaps Herag's standards were too high. For Pex's age, maybe he was okay otherwise. He wouldn't have passed the knight apprentice exam. But Herag had once taught Ed, a genius about the same age as Pex, and the difference between them was quite stark. Indeed, comparisons should not be made between people. Herag watched Pex's practice attentively and directly transmitted some of the issues into Pex's mind. He found that this method of information transmission was sometimes quite efficient. After Herag transmitted the information into Pex's mind, Pex immediately understood where he had issues. If communicated through language, it would take time to explain, sometimes requiring accompanying actions. But direct transmission into the mind bypassed these hassles, making the information transfer efficient and accurate. After receiving the information, Pex knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Thank you, great eternal God." He then stood up, went to the yard, and began practicing swordsmanship, correcting each issue pointed out by Herag. But Pex's talent was really lacking, learning very slowly, and it took a long time to correct a single move. But this kid was very patient, not rushing, practicing the entire day, and could repeat a single technique countless times. After watching for a while, Herag exited and glanced at Monsieur's light point. Curious about what this beautiful woman was doing, he tapped into it. "Shameless, get out." As soon as Herag tapped in, he heard 2 angry shouts, suddenly feeling guilty like he had been caught spying. Upon closer inspection, he understood it wasn't directed at him. Monsieur stood in the room, facing a man dressed in luxurious clothing, clearly a nobleman, with a bright red slap mark on his face. "Think about it some more." The man didn't seem to care, continuing while covering his face. Monsieur's eyes widened in anger. You actually want me with another man, are you still human?" Just endure it as long as you can bear a child. Once we secure the inheritance, this won't be an issue. Compared to family wealth, this grievance is nothing. The man continued to persuade. Get out, just remarry someone else, expecting me to do such a thing unless I'm dead, Monsieur said furiously. The man sighed helplessly. Think it over. He turned and left after speaking. After the man left, Monsieur was overwhelmed with anger, her emotions unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, 2 tears rolled down Monsieur's cheeks, and she sobbed silently in the room. The man who just left was her nominal husband, Mayer. Monsieur knew clearly that Mayer was unwilling to remarry another woman because he valued the influence of her family. Monsieur was born into a wizard family but didn't have great aptitude. She barely became an official wizard through various means, with no hope in sight for reaching liquefaction. Mayer wanting to share in the family inheritance wasn't simple. A child alone wasn't enough. He also needed the support of Monsieur's family influence. With Mayer's abilities, he couldn't find any other women with backgrounds, and others didn't think highly of him either. For him, it was entirely a matter of begging Monsieur, which is why he humbled himself before Monsieur. Mayer, for the sake of dividing the inheritance, had almost lost his sanity, hence came up with such an absurd idea. Monsieur became thoroughly disappointed with this man after hearing what Mayer said. The two have been married for 3 years, but the marriage has always been in name only. Aside from the lack of ability in that aspect, Mayer has indulged in every other bad habit he could. Monsieur only barely maintains the role of a wife because of family reasons. She even prayed to the gods to conceive a child, but all just for the sake of this family. To Monsieur, she actually didn't care about that money. She was born into a wizard family and naturally wouldn't value this money too much. Herag watched this unfold without knowing what to say. He couldn't really help Monsieur. He could guide Pex in swordsmanship, but with Monsieur he was truly powerless, unable to reach out. Herag, during this period, continued to research several spell models for second-level spells, delving into spatial rules and time rules. Many things happened during this period. The Nightingale Commerce Association had officially launched their magic potion, rapidly occupying the market. Because the magic potion introduced by the Nightingale Commerce Association was cheaper and more effective, it was very popular, causing a huge impact on other magic potion merchants. Some associations even directly complained to the Wizard Alliance, accusing the Nightingale Commerce Association of malicious competition, suppressing other associations. Everyone usually sells so much, you suddenly drop the price, are you flipping the table? However, after the Wizard Alliance accepted the complaint and investigated, they found that the Nightingale Commerce Association truly did not maliciously lower prices. Their costs were indeed much lower, so selling cheaper was appropriate. Moreover, with the potion being more effective and popular, it is very reasonable. This was someone else's capability, and the Wizard Alliance couldn't interfere. Herag wasn't too concerned about these business matters. With Vernon in charge over there, he didn't need to worry too much. What he cared about was another matter, which was the trade between the Land of Dawn and the Barren Land officially opening up. Everyone could apply to the major wizard organizations to go to the Barren Land and establish trade relations. The people on Herag's side acted quickest and had long prepared a series of things. As he was with Serlandir, coupled with Serlandir having a share in it, all applications were instantly approved. After trade opened up, an airship took off from Silver Moon City heading towards the Barren Land. In the past, it was necessary to go through the Wizard Alliance for review, but now the major wizard organizations reviewed them themselves, equivalent to having no restrictions. Herag did not take this opportunity to go to the Barren Land, as he knew there was still a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. And that was Fran, the level 3 wizard of the Eye of the Storm. These years Herag has stayed in Silver Moon City, focused solely on meditation practice, not going anywhere. Everything seemed calm, as if Fran had forgotten him. But Herag knew very well that these few years are just a brief moment for wizards. Fran definitely has the patience to wait. As long as there's an opportunity, Fran would certainly strike. Besides Fran, the Taylor family over there also wasn't peaceful. Even though Herag had already made the situation in the Demon Plain clear, Serlandir still asked about it every now and then. The topic of inquiry was always the same, whether there was any information related to metal. After the experience of Fran's questioning, Herag spent a lot of money buying a witchcraft artifact called Pale Heart. This is a level 2 witchcraft artifact, shaped like a feather badge, small and exquisite, costing 180,000 magic stones. Pale Heart can shield against other wizards' detection and hide its own various auras and information. Herag didn't want to be questioned by a level 3 wizard like Fran again, revealing everything without speaking. With Pale Heart, it was much safer. Soon after Herag wore Pale Heart, people from the Taylor family came through formal channels to ask about some things. It involved a lot of key issues regarding metal, and Herag answered them without any leaks. Anyway, he just said that there were indeed some conflicts in the X617 world, but after entering the demon plane, he never saw metal, and he quickly returned from the demon plane. With the protection of Pale Heart, the Taylor family didn't discern any information from him. Moreover, Herag indeed hadn't stayed long before being sent back by the expedition team. From a probability standpoint, it was truly difficult to encounter other wizards in such a short time, let alone just happening to meet metal. Therefore, for the time being, the Taylor family had no concrete evidence to prove that Herag did anything to metal. The past 2 years were fine, but because they hadn't found metal, the Taylor family started asking again occasionally. Herag just played dumb, distancing himself from the matter altogether. Metal died in the demon plane, with even her soul being dealt with by Herag, hence he wasn't worried about the soul being retrieved. Over the years, some wizards who participated in the cradle action gradually returned, around 20 people. Most of them were still in the demon plane, either not found or dead. The entire plane was simply too large. The expedition team only had so many people, and it was remarkable to find around 20 people in these few years. Even though the Taylor family haven't done anything to Herag for now, he remained vigilant at all times. He knew these big families sometimes didn't need evidence. To act, they only needed a reason, so he couldn't relax his guard. The problem Herag now faced was, in order to advance to a level 3 wizard, he needed the aid of the Key of Rules. If he relied solely on his own comprehension of the power of rules, it would probably take thousands of years to fully comprehend all rules. This time span was excessively long. Herag couldn't afford to wait now. He had already seen such a future, therefore couldn't follow the previous idea of slow growth using time, eventually advancing to a level 3 wizard. Now, he must rapidly increase his strength as quickly as possible. He continues to pursue the Key of Rules to help him swiftly comprehend rules. But the reliable channels for acquiring the Key of Rules currently are only Serlandir's secret vault, requiring several thousand contribution points to exchange. Herag clearly knew he couldn't accumulate contribution points slowly for exchange, as that process would also take a long time. By the time he's amassed enough contribution points, the wizard plane might be destroyed. Therefore, he needs to find other channels for acquiring the Key of Rules. The Key of Rules is very hard to obtain outside the wizard organization. Very few ever circulate. Even if some do circulate, they mostly appear at auctions, and without significant financial power, you can't secure one. The price at each auction varies, all depending on the number of competitors at the time, leading to huge price differences. If you're lucky and there's not much competition, you might secure one for a couple of 100,000 magic stones. But if someone is determined and financially capable, the price could skyrocket to astronomical figures. The Key of Rules is extremely crucial, not only for what a crystallization wizard needs for advancement, but also for what a level 2 wizard needs to comprehend the rules. Crystallization wizards and level 2 wizards are both the backbone of all major forces. This makes the Key of Rules highly sought after and exceedingly difficult to obtain. In recent times, Herag has also been having people keep an eye out for news about the Key of Rules, ready to attempt to acquire it if any news emerges. He has already successfully comprehended the most difficult space and time rules, and the perception of other rules should be somewhat easier. This is all thanks to his past experience as a master of the world. The insights he gained then are beyond what ordinary wizards can imagine. Holding the world staff, being able to clearly sense the presence of all rules within an entire plane, is an experience every wizard dreams of. Herag believes that his smooth comprehension of the rules is likely also related to his own bloodline. The rank of the Thunder God ancestral bloodline is so high that it greatly aids in his comprehension of the rule power. Since those who can advance to level 2 wizard have remarkable talents, they are all talents of major forces with abundant resources. Even so, the success rate for level 2 wizards in comprehending the rules remains quite low. Herag can use the world staff to perceive the rules, and naturally others can too. Every wizard organization has its own small plane, and certainly has tools like the world staff, but comprehending the world rules is still very difficult. The number of level 3 wizards is not many, and the aspect of comprehending the rules has hindered many, not to mention the need to gain recognition from the world will. Herag doesn't know when he will gain the recognition of the world will, but comprehending various rules as quickly as possible is certainly the top priority. At present, there is no news about the key of rules, so he can only continue his meditation practice step by step. A few days later, deep into the night, Herag was lying on bed, holding Reese during meditation when he suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a familiar aura, the aura from the abyss plane. Herag got off the bed and went to the balcony. The night breeze swept by, bringing a slight chill. It was deep into the night, the surroundings were very quiet, and most houses already had their lights off. Herag looked up at the sky. The abyss plane aura he felt seemed to come from all directions, with no specific source. Herag found it strange, previously. The abyss plane aura he sensed always came from a particular demon, item, or person. But this time, the abyss plane aura was spread across various places, almost as if it had merged with the aura of the wizard plane. Although this aura was very faint, its manner of distribution made Herag associate it with some rather unpleasant thoughts. Herag thought of the future he had seen before. Those formidable demons were probably from the abyss plane. Looking at the outcomes, it seems the abyss plane had found the coordinates of the wizard plane and established spatial channels. In the land of dawn, with so many abyssal cultists around, these individuals tirelessly sought ways to bring the existence of the abyss plane here. Throughout this process, countless coordinates were leaked. But establishing spatial channels is not that simple, as it requires very strict criteria for coordinates. Most coordinates cannot establish stable spatial channels, only a minority can. Herag recalled the scenes he had witnessed, and could confirm that on a certain day, the abyss plane had acquired plane coordinates capable of establishing spatial channels. As he sensed the faint abyss plane aura around him, his heart grew heavy. Herag knew this likely meant that spatial channels were already established, and that the arrival of beings from the abyss plane was imminent. When the time comes, cities like Silver Moon City will become ruins, countless people will perish, and even the Kala continent could easily be split in two. Back in the era of Radiance, when the wizard plane was at the height of its power, it barely repelled the abyss plane's invasions, leaving behind vast polluted areas to this day. Given the current strength of the wizard plane, there is almost no possibility of stopping the abyss plane's invasion. The gap in power is too vast. Nowadays, the strongest known figure is the Eye of the Storm, the one closest to a level 5 wizard, and there isn't even a 6th ring wizard. The wizard plane is a middle-tier world, yet it lacks the strength to match a middle-tier world. Thinking of these things sent chills down Herag's spine. He felt helpless and uncertain about what to do for the first time. His own power is too weak. He has almost no ability to change the situation. Herag began to consider escape routes. As it stands, it seems unlikely that his power will rise to a high level before disaster strikes. If he can't fight, then the only option is to run. But if even the land of dawn isn't safe, where would be? The descent of the abyss would inevitably be a disaster for the entire wizard plane, one no one can escape from. Herag immediately thought that each wizard organization had its own small planes, and crucial figures would likely hide in these to escape when the time comes. Heartless as it may be, directly escaping to and severing the spatial channels to the wizard plane would mean not worrying about being pursued by those from the abyss plane. But the number of small planes is limited, and so are the resources. Herag doesn't think these wizard organizations would be kind enough to admit everyone for refuge. Being able to enter these small planes surely has high prerequisites. Insufficient background or power won't cut it. Herag thought about it. He might possibly barely qualify for entry, but Reese and others would struggle. He sighed, gazing at the stars speckling the vast sky, deep in thought. Reese, in her deep sleep, instinctively reached to her side, and upon finding it empty, awoke. She noticed Herag wasn't by her side, turned her head, and saw him lost in thought on the balcony. "What's wrong?" Reese said as she hugged Herag from behind, using her body heat to warm him in the night wind. Herag smiled. "Nothing, let's go back to sleep." He turned around, embracing Reese in her camisole, and the two returned to the warmth of their bed covers. Early the next morning, Herag received a message from Vernon, whom he had earlier asked to keep an eye out for news of the Key of Rules. There will be a rather significant auction in Silver Moon City next month, Vernon said. Herag asked, "Is there a Key of Rules?" "No news on the Key of Rules for now, but there is something else you might be interested in, the messenger ceremony," Vernon replied. "The messenger ceremony? Then it's worth checking out," Herag said. Herag had long been envious of the Checky family's messenger, a thing capable of transmitting messages and sending items across space. Some messengers can even cross planes if you know the coordinates. However, such messengers are rare, and very few possess such a messenger. The Checky family's messenger can only cross space within the wizard plane, lacking the ability to cross planes. Messengers are usually contracted through the messenger ceremony. The messenger ceremony allows you to sign messenger contracts with existences from countless planes, all of whom have the capability to become messengers. Some messengers might be remarkably powerful, while others may be quite weak. The capability to summon a particular type of messenger is entirely at the whim of luck, and whether a contract can be signed depends on the other party's willingness, which cannot be forced. When Herag previously asked Vernon to keep an eye out for the Key of Rules, he also casually mentioned this, never expecting to actually hear something related to messengers. This option is often more convenient than communicating with one's followers, easier in daily use. The follower's path requires the other party to become one's follower, a condition that makes this method suitable only for communicating with Reese and Asuna. Herag could never mention follower-related matters to those he doesn't trust, nor would unfamiliar people irrationally start worshipping some god. Others would only think you're insane. However, messengers perfectly solve this issue. A cost is paid, and it can directly be sent over. After learning about the messenger ceremony, Herag found himself somewhat intrigued. He now has an account balance of 1.2 million magic stones, with an additional 150,000 magic stones in the space ring. These 150,000 magic stones came from Metal's space ring. Though they've been checked without any problems, Herag still feels reluctant to use them unnecessarily. If these magic stones have some imperceptible marking, using them would spell trouble. Herag isn't short of magic stones at the moment, so there's no need to add extra trouble for himself. Recently, a steady influx of magic stones has arrived, all from dividends from the Nightingale Commerce Association. Despite having so many magic stones in his account balance, Herag cannot feel happy. In the past, he would have been overjoyed, but now he feels rather conflicted deep inside. If the abyss descends, even an abundance of magic stones would be useless. Herag could only convert these magic stones as much as possible into effective resources, rather than cold numbers in the talisman stones. This auction is jointly organized by major commerce associations, held at a main hall in Silver Moon City, chosen through Vernon's intentional promotion, located toward the southern side of Silver Moon City Center. Herag stepped down from his carriage in ceremonial attire, assisting Reese, who also wore splendid clothes. As soon as he alighted, many people approached to greet him. Currently, Herag is no longer the newcomer junior wizard in Silver Moon City, without any background. Becoming a level 2 wizard, sheer power alone has earned him considerable attention. Moreover, with the Nightingale Commerce Association's magic potion business flourishing, Herag's fame has grown alongside these magic potions' market penetration. Now, business in the barren land is expanding, while the Checky family commits themselves wholeheartedly to the partnership. Herag hasn't meddled much in these affairs, merely occasionally observing the situation. Reese takes charge of these matters, currently encountering no issues. The trade route between the Checky family and the Nightingale Commerce Association successfully established after some time. Despite some initial hiccups, these were resolved eventually. Their trade line is the first route, handling numerous other businesses aside from magic potion dealings. Herag's dividends include only those related to magic potions, while others are excluded. The Checky family and Nightingale Commerce Association are relishing their profits now, with the Checky family's status in the barren land rising rapidly, many seeking their favor. There's no alternative. Their route enables swift trade, with many dependent on the Checky family. Herag and Reese greeted many acquaintances upon entering the main hall, ascending later to the box upstairs. Vernon reserved box No. 3 for him, offering a great view of the stage's center. The box contains only 4 sofas, one double-seater, luxuriously soft. And when Herag and Reese sat, they naturally leaned close together. The auction soon began, the main hall below gradually filling with attendees. A graceful woman ascended the stage, beginning with some opening pleasantries. Herag recognized this woman. If he remembered correctly, she's the manager behind a villa restaurant named Rose. He might even be Talisman Stone friends with this woman, though they rarely communicate. Rose seems accustomed to such occasions, speaking naturally, sharing some jokes to warm the atmosphere. After chatting for a bit, she declared, "All right, I won't waste words further. Let the auction officially commence, and I hope you all find the items you desire." The first auction item is the ancient giant's horn. Simultaneously, a maid beside her released a bone horn from the space ring. This horn appears made from some kind of bone, its surface dark yellow, seemingly aged. Rose introduced, "This is a level 2 witchcraft artifact. Upon usage, summons a shadow of an ancient giant, possessing immense power, combat capabilities nearing a level 3 wizard, extremely formidable. Starting bid is 50,000 magic stones, with each increment no less than 10,000 magic stones." Herag had heard of this race, rumored to be a powerful race of the giant plane with astonishing strength. This horn likely summons a shadow of the ancient giant to assist in battle. If memory serves, the giant plane is a high-tier world, and the source of this horn remains a mystery. The wizard plane presently lacks any space pathways to the giant plane, equating to certain peril. 60,000 magic stones. Someone swiftly placed a bid. Such an item appeals to many, massively enhancing their security. Not everyone possesses Herag's formidable combat prowess. Many wizards nurtured in sheltered environments lack extensive battle experience. For people like Metal, from the moment they are born, it's destined that they won't encounter much danger, let alone fight for their lives. For them, it's more about issues of rights, status, and resource allocation. They don't need to fight personally. So things like the ancient giant's horn, which can directly enhance one's strength, are perfect for both attack and defense, with decent practicality. The price quickly reached 100,000 magic stones, with many people eagerly bidding. Herag didn't participate in the auction because he doesn't need such things. When he killed Metal before, he encountered a sort of knight's silhouette. Although this knight's silhouette wasn't as strong as the ancient giant's, Herag could see it wasn't very useful. To Herag, those who can kill him wouldn't fear this silhouette. Summoning it would be useless. The price of the horn kept climbing, finally stopping at 150,000 magic stones, bought by a male wizard in a robe. Herag glanced over. He didn't know this person but guessed he might be from a wizard family. After the horn was auctioned off, Rose continued to smile and said, "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the ancient giant's horn. The next item is a substitute death item." With this said, the venue became lively. Everyone knows what a substitute death item signifies. It's a chance to escape death, representing extremely high fault tolerance. Substitute death items are extremely rare, usually only possessed by important figures of various forces. For most people, these items aren't purchasable, as they are mainly held by major wizard organizations. Herag obtained his substitute death grassman by exchanging it in Serlandir's secret vault. When he entered the secret vault a second time, he wanted to exchange again, but there were none left. These things aren't simply obtained with contribution points, it also depends on luck and whether the secret vault is stock. So far, Harag has only seen Malcolm and Metal possess substitute death items or similar magic. These two are a talented student of a level 3 wizard and a direct descendant of the Taylor family, both with exceptional status and position. For other wizards, getting a substitute death item is even more challenging. After Rose finished speaking, a maid placed a small bottle on the table, containing a drop of blue liquid. Rose introduced, "This is the tear of the Dream Dragon. Once ingested, it grants the protection of the Dream Dragon, allowing it to shield you from a death crisis. The starting price is 100,000 magic stones, with each bid no less than 10,000 magic stones. 150,000 magic stones." As soon as Rose finished speaking, a male voice came from box 9. Harag looked over at the sound. It seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he recalled it was the head of the Mori family, who had a daughter named Amisha. The Mori family was in banking, very financially robust. Harag felt a bit of a headache. The competition could be tricky. Although he had over 1,000,000 magic stones, it still seemed insufficient compared to the Mori family. 160,000 magic stones. But the wealthy are never in short supply, especially on occasions like today, where the attendees are either rich or noble, not lacking money. Harag hadn't bid because a price wouldn't last more than a few seconds before being raised. Soon, the price of the tear of the Dream Dragon had reached 300,000 magic stones. At present, only 3 people were still competing in the auction: the head of the Mori family, Lady Wendy of the White Mountain Blackwater Commerce Association, and Nix of the Wyatt family. The Wyatt family is also a long-standing wizard family. Although not as large as the Taylor family, it is still a powerful wizard family. Harag didn't expect to see someone from the Wyatt family in Silver Moon City. He remembered this family usually operated in northern Surlandir, while Silver Moon City is located in the far south of Surlandir. 350,000 magic stones. Shatter of the Mori family continued to bid, financially assertive. Nix, seated in the grand hall, pondered for a while and didn't continue bidding, as the price had likely exceeded his psychological threshold. 380,000 magic stones. Came Lady Wendy's voice from box 5, also a wealthy personage. With this price, Shatter also paused contemplatively, not rushing to bid again. The crowd in the hall watched this scene, drawing a cold breath. These two were truly wealthy. Rose smiled and watched, not hurried to speak, knowing it wasn't over yet. 400,000 magic stones, Shatter finally said after a while. With this price, it had entirely exceeded the actual value of the tear of the Dream Dragon. Even if it's a substitute death item, it shouldn't cost this many magic stones. It's simply because rarity makes it expensive. Substitute death items are just too rare. In box 5, Lady Wendy lay on the sofa, draped in a light veil, her white, tender feet curled up. With a wry smile she said, "Forget it, let him have it." Many people looked towards box 5. Seeing Lady Wendy remain silent, they could roughly anticipate the result. So, are there any further bids? The price for the tear of the Dream Dragon is currently at 400,000 magic stones. If there are no more bids, then it's 400,000 magic stones for the first time, Rose said with a smile. 400,000 magic stones. Second, 450,000 magic stones, came Harag's voice from box 3, resulting in instant silence. I think it's Harag, the alchemist behind the Nightingale Commerce Association. Does he have that much money? You wouldn't know. After a brief silence, murmurs started in the hall. Harag hadn't bid before, so nobody paid much attention to box 3. Now, with a sudden bid of 450,000, many uninformed people were curious. In box 3, Harag looked at the drop of blue tear. He was determined to get it. To Harag now, magic stones are meant to be used, or they're just numbers. Given that he has seen such a future, he must enhance his strength and arm himself as much as possible. This kind of substitute death item is precisely what he currently needs. Needing it and being able to afford the price, There was no reason to miss it. Shatter also paused for a moment. After learning it was Herag in Box 3, he recalled a bit. He had heard of this young man often in recent years. After bringing Amisha home, Shatter didn't have much impression of Herag, and almost forgot about him by the next day. To someone like him, a junior wizard like Herag wasn't worth remembering. There were some things about Herag that Shatter had also heard about, but he didn't pay much attention to them. What really made Shatter remember Herag was the first-class honor medal. Not everyone can get that. Shatter did not expect that the junior wizard from the past had already grown so much in a flash. The speed was too fast. Now even Lady Wendy has already given up on bidding, but Herag still dares to come out and bid, indicating he is quite confident. Shatter naturally also had an understanding of the Nightingale Commerce Association, knowing they had made quite a lot recently. But Herag wanting to bid against him was still a bit lacking. Shatter thought for a while and didn't continue to bid. He had long passed the years of youthful exuberance and considered the practical situations in everything. The price for the Dream Dragon's tears was already excessively high. Shatter could continue to bid, but there was no need. In a way, this was also a small gesture of goodwill from him to Herag. At this moment, everyone was looking at Box 9, only to be surprised after waiting a while that no further bids were made. No one would doubt the Mori family's financial power, and their abstaining from bidding could only mean they didn't want to bid. Herag was also a bit surprised, as he was prepared to continue bleeding financially. For him, magic stone had no meaning. He had to convert the magic stones into resources as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Shatter directly gave up. 45,000 magic stones for the third time. Congratulations to the gentleman in Box 3 for winning the Dream Dragon's tears, Rose said with a smile. Before long, the Dream Dragon's tears were delivered to the box, and Herag put them away after making the payment. Having once again obtained a substitute death item, the margin for error increased significantly, at least no longer worrying about a sudden demise. For the subsequent auction items, Herag did not place any bids. He had only more than 700,000 magic stones in the talisman stone. He had to reserve them to bid for the messenger ceremony, which was the main purpose of this trip. About an hour passed, and Herag was almost dozing off until seeing the messenger ceremony brought issue to make him pay attention. On the table next to Rose was an antique-looking mirror. The mirror surface was pitch black, non-reflective, as if all light was absorbed by it. The frame was black and gold, carved with many vine-like plants, giving it an ancient look. Rose smiled and said, "Everyone, the mirror that we are about to introduce next is a messenger ceremony. I believe everyone is well aware that the messenger ceremony is a very rare item, so I won't say much more. The starting price is 10,000 magic stones, with each increment not less than 1,000 magic stones." The starting price of the messenger ceremony was even slightly lower than the Dream Dragon's tears, and it seemed there weren't as many people interested. Herag immediately called out, 15,000 magic stones. Other people were silent for a while, and then someone bid 16,000 magic stones. Herag found it curious that people seemed not to be very interested in the messenger ceremony. He thought for a moment and felt it might be due to the characteristics of the messenger, leading to not many truly interested buyers. The messenger thing mainly serves to send items or messages, and for the wizards of the Land of Dawn, talisman stones cover most of the use scenarios. Additionally, the most important issue is the uncertainty of what kind of messenger the messenger ceremony will summon. Even if summoned, the other party may not be willing to sign a contract with you. All these are risk factors, and you may end up buying a messenger ceremony at a high cost, gaining nothing in the end. Even if wizards have money, they must carefully consider spending so many magic stones to purchase a messenger ceremony. Herag also noticed that in the auction hall, those who could afford a messenger ceremony either already had a messenger in the family or simply did not need one. These factors combined actually resulted in little competition for Herag. Herag finally acquired the messenger ceremony for merely 20,000 magic stones, which was entirely unexpected for him. In Box 3, Herag smiled as he took the mirror. He realized he had overthought it earlier. While he needed the messenger ceremony, others did not share the same need. For most people, it was just a dispensable thing. Herag, if not for considering some subsequent arrangements, would not really need a messenger either. For the subsequent auction items, Herag did not participate in bidding, as they were not very useful to him. After the auction ended, as soon as Herag returned home, he couldn't wait to take out the mirror. He went into the meditation room and activated the level 2 witch array. The process of summoning a messenger still held a certain degree of danger, even though theoretically, prior to establishing a contract, the other party could do nothing to you across the plane and couldn't harm you. But in the endless world, there are countless planes with all sorts of strange abilities and countless powerful beings. You never know if some ability could impact you across planes. There have been cases where someone used the messenger ceremony to summon a messenger and ended up disappearing altogether. After disappearing, nobody knows of their whereabouts or even if they are dead or alive. Though such occurrences are relatively rare, Herag, to be cautious, set up some arrangements with the witch array. Herag first took out the dream dragon's tears, opened the bottle, observed for a while, sighed, and then drank it. He sighed because he initially wanted to try absorbing the bloodline power from the tears. However, after opening, he found no bloodline power to absorb inside. The dream dragon doesn't exist in the wizard plane, and Herag didn't know much of it, having merely read some brief records that stated the dream dragon is a race from the giant dragon plane. Once the dream dragon's tears entered his body, they immediately dispersed into a peculiar energy that diffused throughout his body and then disappeared. Having the experience of using the substitute death craftsmen, Herag was not particularly surprised. After using the dream dragon's tears, he picked up the mirror to prepare for summoning the messenger. There are many ways to use the messenger ceremony. For wizards, magic power can be infused into it, whereby entities from other planes sense your magic power aura and decide whether to respond to you. In addition, you can also drip your blood into the messenger ceremony, and other entities will base their decision to respond on the strength of your bloodline. Herag had learned that in the endless plane, bloodline is actually the most commonly used means of demonstrating one's strength. Many planes do not have magic power, and their power systems are different. Even if you emit a magic power aura, it might not be understood by others. In the endless plane, bloodline is actually akin to a universal language. As long as your bloodline is strong, your personal strength won't be lacking. Among countless planes, there are many types of power systems, and displaying bloodline is the most direct way to showcase oneself. Strong bloodline indicates that you are either powerful or have great potential, and more entities are willing to sign contracts with you. Signing a messenger contract is actually a process of mutual selection. If you are too weak, no one will pay attention to you. This is also the reason why there are only a few bidders. At the auction, Level 1 and Level 2 wizards are considered the backbone and relatively strong. In the Land of Dawn, but placing this level on the scale of the endless plane is somewhat inadequate. Herag took out a dagger, preparing to drop his blood onto the messenger ceremony. He wanted to use his own bloodline power to summon a messenger. Herag's bloodline contains the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, which stands as one of the top-tier existences even in the endless plane, so he wasn't afraid of not receiving any response. The only concern he had was not attracting an overly powerful entity. Herag, holding the dagger, forcefully cut a wound, and blood dripped down, soaking into the pitch-black mirror surface. The blood rolled on the mirror surface for a while, like raindrops falling on a lotus leaf. Before long, the blood was absorbed into the mirror, leaving not a single drop on the entire surface. Afterward, there was a silence. Herag felt puzzled. Was there no reaction? It shouldn't be. He waited for a while, and when he thought the tens of thousands of magic stones were about to be wasted, the mirror surface changed slightly. The pitch-black mirror surface rippled. One shadow after another flashed across the mirror. At the same time, countless messages entered Herag's mind. These messages were directly transmitted to the brain in the form of a data stream, avoiding the problem of language barriers. But because the messages were overwhelming, if Herag's spiritual power were not strong enough, he might have turned into a fool immediately. Herag felt like he had casually sent a message online, and then woke up to find 999 plus messages. And these messages went straight into his mind, making his head swell. At this moment, an enormous shadow suddenly descended in the mirror, causing the other countless shadows to scramble aside in fear. An image was transmitted to Herag's mind. He saw a colossal figure strolling in the void amidst numerous planets in the boundless universe. These stars and planets seemed insignificant compared to it, merely specks of light passing through strands of hair from a distance. Upon seeing this scene, Herag was shocked, this kind of existence as a messenger. He did not know which plane this existence came from, nor did he understand its power level. But one thing was clear. This existence could undoubtedly destroy the entire wizard plane with ease. Signing a messenger contract with such an existence made Herag question if he or the world had gone mad. Though theoretically, the messenger contract forbids mutual harm, who knows if it applies to such an existence? If he were powerful enough, Herag would love to get acquainted with such a figure. Unfortunately, his current power was too weak, making any acquaintance meaningless due to the vast power disparity. Herag, self-aware of his standing, promptly apologized and declined the powerful entity, stating he was too weak. Shocked once again, other plane shadows witnessed this scene. However, considering Herag's bloodline power, it made some sense. The world of the mighty is just different. The enormous shadow then vanished. Once it left, the other shadows sighed in relief and surged back to the front of the mirror. At this time, another powerful shadow appeared, consolidating into a humanoid form, delivering a message to Herag's mind. After receiving the message, Herag learned that the entity was the vampire ancestor from the blood race plane. Sweat started to bead on Herag's forehead. He only had an ancestral-level bloodline, yet had not fully developed it. The counterpart, however, was a genuine ancestral-level being, marking a vast disparity. Most importantly, such an ancestral-level existence wanted to sign a messenger contract with him. The entity's requirement was merely an 18-year-old virgin per summoning. Herag chuckled helplessly. Given the ancestral level, this demand was remarkably low. Besides delivering items and messages, messengers could act within limits of situations. An ancestral-level entity, while unable to directly descend upon the plane, could send a projection sufficient for many scenarios. The Cheki family's messenger required one magic stone per summon, regarded as a normal rate. Herag felt troubled. He couldn't possibly prepare an 18-year-old virgin each time he summoned a messenger. If he actually did that, he would be detained and punished by the Wizard Alliance the next day. Herag neither had the capability nor the intention to do so, intending for messenger summons merely for convenience. Summoning an ancestor projection as a messenger. Herag also worried that being a blood race ancestor, humans were on their menu. Though the summoned vampire ancestor wouldn't harm him, they could harm others with no restrictions. Herag speculated that summoning this vampire ancestor could lead to numerous human casualties. He didn't think the counterpart was so kind as to sign a messenger contract with him. Unable to offend such an existence, Herag had to apologetically admit his weakness and inferiority. Witnessing this scene, shadows from other planes were once again stunned, realizing he had refused another ancestral-level existence. Herag sighed helplessly. I only wanted to summon a messenger, yet all these high-level existences appear. Herag could not imagine an ancestor running errands and delivering messages for him. It was somewhat unthinkable. Soon, several more powerful existences arrived. Herag dared neither to contract nor offend them. So he politely apologized. After a while, a shadow appeared on the mirror's surface, and simultaneously a message entered Herag's mind. Upon seeing the shadow, Herag felt it was somewhat familiar, and upon receiving the mind-transmitted information, his eyes brightened. He realized that this was the most suitable choice. This is the apparition of a toad. When Herag saw this apparition appear on the mirror's surface, it felt strangely familiar. He felt that he had seen it somewhere before. When the information about the toad transmitted into his mind, Herag remembered that he had seen this toad twice in the abyss plane. The first encounter ended quickly as he couldn't communicate, and not a word was exchanged before he was brought back to the wizard plane. During the second encounter, the toad transferred the common language of the abyss plane to Herag, and then they chatted a bit. At the last encounter, Herag was merely a wizard apprentice. But now he was a level 2 wizard. The information transferred by the toad was, Not seen for a while, and you've grown quite a bit. To Herag, these past 10+ years felt long and eventful. But to the toad, it was merely a short moment. Herag replied, "So it was you. I didn't expect to meet you here. I sensed your aura and came to take a look. I didn't expect your bloodline level to be so high. Last time you came to the Abyss Plane, you were far from me. By the time I arrived, you had already left. At that time, I sensed the aura of an ancestral bloodline. And it turns out it was truly yours," the toad said. Herag knew that the last time mentioned by the toad was surely the time he was dragged into the Abyss Plane by the Abyssal Cultist. Back then, the Abyssal Cultist's method only allowed Herag to stay in the Abyss Plane for a brief period. And after dealing with that Abyssal Cultist, he was forced back to the Wizard Plane in less than a minute. Because he didn't have time to release his bloodline form, he was heavily injured as a result. Herag had a deep impression of this event. He quickly asked Toad, "Can I make a messenger contract with you?" "I have remembered my name, Nicholas Carlos Camby," the toad replied. Nicholas Carlos Camby. Herag silently repeated the name, feeling it was quite familiar. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly took out a pocket watch from his space ring. It was this pocket watch that guided Herag on the path of becoming a wizard. The starry sky meditation technique that Herag practiced now came from this pocket watch. And the owner of the pocket watch was Nicholas Carlos Camby. Based on the 2 pieces of hidden information in the pocket watch, Herag could deduce that Nicholas was a wizard of the 6th Ring Tower. And he was likely very powerful. What he didn't expect was that the toad's name was exactly the same as Nicholas's. Herag recalled that when he first met the toad, it had mentioned sensing a familiar aura around him. He now understood that this familiar aura was likely due to the pocket watch, and possibly his own practice of the starry sky meditation technique. Herag quickly asked, "Was it you who left this pocket watch?" I don't really remember. Although I have recalled quite a bit now. I have no memory of what you mentioned," the toad said. The toad had no memory of what Herag mentioned, unsure if he simply hadn't recalled it yet or if they were not the same person. Herag then said, "I became a wizard through the starry sky meditation technique hidden in the pocket watch. The information inside indicated that with this pocket watch, one could join the 6th Ring Tower. Nicholas, are you a wizard of the 6th Ring Tower?" "6th Ring Tower. I feel very familiar with it, but I don't yet have any related memory," the toad said. Seeing the toad's response, Herag roughly guessed the situation in his heart. This toad was likely the very Nicholas who left the pocket watch. The names being exactly the same couldn't be mere coincidence. What puzzled Herag was, why would a wizard turn into a toad, becoming a demon of the Abyss Plane? Although the toad was strong, it seemed unnecessary for a wizard to become a demon of the Abyss Plane. The specifics could only be clarified when the toad slowly recalled them. But the most important thing now was to sign the messenger contract for easier future contact. Herag said, "We can discuss these matters later. Let's first sign the messenger contract." "No problem," the toad replied. With mutual agreement, Herag and the toad successfully completed the messenger contract. Herag would need to pay 1 gold coin each time he required the toad to complete a task. This cost was virtually no cost at all, merely for fulfilling the ritual. Once the contract was completed, the black mirror lost its luster and was no longer capable of summoning the messenger. With a thought, a delicate ripple spread through the space in front of Herag, and a toad appeared before him. "Is this your true form or just a projection?" Herag asked. The toad glanced around and said to Herag, "Just a projection. The true form cannot reach your plane." "What's the strength of your true form now?" Herag asked. "Equivalent to a 6th ring wizard, I suppose," the toad replied. Herag contemplated and continued to ask, "What level is this projection equivalent to?" "This projection is quite special. The defensive strength is around the level of a 5th ring wizard, but its offensive capabilities are limited, merely equivalent to a 3rd ring wizard," the toad said after pondering for a moment. Herag understood. Simply put, this toad's projection was invincible in defense, posing no threat to anything below a level 5 wizard. However, as it was just a projection, many of the true form's techniques couldn't be utilized, with offensive ability only equal to a level 3 wizard. For the toad, this was indeed quite weak, merely defensively sturdy with the offensive strength of little value. But for Herag, it was a different story, as a level 3 wizard could dominate in the wizard plane. As long as he didn't encounter the top individuals from each wizard organization, he'd be nearly invincible. Of course, this didn't include the unknown entities in the polluted areas. After learning this information, Herag stroked his chin and began to consider that many things could be reconsidered. The toad shot him a glance and asked, "Do you need me to deal with someone for you?" Herag hadn't expected his thoughts to be seen through so quickly and chuckled. "Indeed, I do have a bit of trouble that requires your help. What price do you require for your assistance?" "Just 1 gold coin," the toad said. It really didn't care about these things, all for complying with the rules of the messenger contract. Herag laughed. "Okay." The toad said, "Before that, tell me what you know." "Although I have remembered my name, I know very little about past events. I recently awoke and have forgotten too much." Herag understood that the toad was referring to the 6th ring tower, now almost certain that the toad was indeed Nicholas. He took out the pocket watch and said, "Actually, I don't know much." Herag told the toad everything he knew about the 6th ring tower, as well as the origin of the pocket watch and the information left within it. Originally, there were 6 6th ring wizards in the 6th ring tower, and now the toad's true form in the abyss plane has reached 6th ring strength. Herag speculated that perhaps the toad was one of those 6 6th ring wizards, but somehow had transformed into his current form. The toad took the pocket watch, examined it closely, and opened it for a careful look. He then said, "I have a very familiar feeling with this. Your speculation may be true. I've forgotten so many things. I can't even remember why I was sleeping. But the reason I awoke was because I sensed the presence of the pocket watch and the aura of your meditation method. After perceiving these auras, I awoke and quickly came over to where you were. But unfortunately, I didn't realize you couldn't understand Abyssal Common Tongue at the time." Herag was quite surprised that the pocket watch and his starry sky meditation technique were what awakened the toad. He first entered the abyss plane in the Moonlight Forest, which was where he encountered the toad for the first time. The Shivara he encountered at the time was an invincible existence to Herag, virtually impossible to deal with. If the toad hadn't appeared in time, he would have died. At the time, it seemed like mere chance, but now it seems like everything was arranged. From the moment Herag picked up the pocket watch, the gears of fate began to turn. If not for this pocket watch, Herag wouldn't have bought that seemingly ordinary wooden disc. It was only because the wooden disc was engraved with the image of the 6th ring tower that Herag decided to purchase it. However, the wooden disc was actually a plane coordinate. It led Herag to enter the abyss plane later in the Moonlight Forest. When he entered the abyss plane, the pocket watch's aura and the starry sky meditation technique's aura awakened the toad, which led to the events thereafter. After pondering for a moment, Herag asked, "These events feel like you had arranged them before. Though I don't know why you were asleep, it seems like they were prepared for your later awakening." Looking over the entire process, Herag couldn't help but think that these events were orchestrated by the toad himself. Though the toad has forgotten many things now, the pocket watch, starry sky meditation technique, and wooden disc were all preparations for his awakening. The toad said, "It really feels like it. If these were all foreshadowings I left behind, then everything makes sense. Although I still can't recall many things, it shouldn't be long before all memories return." Nicholas Carlos Camby. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the library in Silver Moon City to check. Now I can enter the 4th and 5th levels, so maybe I'll find some information related to you." Herag had also planned recently to record and store the remaining 2 levels of library material, so this was a perfect opportunity to see if there was any information related to the toad. If the toad was truly Nicholas, then there's a high chance he was a renowned figure in the 6th ring tower. Even if the Land of Dawn deliberately concealed some information about the 6th ring tower, a figure like Nicholas would inevitably leave behind traces. Why does the wizard plane have an abyss plane aura? The toad looked around and sniffed. He was stronger than Herag, and his true form was a powerful demon of the abyss plane, naturally making him keenly perceptive of its aura. Herag said, "I used the sands of time before and saw some future fragments. In those future fragments, many powerful entities descended upon the wizard plane, nearly destroying it. I suspect there's already a space tunnel to the abyss plane. The space tunnel probably isn't fully established yet, or else it wouldn't be so calm now. The toad replied, but it's likely in the stage of being built, with someone having the stable coordinates to open a tunnel, causing the abyss plane aura to spread here. Is there any way to stop it? Herag asked. The toad shook his head. It's very difficult. Don't you feel the abyss plane aura is everywhere now? Establishing a space tunnel can be understood as digging through a mountain, and once you've created a tunnel through the mountain, the space tunnel is established. It's a very slow process, and right now it should be in the early stages of digging a hole on the mountain's exterior, just a small pit outside the wizard plane, with the abyss plane aura seeping through this pit, spreading everywhere. Under these conditions, it's almost impossible to locate where they are digging. It could be anywhere on the plane. Having said that, Herag understood. The current problem is that they don't know which coordinate the other side has from the abyss plane. The number of coordinates for a plane is nearly infinite, and trying to find out which coordinate the other side holds is almost impossible. Without knowing the coordinates, they can't interfere with the abyss plane establishing the space tunnel. Seems like there's no way to solve it, Herag sighed. Seeing Herag sighing, the toad asked, puzzled, is the wizard plane still a middle-tier world now? Yes, could it possibly upgrade to a high-tier world? Herag asked, of course. If people can become stronger, why can't a plane? The toad replied. Herag eagerly asked, how does a plane become more powerful? The toad explained, it's related to the people within the plane. Someone needs to advance to the limit of the plane, then break through that limit, which will drive the entire plane to start upgrading. This seems too simple. Herag was skeptical. The toad continued, let me give you an example. You are currently a level 2 wizard and need to perceive various rules and gain the recognition of the world will to advance to level 3. But do you know how a level 3 can upgrade to level 4? I haven't learned about it yet, it's too far away for me, Herag said. To advance from level 3 to level 4, a level 3 wizard must create their own rule power. In the wizard plane, when it was still a low-tier world, the first wizard to create their own rule allowed their rule to become one of the foundational rules of this plane, leading the wizard plane to start upgrading to a middle-tier world. The toad explained. The toad continued, if my memory serves me right. When you ascend to a level 4 wizard now, you don't achieve such effects. Because only the first breakthrough wizard from this plane can create rules that become the basic rules of this world. Wizards who ascend to level 4 thereafter will have a domain of their own, where their rules are effective within its range. Herag listened thoughtfully, as the information from the toad reminded him of the connection between the world will and the child of the plane. The world will selects the child of the plane to help the child grow. Herag initially thought that the child of the plane was just a tool for the world will to solve problems it couldn't handle itself, like eliminating invaders from other planes. But now it seems the role of the child of the plane is more than that. Once the child of the plane's power reaches a certain level, it hits the upper limit of this plane. If the child can break through this upper limit, it can lead the entire plane to start ascending. From low-tier world to middle-tier world, and then from middle-tier world to high-tier world. Although different worlds have different power systems, the general principle of ascension is roughly the same. Most planes initially only possess some basic rules, while a few planes start with some foundational rules different from other planes. For these planes to ascend from a low-tier world to a middle-tier world, their world rules themselves need to be enhanced. Once the rules are enhanced, the plane can accommodate more powerful beings and become a higher-tier world. Plane ascension is an extremely slow process, not something that happens right after someone breaks the limit, requiring a long time. It could be so long that the person who broke the limit might have been dead for many years before the ascension is completed. For a plane, individual entities aren't really important. The so-called child of the plane is merely a tool. Once a child of the plane dies, the world can quickly select another child of the plane. The toad continued, although I have forgotten many things, I recall that the wizard plane was very powerful, almost the top plane among middle-tier worlds. I distinctly remember that the wizard plane seemed to have already embarked on the path to ascending to a high-tier world, but now it's still a middle-tier world. I wonder what happened. Herag sighed and said, not only that, the wizard plane is now very weak, with the strongest being just a level 4 wizard. Once the abyss descends, no one can resist the invasion of the abyss. Only level 4, the toad showed a somewhat shocked expression for the first time. Not shocked at the strength, but shocked at how weak it was. It was normal for the toad to look down on a level 4, given that his true form was level 6 in strength. Even if this projection's offensive methods equated to merely level 3, he had every right to look down on level 4 wizards. Herag nodded and said, "That's right, I've been considering how to survive the disaster of abyss invasion lately too." "Just go to other planes," the toad said. Herag said, "That's what I thought too. But the problem now is that there are too few channels. I might qualify to enter some small planes of Surlendir, but my friends do not, and I don't want to see them all perish. And other larger planes, like the elf plane, are in a state of war. If I want to enter the elf plane, it's also difficult to take others with me." Herag suddenly paused as he realized that he had the black space level 3 witchcraft, which he could use to take people into other planes. Though black space was somewhat dull and monotonous, it could support life. At that time, as long as we prepared supplies in advance, many people could survive inside for a long time. This is also why black space is a level 3 witchcraft. In some sense, it's equivalent to a small plane. It just didn't have as complete world rules as a real plane, appearing somewhat dead. But that wasn't a problem for temporarily storing some people inside. If Herag first put Reese and others into black space, then found a place for them in the elf plane, there'd be no need to worry about Reese and others dying in the calamity brought by the abyss invasion. The current issue was how to enter the elf plane. It seemed like joining the pioneering war was the only way. But Parker was severely injured in the elf plane and hasn't shown up since coming back. Herag also didn't know the situation over in the elf plane. It might also be very dangerous. The toad didn't know Herag was pondering these things and said, "If the wizard plane truly has only the strength you've mentioned, then it absolutely cannot resist an invasion from the abyss. If you want to survive the invasion wars ahead, then leaving is your only path." Herag nodded and silently planned his subsequent moves. The invasion from the abyss plane wouldn't arrive so soon. Establishing a space channel required time. More importantly, Herag had seen glimpses of future fragments and knew that some time was needed before the abyss invasion. Before that, he needed to enhance his power as much as possible to face the crisis-laden future. The immediate threat still came from Fran, the level 3 wizard, which had kept Herag from leaving Silver Moon City for years, unable to think of a way to eliminate this hidden danger. But now, with the toad's involvement, Herag felt it wasn't as difficult to solve. Herag said, "I understand too that I can't do much in the face of such a huge upheaval. Keeping myself and those around me safe is already good enough. Tomorrow, I'll go to the library to see if I can find any information to help you remember certain things." The toad said, "Much appreciated. If you find trouble, just summon me right away." "Want to go out and have a look? If our guesses are correct, you two were once a part of the wizard plane, so it's like coming home," Herag said. The toad's face showed a complex human-like expression, and after a moment of silence he nodded, "Let's go take a look." The toad was now just a projection, and his aura was so perfectly concealed that no one could tell that he was a demon from the abyss plane. Herag opened the door, and Reese was about to come over into his embrace, but she was startled to see the basketball-sized toad on the floor. What is that?" The toad's appearance was indeed quite hideous, very ugly to behold. Herag laughed. "This is the messenger I just summoned." "A messenger? Couldn't you make a contract with a better-looking one?" "All we have are cute little elves," Reese said, somewhat dismissively. "Women always like beautiful things. Especially when compared to their own little elves, the difference is even more obvious." Herag smiled and said, These things aren't important, he's quite strong." Herag did not explain Toad's origins or true identity. These were things only he needed to know. Unless absolutely necessary, they couldn't be casually revealed. Toad glanced at Herag, then at Reese, said nothing, and obediently squatted on the ground. Reese looked at Toad and suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I just wrote a letter to my family. Can you help me deliver it?" "How many magic stones does he charge per delivery?" "1 gold coin," Herag said. "So cheap, Reese was a bit surprised. Normally, messengers required magic stones. 1 gold coin was virtually free for a wizard. Reese ran back inside, took out a letter, and handed it to Toad, saying, "This letter is for Caver Checky of the Checky family." Caver was Reese's biological father, and because the Land of Dawn and the Barren Land couldn't use talisman stones for communication temporarily, they mainly relied on letters. Toad looked at the letter before him, momentarily at a loss, his skills somewhat rusty. He paused for a moment before taking the letter in his mouth, and Reese quickly handed over a gold coin, which Toad swallowed into his belly. With the letter in his mouth, Toad crawled into the void and disappeared. Herag watched Toad's departing figure and couldn't help but feel amused. Toad, as a level 6 powerhouse from the Abyss Plane, suspected of being a former 6th ring wizard, was now running errands delivering letters. About a few minutes later, Toad re-emerged from the void, croaked once to Herag, and then vanished. Early the next day, Herag arrived at the Silver Moon City's library. When he first came to Silver Moon City, Herag had already archived all the books from the 1st to the 3rd floors into Shenlin's database. At that time, he didn't have enough contribution points, so he couldn't enter the 4th and 5th floors. But now that his contribution points was sufficient, it was also time to archive the books from the upper 2 floors. After showing the talisman stone, Herag reached the 4th floor. The 4th floor was relatively small, with fewer bookshelves, and the number of books here was much less than the first 3 floors. Many bookshelves weren't even filled, some were sparsely populated with a few books. Herag walked to an old bookshelf, casually picked up a book, and the title was Elemental Principles Research, starting with the anatomy of the sea catfish. Herag opened it to take a look. It was a printed version of a wizard manuscript by someone named Ussel. The text inside was handwritten, and the handwriting was somewhat sloppy. Besides some accurately drawn diagrams, it felt entirely like a draft. This book did not elaborate much on Ussel himself. The content primarily began with the anatomy of a demon called the sea catfish, gradually exploring principles related to elements. After reading this book, Herag glanced at other books on the shelf and found that most of the books here were like this. All printed versions of manuscripts. The content in the sea catfish book wasn't deeply profound. The key lay in that it documented a wizard's complete experimental research process. Ussel recorded his way of thinking when approaching problems and his analytical thinking when encountering issues in the manuscript. These experimental ideas were the true essence of this book. Finishing this book was equivalent to watching an entire experimental process of an experienced wizard, and Herag learned a lot. Herag then scanned and recorded all the books on the shelf, and proceeded to archive the remaining books into Shenlin's database from other areas. The condition here was similar to his guesses. Most was some wizard's manuscripts from various fields. However, all here were printed versions, not original manuscripts. Herag found that these manuscripts were left by some well-known wizards, and many of the published books on the lower 3 floors were written by this group. There were also many wizards Herag hadn't heard of, without much popularity. But manuscripts allowed to be placed here certainly belonged to no ordinary wizard. Unfortunately, after scanning and recording all the books here, Herag still couldn't find the name Nicholas, not a trace of it. Even within these wizard manuscripts, there was no record related to him. Herag felt it might be a matter of time. These manuscripts were mostly from wizards in the era after the Era of Radiance. Nicholas belonged to the Era of Radiance, too far removed from the current era, with almost no one from that time still existing. Even the current level 4 wizards in the Land of Dawn were born and grew up after the Era of Radiance. After scanning the books on the 4th floor, Herag proceeded to the 5th floor. The books on the 5th floor were even fewer than on the 4th floor, with only 7 bookshelves, less than the number of sofas here. As Herag looked around, it was mostly historical records, information about various wizard organizations, and related data about the Land of Dawn, Barren Land, and Kala Continent. There were also many records related to the wizard plane, roughly introducing the general situation of the wizard plane. Herag observed that the entire wizard plane consisted of 6 continents. The Colson continent, where he was born, was located in the south, and the Kala continent, where the Land of Dawn was, in the east. Apart from these 2 continents, 4 other continents were distributed elsewhere. These 4 continents were no smaller in size compared to the Kala continent. It's just that due to a lack of resources needed for wizard cultivation, not many wizards were active there. The Kholson continent was the smallest among these continents, with its resources also being scarce. Herag remembered that Dino's ship had come from the west back then, stopped at the Kholson continent for a few days, and then headed to the Kala continent. The most important information here was still some historical records, roughly documenting the origin of the Land of Dawn and the rise and fall of many wizard organizations. After the Era of Radiance, because of the 6th Ring Tower's betrayal, the wizard plane suddenly lost its leader, plunging into a long period of chaos. During this time, countless wizard organizations appeared, and countless wizard organizations disappeared. After a long time, the current 6 wizard organizations in the Land of Dawn finally emerged. Other wizard organizations either perished or were driven to the barren land. Now, those wizard organizations in the barren land were once from the Land of Dawn's side. Fact Herag had also heard from Mr. Blake of the Checky family. It wasn't really a secret. After losing the competition, wizard organizations like Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage were driven to the barren land, a place relatively scarce in resources. Moreover, the legacies that wizard organizations from the barren land can bring out are strictly limited. In the subsequent control, the Land of Dawn was even stricter, and things like the Key of Rules hardly flowed into the barren land. The Key of Rules is too rare. Even on the Land of Dawn, they don't have enough, let alone letting any flow into the barren land. This has led to many exceptionally talented wizards in the barren land hitting their limit upon reaching a level 1 crystallization wizard. Beyond that, it becomes extremely difficult. Without a special opportunity, they would end their lives as crystallization wizards. This also made it easier for the Land of Dawn to manage the barren land. As long as there weren't any particularly powerful wizards here, the Land of Dawn could always maintain control and rule over it. Of course, throughout the long history, there have been people in the barren land who broke through to level 2 wizards. These individuals were level 2 wizards who advanced purely by understanding rules on their own, without relying on the assistance of the Key of Rules. It's not surprising, for at the very beginning, the Key of Rules hadn't been discovered yet. At that time, wizards relied entirely on their own understanding of rules to advance to level 2. The conditions were incredibly tough, but it wasn't impossible to succeed. For wizards from the barren land, although they couldn't get the Key of Rules, they could obtain second-level spells. However, even though these people advanced to level 2 wizards, they quickly joined the forces of the Land of Dawn. Many times, these individuals would be sent back to the barren land, becoming one of the administrators in various wizard organizations. If they wanted to advance further, they needed the support of the Land of Dawn, especially since they didn't have the power to resist the Land of Dawn. As a result, these people eventually became tools for the Land of Dawn to strengthen their control over the barren land. Herag, upon seeing this, recalled the recent movements in the Land of Dawn. The Land of Dawn now seemed no longer obsessed with strictly controlling the barren land, appearing to fully open up and connect both sides. This move was very strange. It wasn't possible to suddenly lift restrictions after so many years of control. After thinking for a moment, Herag speculated that the Land of Dawn must be influenced by some external factor, some sort of pressure. Under such pressure, controlling the barren land was no longer important, leading to this situation. Herag then thought of the Abyss Plane invasion. Although people in the Wizard Plane had difficulty sensing the abyssal aura, they should have ways to monitor these changes. The Land of Dawn wasn't foolish and certainly detected some abnormalities. They probably sensed these changes earlier than Herag and thus took some actions. But according to future fragments seen from the sands of time, the Land of Dawn eventually was destroyed. Herag speculated that the Wizard Alliance must have learned something and presumably took some actions in secret, though it was unclear how they were preparing to respond. He proceeded to other places, scanning and recording all the remaining books. After scanning and recording all the books, Herag searched a few more times but found no records related to Nicholas. There were some mentions of the 6th Ring Tower, but besides describing how powerful the 6th Ring Tower once was, they just recounted the betrayal of the sixth ring tower. These records were almost completely consistent with the lower three layers records, containing no valuable clues. After confirming no book was overlooked, Herag left the library. He then continued into the peaceful life of meditation practice, while keeping an eye on news related to the Key of Rules. Herag, someone in Shanghai City is willing to sell a Key of Rules. Are you interested? The seller is from the Farrell wizard family, and it's a treasure of their family. It seems that their patriarch Ailes is nearing the end, so the people below started selling off some assets. Vernon sent a message saying. Herag found the name somewhat familiar. When he suddenly remembered, isn't this the family of his beautiful follower? Monsieur indeed had mentioned that the Farrell family was in decline, and prayed to him for a child due to inheritance issues. From her account at the time, Farrell's Ailes should have a few more years to live. Now that the Farrell family is starting to sell off assets, Ailes must be critically ill. This indicates that Ailes has lost control over the family, and can no longer manage the people within the family. In a wizard family that has developed and grown, with so many people, all kinds of individuals exist. At such a time, not everyone has the ambition to make the family stronger. Selling things for funds is common. Herag asked, does a wizard family actually have something like the Key of Rules? The Key of Rules should, in theory, be in the hands of the major wizard organizations. The Farrell family isn't considered a large wizard family, yet they have something like a Key of Rules. Vernon replied, that's quite normal, as nearly every wizard family has someone participating in plain wars, possibly acquiring it during those wars. The Key of Rules contains the power of rules, and this is generally considered a treasure, no matter on which plane you are. During plane wars, if one enters another plane, with enough luck, it is indeed possible to acquire such an item. Moreover, according to the rules of the Wizard Alliance, any items acquired during plane wars by expedition team members belong to them. This is a baseline rule to ensure fairness, so that more people willingly participate in plane wars. Therefore, it's very likely that someone from the Farrell family acquired the Key of Rules during plane wars, and perhaps it has been kept until now for many years. No other force will oppress them to seize it either, as this goes against the baseline. The Key of Rules is important, but not so much that one would risk breaking protocol to seize it. Herag said, all right, do you know what type of this item is? I heard it's a Key of Rules for the fire element, Vernon said. How much is the Farrell family asking for? Herag asked. 40,000 magic stones. I've temporarily held them back, so the news hasn't been leaked yet. If you're interested, you should be able to buy it now, Vernon said. 400,000 magic stones. Buy it. Do you have someone on your side? Herag replied. Herag intended to have Vernon help purchase it, and then send it directly to Silver Moon City. After all, he can afford 400,000 magic stones, without any issue of delaying payment. Vernon said, I can help you buy it, but Mayor from the Farrell family wants to talk to you in person. Talk to me? Herag asked, puzzled. Most likely he wants to establish a connection with you. He originally didn't plan to sell it to me, but when he heard it was you who wanted to buy it, he said he wanted to talk to you. I know a little about the Farrell family. Mayor probably wants to latch onto you, to have some influence at the time of inheritance division. Vernon said, am I that famous? People in Shanghai City all know about me, Herag remarked. Vernon said, you're quite secluded, not knowing much about the outside world. The modified magic potion formulas you developed have already made a huge impact in the market, and countless people know your name. Powerful alchemists like you are what every sector wants to recruit. After all, the one who can optimize a single potion formula can optimize dozens more. Such talent is welcomed anywhere. Moreover, you're a level 2 wizard, a formal member of Surlandir, and a recipient of the first-class honor medal. Vernon kept rattling off, and Herag touched his chin. I didn't realize I had become so formidable without noticing. Herag had been in seclusion for meditation practice and rarely went out. He didn't realize his abilities were extremely important in the eyes of many factions. For a wizard family like Farrell, the potion business was a crucial income source essential for maintaining family operations. If Mayor could recruit Herag, his voice in the Farrell family would significantly increase. Herag had no intention of getting involved in such. internal family rivalries. He just wanted to purchase the key of rules. After seeing such a future, how could he waste time on these meaningless matters? Moreover, after learning from Monsieur about what kind of person Mayer was, it was even more impossible to collaborate with him. Nonetheless, the key of rules was still necessary, so Herag pondered for a while, considering how to get his hands on it. Apart from this, there was another issue, which was the threat from Fran, a level 3 wizard. Herag paced back and forth in the room, planning to resolve this issue once and for all. If this potential threat was not eliminated, there would always be a lurking danger, and it would be impossible for him to stay cooped up in Silver Moon City. For years, Herag had been thinking about this issue, but never found an effective way to deal with it. Now, with the Toad as his helper, the Fran issue no longer seemed unsolvable. After a while, Herag replied, "Then I'll go over to talk to him." "No problem, I'll arrange an airship for you," Vernon said. The Nightingale Commerce Association had its own airships, which were much more convenient than those large ones. Traveling on an airship required booking tickets in advance, and arriving at the designated time. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next one. However, private airships offered much more freedom. You could travel whenever you wanted. It's just that private airships were too expensive and typically unaffordable for the average person. "Are you really going in person? Maybe you should send someone else to handle these matters," Reese said with some concern. She naturally knew there was a potential threat from Fran and didn't want Herag to leave Silver Moon City. Herag laughed. "It's fine, I've already made arrangements. I can't just be cooped up here forever." Herag knew there would definitely be risks, but what in life comes with 100% certainty? Unless he removed the threat from Fran, it would always be a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Because of this issue, many things could not be completed, and there was no way to become a level 3 wizard while staying in Silver Moon City. The only way to acquire something like the Key of Rules was to figure out how to obtain it from various locations. Silver Moon City, Northport. Herag glanced at the Toad perched on his shoulder and boarded the small airship of the Nightingale Commerce Association. The Toad had shrunk considerably in size, now resembling an ordinary toad, quietly sitting on Herag's shoulder. The Toad emitted a very ordinary aura, looking just like a typical toad, with no abnormalities. Others didn't find it strange either. It was quite normal for wizards to keep toads as pets. Toads, spiders, mice, owls, etc. were standard pets among wizards. Having a toad sitting on Herag's shoulder not only wasn't conspicuous, but actually seemed quite fitting. The Nightingale Commerce Association's small airship was the size of a 3-deck ship, quite large, though still smaller compared to the Wizard Alliance's airships. Herag settled in the best room on the airship, with the Nightingale Commerce Association staff making up the rest of the passengers. Here, he was the person of highest status. Herag lay on the bed while the Toad crawled around the room, curious about everything. Herag wasn't sure when Fran would appear, so he remained on alert at all times. Though Fran hadn't made any moves in years, Herag would never assume he had forgotten about him. Herag also wouldn't doubt the intel capabilities of a level 3 wizard. His departure from Silver Moon City would surely be noticed. The only question is when Fran would make his move. The journey to Shanghai City on the airship would take half a month, which seemed quite long. Besides stopping at several cities along the way to replenish supplies, most of the time was spent flying over polluted areas. The half-month duration passed quickly as Herag meditated along the journey, remaining undisturbed without any attacks. A city silhouette appeared on the horizon, signaling the eastern city of Surlandir, Shanghai City. Shanghai City was surrounded by deserts, with particularly intense sandstorms. Thick layers of yellow sand accumulated around the city's tall walls, marking the passage of countless years. After the airship landed at the port, members of the Farrell family quickly arrived to welcome him, led by Mayer. Through Monsieur, Herag had already seen Mayer before and immediately recognized this well-dressed, but somewhat inept man. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just a lack of ability. After all, that's just an ailment. But Mayer's subsequent behavior deeply disappointed Herag, making collaboration impossible. After disembarking from the airship, Herag was accompanied by 2 assistants sent by the Nightingale Commerce Association, a male and a female, handling various affairs. Are you Mr. Hereg? I am Mayor Farrell, it's an honor to meet you. Mayor approached with a smile, extending his hand as he spoke. Hereg glanced at Mayor's outstretched hand, but ignored it. Instead asking, where's the item? Mayor's smile froze. He hadn't expected Hereg to be so indifferent. He was naturally displeased, but he dared not provoke Hereg and withdrew his hand, saying, the heart of molten fire is stored in the family's warehouse. I didn't bring it with me. Then let's go and get it, Hereg said. Mayor replied awkwardly, this, Mr. Hereg, you've just arrived. I haven't even had the chance to properly host you. Hereg waved his hand dismissively. No need for those time-wasting things. I'm here for the key of rules. Give me the item, you'll get the magic stone. Lead the way. Mayor hesitated. This completely disrupted his plans, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Mayor had specially prepared a banquet tonight, inviting the elite of Shanghai City. He originally intended to use this banquet to showcase his relationship with Hereg to these people. But now it seemed Hereg wasn't giving him that opportunity at all. After contemplating for a moment, Mayor nodded and said, then let's get in the carriage. The Farrell family's carriage was exceptionally luxurious. For the first time, Hereg felt the opulence from a carriage. Inside the carriage, Mayor looked at Hereg, sitting ahead with his eyes closed in meditation. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Mr. Hereg, after the transaction, there's a banquet. Many big figures of Shanghai City will be there. Many wish to meet you. No need, I'll be leaving right after the transaction, Hereg replied. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Mayor's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. After some thought, he said, Mr. Hereg, well, Mr. Vernon should have mentioned to you, selling you the heart of molten fire comes with requirements. What requirements? Hereg asked directly. Mayor said, it's simple. I want to invest and buy some of your shares, representing the Farrell family, to join the Nightingale Commerce Association and the Checky family's magic potion business. No, you're not qualified, Hereg said directly. Hereg certainly wasn't going to let Mayor take advantage of him. He partnered with the Nightingale Commerce Association due to its strength and with the Checky family out of sentiments. This mayor wasn't even sure if he could represent the Farrell family, so what qualifications did he have to join his business? Mayor just trying to buy shares, with some money things weren't that cheap. There were currently so many people wanting to invest. Without having the opportunity, Mayor continued to persuade, Mr. Hereg can name any price. I guarantee a satisfying price for you, and I could even give you the heart of molten fire for free. Hereg opened his eyes, looked at him and said, did I not make myself clear? You are not qualified. Mayor's expression was on the verge of collapse, but he was the kind who bullied the weak and feared the strong, having no courage to offend Hereg. Anger surged within him, clenching his fists. Mayor held back his anger, forcing a smile, Mr. Hereg is right. That's why I'm here to ask for a chance. If Mr. Hereg really isn't willing, the heart of molten fire might. Though Mayor's wording held a hint of threat, his tone was particularly deferential, trailing off into a quieter voice. Hereg frowned, are you threatening me? No, not at all, Mr. Hereg, don't misunderstand me. That's not what I meant. It's just business after all. Many people want to buy the heart of molten fire and I have to sell it at a good price, don't I? Mayor explained. Hereg sneered, do you still not understand the situation? The moment I arrived here, selling the heart of molten fire was mandatory. But, Mr. Hereg, please don't make it difficult for me. Mayor broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Mayor Farrell, you have an older brother and sister. One is a level 2 wizard, the other excels in business. Now tell me, if I decide to partner with them, how much of the inheritance benefits will you still get? Hereg said. Mayor was taken aback upon hearing this. If Hereg truly cooperated with his two rivals, he'd lose all advantage. At that point, he might not receive any family assets, just a morsel of idle wealth at most. Mayor then realized he had no choice but to sell the heart of molten fire to Hereg. Cooperating with those two would essentially mean shooting himself in the foot. Hereg looked at Mayor, who was sweating profusely, and said, do you understand now? I understand now, Mayor answered weakly, as if all his strength had been drained. When Mayor leaked the news about wanting to sell the heart of molten fire, Vernon had approached him. Upon learning that the true buyer was Hereg, these notions arose in his mind. Mayor knew he couldn't latch onto some bigwigs, because he had nothing to show for it. But Hereg was quite fitting, not too high a status, not too low, and happened to need what he held. This was simply a perfect opportunity. If he could just draw Hereg into his circle, gaining entry, however small, into the business with the Nightingale Commerce Association would elevate his status within the family. But he never expected Hereg had no intention to collaborate, rendering his threat the heart of molten fire useless, leaving himself on the receiving end instead. Once Hereg saw Mayer fall silent, he closed his eyes again to rest. The carriage swayed and eventually arrived in front of the Farrell family's mansion. "This way, Mr. Hereg." Mayer personally led the way, not daring to cross Hereg any further at this point. Hereg followed Mayer into the mansion, winding through twists and turns, arriving at a courtyard on the west side. This belonged to Mayer's estate, where he stored the heart of molten fire in his personal warehouse. Upon entering the courtyard, Hereg saw a familiar figure watering the plants in the garden. Monsieur scooped a ladle of water, gently sprinkling it over the flower bed. She wore a slit dress, showcasing her long white legs unmistakably. Bending down to water, her curves were accentuated. Hearing the commotion at the courtyard gate, Monsieur glanced over to see Mayer bringing in 3 strangers. When her eyes met Hereg's, she paused, inexplicably finding the young man familiar and endearing, almost forcing her to take a longer look. Mayer noticed Monsieur staring at Hereg, silently cursing, "That damned vixen." When he saw Hereg looking at Monsieur too, something clicked, and a thought occurred to him. "Mayer, who are these people?" Monsieur asked. Mayer introduced, "This is Mr. Hereg, Level 2 wizard, an official member of Surlandir, renowned alchemist and witch-array master, and a recipient of the first-class honor medal of Surlandir." Mayer was indeed very familiar with Hereg, recounting Hereg's accomplishments as if they were at his fingertips. "Hello, Mr. Hereg." As soon as Monsieur heard that a prominent figure had arrived, she put down her spoon and gave a slight curtsy. "Hello," Hereg nodded and said no more. Hereg was very familiar with his devout follower, knowing exactly where her aspirations lay. Monsieur prayed to him daily, contributing a significant amount of wish power. Seeing the real person here at this moment, Hereg felt something peculiar. "Mr. Hereg, what brings you to our Farrell family?" Although Monsieur found Hereg amiable, she asked cautiously. She knew Mayer too well, someone who never did anything reliable. Therefore, after seeing Mayer bring in several strangers, she sensed some issues and voiced her inquiry. "Mr. Mayer is selling his heart of molten fire, and I came specifically to purchase it," Hereg said. Monsieur's beautiful eyes widened a little, and she looked at Mayer with annoyance, scolding, "Mayer, what have you done? The heart of molten fire isn't something to be sold to others. It's a keepsake left by the Farrell family for its descendants." Being scolded by Monsieur in front of others, Mayer's face couldn't hold it, and he shouted loudly, "I'm the youngest son of the Farrell family. Is there a problem if I sell some of my family's belongings? Look at anyone in our family using that thing now. I sell what I'm not using, it's none of your business." "Fine, I won't care. I'll go tell sister and see if she cares," Monsieur said as she walked out of the courtyard. A fragrant breeze arose as she passed by Hereg. Watching Monsieur leave, Mayer was still very angry and only spoke after a while. "Mr. Hereg, follow me." "Don't mind her." Hereg said nothing. These family matters had nothing to do with him, as his goal was the heart of molten fire anyway. The other things were not important. Mayer led Hereg to a palace-like building. Stepping on the smooth, shiny marble floor made a thunk-thunk sound. Hereg glanced more at her room as he passed it. He noticed this was Monsieur's room, where she bathed in the large bathtub every time. From Hereg's observation, Monsieur and Mayer lived separately. Monsieur's room contained only her things, none of anyone else's belongings. These two were nominally married in name only. Mayer lacked those capabilities, leading to this marital relationship being in name only. Moreover, Mayer himself was not ambitious, and the two usually exchanged only a few words, let alone cultivated feelings. Mayer's room was at the far end, also the largest one. His treasure vault was located inside the hidden room of the bedroom. Hereg didn't follow him in but waited outside. Mayer was originally worried about being robbed, but now it seemed he overthought. After a while, Mayer emerged from his treasure vault, holding a black stone in his hand, and said, "Mr. Hereg, this is the heart of molten fire." Hereg took it, examined it, and sniffed the scent to confirm it was the heart of molten fire. Although the heart of molten fire was rare, there was a lot of related information that Herag was well aware of. This thing usually looked like an ordinary stone, nothing special. The usage method was rather unique, requiring a special blend of magic potion. The heart of molten fire would only reveal its true form after being mixed into a magic potion. Herag looked at it for a while, then said, "Take out the talisman stone, and I'll transfer the money to you." He didn't exploit the situation, nor did he push Mayer into a dead end. Everything should not be done to the extreme. There was no life and death feud between them, no need to go to that extent. They should just follow the normal trading process. Mayer originally wanted to say something, but considering it, he thought better of causing more trouble, first getting the magic stone in hand. He was afraid that saying a few more words would make Herag not pay directly. Although if Herag didn't pay, he could complain to Sirlandir. But with Herag's status, even if the complaint was effective, it might take a long time. Herag straightforwardly transferred 400,000 magic stones over, leaving only about 150,000 in the talisman stones balance. Adding the 15,000 magic stones in the space ring, now there was a total of only 30,000 magic stones. Mayer breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the magic stones credited. Although the main purpose of this trip was not achieved, and he couldn't win over Herag, fortunately, the magic stones were eventually secured. Although not as profitable, at least it wasn't a loss. After receiving the heart of molten fire, Herag led the two assistants from the Nightingale Commerce Association and walked out. "Mr. Herag, wait, there's a banquet tonight, would you be kind enough to attend?" Mayer asked. "No time," Herag said directly and left with the two assistants. Just as he left, he heard a female voice from behind, "Mayer, what foolish thing did you do again?" If Herag guessed correctly, that should be Dani Farrell of the Farrell family. He had heard of her, a very capable woman. One could say the Farrell family was now reliant on her support. The eldest son of the Farrell family, Slow, almost ignored family matters, devoting himself to wizardry research, and was a level 2 wizard. However, Slow was not an official member of Sirlandir. He had been invited before, but this person had an eccentric nature, having no interest in joining any of these forces. Herag didn't bother to deal with the family's trivial matters. One of his objectives for coming had been achieved. Next was the second matter, just waiting to see if Fran would come. Herag glanced at the toad on his shoulder, its eyes darting around, observing everything. Due to the late hour, Herag needed to stay overnight in Shahai City for a rest before returning to Silver Moon City tomorrow. Shahai City also had Nightingale Commerce Association properties, where Herag and his companions stayed at the Nightingale Inn. When Herag lay on the inn's soft bed, the door suddenly knocked. He walked to the door, opened it, and found the one knocking was his female assistant Zillin. "Is there something?" Herag asked. Zillin said, "Sir, Mr. Luachi, the president of Shahai City's Magic Pharmacist Association, has come, and he especially invited you to attend a banquet." Herag didn't even need to think, knowing it must be Mayer's doing. Mayer knew he couldn't invite Herag himself, though he talked about this with the people from the Magic Pharmacist Association. The president of the Magic Pharmacist Association's branch had come, and Herag knew it was hard to refuse. As a member of the Magic Pharmacist Association, Herag naturally couldn't refuse the invitation from the president of the association. Nowadays, within the Magic Pharmacist Association, Herag had already gained some fame. Although he was still just a level 1 alchemist, no one believed he was just a level 1 alchemist. For Herag, the level of an alchemist wasn't that important now, so he didn't bother attending the level 2 alchemist exam. Herag met Luachi in the hotel lobby, a chubby middle-aged man with a round face. Upon seeing Herag, he greeted warmly, "Hello, Mr. Herag. You truly are as young and promising as the rumors say." "Hello, President Luachi," Herag responded politely with a handshake. "Tonight we have a banquet in Shahai City. Are you interested in attending?" Luachi asked. Herag laughed, "Of course, since President Luachi personally invited me, how could I refuse?" "Ha, great, let's go," Luachi laughed heartily. Luachi's carriage was much more modest compared to the Farrell family's, with no luxury decorations, exuding practicality everywhere. Herag chatted casually with Luachi on the carriage, sharing many topics of common interest and having a pleasant conversation. Luachi himself was also from Surlandir, so they both considered each other as their own people, with no barriers between them. The banquet was held at Mayor's private residence, a large place spacious enough to comfortably accommodate hundreds of people. This was also where Mayor usually stayed, rarely visiting the Farrell family's home. After entering together, Herag saw Mayor conversing with a few people ahead. Upon seeing Herag, Mayor immediately walked over happily. "Mr. Herag, thank you for coming to my banquet, please come in." Herag merely nodded slightly, without saying much. Mayor was already accustomed to Herag's demeanor, and continued speaking enthusiastically beside him. Others also noticed this scene and became curious about Herag, inquiring about him from various sources. Naturally, the crowd included people with well-informed intelligence, who quickly discovered Herag's identity. Upon learning Herag's identity and seeing how Mayor acted so familiar with him, everyone had their own thoughts. This was precisely the effect Mayor wanted to achieve. He didn't need Herag to be enthusiastic about him, only to appear familiar with him. If Herag couldn't be wooed, perhaps others could, Mayor thought. Herag was fully aware of his intentions and said nothing further. To Herag, Mayor's actions were pointless, as he understood that Mayor was nothing more than a pure playboy. He usually had no reliable friends, and it wasn't realistic to gather people to help him at a critical moment. Even if someone was willing to help, they likely had other motives. A playboy like Mayor would likely be taken advantage of in the end. Despite the large number of people attending the banquet, it didn't reflect Mayor's high reputation. For these nobles and upper-class people, a banquet was merely a social event. They happened almost every day, the only difference being who hosted them. Herag was already familiar with these proceedings. He chatted with some people from Shanghai City and made a few acquaintances. Mayor didn't disturb him much, likely knowing he wouldn't receive a warm reception and thus not bothering him unnecessarily, having achieved his goal already. At midnight, just past 0, Herag prepared to leave. At this time, such balls and banquets generally hadn't ended, with most attendees staying until close to dawn before completely dispersing. However, many people chose to leave around this hour. These people typically had little interest in the banquet, but attended out of obligation. Luachi accompanied Herag out, ready to see him off. When Mayor heard about it, he quickly ran out and said, "Mr. Herag, are you preparing to leave?" "Yes, I'm leaving. Thanks for the hospitality," Herag replied. Mayor smiled obsequiously, glanced around, and whispered, "Mr. Herag, I have a gift prepared for you guaranteeing your satisfaction." "A gift?" Herag frowned. This kid seemed quite unreliable, and the gift he prepared was probably equally unreliable. "Mr. Herag, you'll know when you return," Mayor said mysteriously. Herag warned, "Don't do anything unnecessary, don't cause me any trouble." "Absolutely not, you'll be absolutely satisfied," Mayor smiled. Herag didn't bother speaking further with him and turned to get on the carriage, leaving promptly. "It seems Mr. Herag and Mayor aren't very acquainted," Luachi chuckled in the carriage. "Of course, it's my first time meeting him today, and I don't want to get involved with the Farrell family's mess," Herag said. Luachi laughed. Indeed, family matters can be quite complicated. The two chatted casually, and soon arrived at the inn where Herag was staying. "Thank you, President Luachi, for seeing me off. Be sure to let me know next time you come to Silver Moon City," Herag smiled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely look for you and Barren for a drink when I come to Silver Moon City," Luachi said. After watching the carriage leave, Herag returned to the inn. The people from the Nightingale Commerce Association were already asleep. He attended the banquet alone. As soon as Herag opened the door to the inn, he sensed something was off. There was someone extra on the bed. His senses were very keen, and he could hear the breathing of the person on the bed. Herag found it odd that there would be someone on the bed for no reason. It definitely wasn't an attack, otherwise, the intruder wouldn't have completely exposed their presence and even left their breathing unrestrained. Herag walked over, lifted the blanket, and found a seductive woman in a slit dress lying on the bed. It was Monsieur. Monsieur, with her face flushed, was breathing heavily, still wearing the slit dress he saw her in earlier today, with her high heels still on. as if someone had tossed her directly onto the bed. "Monsieur, wake up," Harag gently shook Monsieur. Monsieur drowsily opened her eyes, her face a rosy hue as she cast him a sultry glance, her breath fragrant. She gasped for air, her hand unconsciously moving over her body. Unknowingly, she had already pulled off her dress, revealing her purple lingerie underneath. Harag's eyes widened at the sight. Ever since Urza, he hadn't seen such a voluptuous and alluring figure in person for a long time. He had only seen through the viewpoint of the gods before. The perception wasn't as direct. Now, being this close, he could practically feel Monsieur's warm breath on his face. The sensation was entirely different. Especially Monsieur's figure is simply perfect, full of mature woman's charm. The purple lingerie she's wearing at the moment makes her even more seductive. Harag suddenly felt that Monsieur was even more alluring now than when she was bathing, making one's blood boil. Monsieur narrowed her eyes slightly, crawled over and directly hooked Harag's neck with her hand, leaning forward with her fragrant breath, and those fiery red lips pressed against his. Harag couldn't avoid. All right, he admitted he didn't actually fail to react. It was just instinct not to dodge. Harag quickly felt a spiritual snake slip in, very smoothly. After a brief struggle with the spiritual snake, he forced himself to distance from Monsieur. "Monsieur, wake up." Harag could tell that Monsieur was not in a normal state, knowing that this was probably a gift prepared by Mayer. If he knew nothing, Harag might have gone along with the flow, regardless of the consequences. But Monsieur was his follower, and he knew how difficult her life was. If he took advantage of her vulnerability, Monsieur might wish to die after waking up. Harag found that no matter how he called, Monsieur remained in a dazed state. He thought for a moment and entered the divine state, speaking to Monsieur through divine means. "Wake up, Monsieur." This time it worked, as Monsieur, who was already tightly clinging to him, suddenly paused. Her eyes regained a brief moment of clarity, and she widened her eyes upon seeing the scene before her. Monsieur's face immediately showed anger, pointing at Harag furiously, her fingers trembling. But the next moment, the effect of the magic potion in her body seemed to strike again, making her gasp for air, her chest heaving. Harag was speechless. Even if he jumped into the yellow river, he couldn't wash off this accusation. He pondered a bit, and seeing no other way, said, "You were drugged by Mayer, right? When I opened the blanket, you were already there." As Monsieur spoke, she involuntarily let out a sound. Panting, she said, "That damn you all deserve to die." Monsieur cursed Harag along with Mayer, for she had seen Mayer bring Harag in today, naturally assuming they were in cahoots. Harag's head throbbed, indeed being set up by Mayer. Now he really couldn't explain it clearly. He thought for a moment and could only say, "You're also a follower of the eternal God, right? I've heard the great gods mention you. You're a devout follower." In the wizard plane, many people worship all kinds of gods. These gods may be from the local plane or from other planes. This kind of belief is not forbidden, as there is no unified religious faith. Only the gods of the abyss plane are forbidden to be worshipped, because the only goal of the gods of the abyss plane is to invade the wizard plane. Thus, abyssal cultists are universally despised, and faith in the gods of the abyss plane is prohibited. You're also a follower of the great god. Monsieur's expression softened slightly with some surprise. Harag nodded. "That's right. It's precisely because I knew of you that I held back and didn't take advantage of you. Otherwise, in your current appearance, no man could resist." Monsieur couldn't help but laugh, which made Harag's heart tremble for a moment. Monsieur glanced at her exposed body, her already flushed face turning redder like a fully ripe peach, ready to be picked. After a moment, Monsieur involuntarily let out another sound, gripping the blanket tightly, as if enduring something. She looked up at Harag, her eyes becoming hazy again, yet still holding a trace of clarity, perhaps. "This is the arrangement of the gods, all destined." After speaking, Monsieur directly threw herself into Harag's arms, a warm breath on Harag's neck. Feeling her supple body press against him, Harag's blood surged once more. "Gentler, please, Monsieur whispered softly in Harag's ear, and he no longer held back. A long night, sleepless. The next day at noon, Harag looked at the sleeping Monsieur in his arms and the traces of last night's madness on the bed, remembering their wild night. Monsieur was now utterly exhausted, inexperienced with such matters, unable to endure Herag's exertions, despite Herag being very gentle. After a prolonged struggle, Monsieur was still so tired she was sleeping deeply. Herag adjusted his arm to make Monsieur more comfortable, only to have her beautiful eyes flutter open, looking at Herag. Actually, in the second half of the night, the magic potion's effect in Monsieur's body had mostly faded. At that time, Monsieur was fully aware of what she was doing, yet she didn't stop. Instead, she became more proactive. The two exchanged glances, neither saying a word, the atmosphere slightly amorous. After a moment, Monsieur said, "Forget about last night in the future." Herag directly pulled her closer to himself, saying, "My memory is too good, I can't forget." With that, he rolled over again, pressing on top of her, causing Monsieur's heart to flutter. "Don't stop." Monsieur put on her slit dress and sat on the bed, putting on her high heels. Upon taking her first step, her legs seemed a bit wobbly, almost causing her to stumble, whereupon Herag quickly supported her. Monsieur leaned into Herag's embrace, her face slightly red as she stood upright, saying, "Let's keep it like this, strangers, from now on." With those words, she clicked away in high heels. Herag did not try to stop her, watching her leave. He knew Monsieur was conflicted inside as well, but due to the Farrell family status, she couldn't get too involved with Herag. When Monsieur first saw Herag, she felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, and upon learning that he was also a follower of the eternal God, she believed this to be the God's arrangement, destined. Monsieur was very grateful to have encountered Herag at such a time. If it was someone else, she would have first gone to kill Mayer and then commit suicide upon waking up the next day. She decided to let this matter pass, as there would be no chance to meet Herag again in the future anyway. Monsieur had already asked and knew Herag's identity, clearly understanding that there would be no interaction between them in the future. Watching Monsieur leave, Herag indeed had no reason to keep her there. After all, Monsieur was nominally the wife of Mayer of the Farrell family, and keeping her would be inappropriate. Although such things were common in noble circles and were not a big deal. But Herag couldn't possibly take Monsieur back to Silver Moon City, at least not now. Herag knew well that his mission this time had two objectives, the most important and dangerous of which was not yet complete. He knew that returning to Silver Moon City this time would likely be dangerous, providing even less reason to keep Monsieur. Herag packed up for a while, preparing to leave. He looked back at the bed, which was a mess, and recalled the events of last night with endless satisfaction. He left the room, finding the Nightingale Commerce Association members already waiting in the hall. They chatted casually, waiting for Herag to wake up and depart. Herag came to the hall, glanced at everyone and said, "Let's go." The Nightingale Commerce Association members naturally saw Monsieur coming out of Herag's room, but didn't find it strange. In their view, given Herag's status, this was quite normal. Herag arrived at the port, and once on the airship, called out the toad. He took out the talisman stone and sent Monsieur a message, "I'm leaving." A while later, Monsieur replied, "Okay." Herag saw the message, smiled slightly without sending another, and put away the talisman stone. The airship quickly flew out of Shanghai City, entering the desolate pollution zone. Herag stood by the window, looking at the desolate scenery around, and spoke to the toad on his shoulder. "Do you think Fran will come this time? You deliberately arranged the itinerary so tight, pretending you want to get things done and return to Silver Moon City immediately, just to lure him here, right?" The toad said. Herag nodded. "Precisely, just not sure if he'll take the bait." Typically, Fran wouldn't be able to rush over from Eye of the Storm to chase Herag in such a short time. Herag had stayed in Silver Moon City for years, and this trip was a sudden decision. If taking an airship, it would take several months to get here from Eye of the Storm. So theoretically, Herag's trip should be safe, without Fran's attacks. But level 3 wizards have many methods, always able to quickly rush over once hearing the news. Herag glanced at the calm land below and said, "Whether I can survive this time depends on you. Don't worry, although I'm just a projection, dealing with a level 3 creature is no problem. When the time comes, just stay inside and come out after I handle him," the toad said. The toad's body contains countless independent spaces. When Fran arrives, Herag just needs to dive in. Unless Fran can blow up the toad directly, Herag won't be in any danger. The toad's body is level 6 strength, and Fran's ability can't pose a threat to him. Flying high in the air, the airship gradually entered the night. Herag's spiritual power was highly concentrated. Staying alert, the toad suddenly said, "He's here." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding space began to distort, and the airship instantly shattered into pieces before exploding into countless fragments falling toward the ground. Herag floated mid-air, the toad perched on his shoulder, and he looked up at the sky. In the depths of the sky, there was the shadow of a winged dragon, with a black figure standing on its back. Herag glanced at the falling airship. The Nightingale Commerce Association members used various tools to escape. Of course, there were also bodies falling with the airship debris. Herag had no way to deal with this, only to ask Vernon to compensate the deceased's families afterward. "After not seeing you for years, I didn't expect you stepped into the level 2 wizard threshold. If my poor disciple hadn't died at your hands, he would now be a level 2 wizard too. With his talent and intellect, he definitely advanced to level 3 wizard. What a pity." Fran's voice came from high above. The winged dragon swiftly descended, stopping in front of Herag. Fran's appearance hadn't changed one bit. He was still that middle-aged man from the Mediterranean. "Mr. Fran, long time no see," Herag smiled. Fran said, "Don't worry, after I kill you today. I won't bother your relatives and friends. I don't have time to waste on such meaningless things. The black space is still with you, right? Give it to me and you can die easily." I left it at home. Why don't you come with me to get it?" Herag asked. Fran's face slightly changed. "Seems you're confident with backup. Why do you think you can survive against me? Every level 3 wizard's movement in Surlandir I know about. No one is near here. Even the Tapia sisters are still in the distant north. Do you think I'd hesitate to kill you because of your status, or do you think I'd fear the toad on your shoulder?" Herag nodded, looking at the toad on his shoulder. "Bro, can you handle it?" "Piece of cake," the toad said. Herag turned and smiled. "That's right, it's thanks to this toad." Fran then seriously surveyed the toad, but no matter how he looked, this seemed just a regular toad, nothing special. The toad crawled forward, casually strolling in the void. Its size rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant toad as tall as 5 stories. It opened its mouth and sucked Herag inside. Once inside the toad's space, Herag found himself in pitch darkness, using a light technique to see the surroundings. He discovered the place was actually a study, surrounded by rows of bookshelves filled with books. "Read for a while here, and I'll let you know when it's done." The toad's voice came from all around. Fran looked solemnly at the toad. He still couldn't feel any aura from the toad, not even a sense of threat. This was the most alarming thing for him. Judging by the toad's display, it must be an extremely powerful demon. But even such a powerful demon did not give him a hint of threat. Fran wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he was strong, and the toad was weak, thus no threat felt. On the contrary, it was highly likely because the toad was too strong, leaving Fran unable to sense even a bit of threat. Just as an ant wouldn't fear an elephant, they belonged to entirely different levels, not of the same world. Fran reached out, magic power surging, the robe he wore billowing with the wind. A black chain appeared, growing longer, starting to weave through the surrounding void. Once formed, this black chain flew toward the toad, seemingly wanting to bind him. The toad stared with its giant lantern-like eyes, neither dodging nor avoiding, showing no sign of fear. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to be observing Fran's use of magic, analyzing the principle of the black chain magic. Fran felt the intention revealed in the toad's eyes, and his mood immediately grew heavier. This meant the toad completely ignored him. The black chain quickly bound the toad, igniting black flames on the chain. The black chains were burning with roaring flames. Yet the flames were not hot. Instead, they were as cold as the chains. After binding the toad, the chains kept sliding quickly, emitting a crisp sound of metal friction and collision. The toad glanced at the black chains binding it, shook its head, and said, "Is this all the strength wizards have these days?" The black chains suddenly tightened, pulling straight, and one could tell that the chains contained immense power. But such power had no effect on the toad at all, and the black flame seemed to have no impact on it either. These chains couldn't even leave a single mark on the toad's skin. The toad's body swelled, and the black chains instantly shattered and then vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. "Which plane are you from, creature? Even a mere projection possesses such power," Fran asked solemnly. He couldn't sense any aura from the toad, only seeing that it was just a projection, not the real body. Normally, projections don't possess much strength, and various means are greatly restricted. However, this toad's projection was very strange. Its defense was practically invincible, and even third-level spells couldn't harm a hair of it, which seemed quite ridiculous. Fran also didn't think the toad was from the Abyss Plane, as the Abyss Plane had once invaded the Wizard Plane, making it nearly impossible for Abyss Plane entities to project into the Wizard Plane due to the self-defensive mechanism of the world will. So Fran naturally assumed the toad must be from another plane, not the Abyss Plane. Harag had previously asked the toad this question, and the toad speculated that it didn't fully belong to the Abyss Plane, thus it wasn't restricted. This further confirmed Harag's earlier conjecture. The toad was most likely Nicholas himself. Nicholas was originally a wizard from the Wizard Plane, but for unknown reasons had become a demon from the Abyss Plane. But considering the toad could successfully project, the world will hadn't imposed any restrictions on it. Since the toad was once a high-tier wizard, it must have been through the level 3 wizard stage, and thus received recognition from the world will. Harag suspected that this might be the reason the toad could successfully project. Generally speaking, such a situation wouldn't occur. A high-tier wizard suddenly turned into a demon from the Abyss Plane, while retaining traces and auras from both planes. Harag thought about it and realized he was in a similar situation, except he could switch by manipulating his bloodline mark. The toad glanced sideways at Fran without answering his question, instead opening its mouth to reveal a space akin to a black hole. Harag strolled around the study, discovering that the books here came from various races and were written in numerous different languages. The material of these books varied too. There were only a few genuine paper books, while most were made from animal hides and bones. Some book materials Harag couldn't even recognize, not knowing what they were. Due to being in a different space, Harag couldn't sense the outside situation and had no idea how the battle was going. However, he wasn't worried, as Fran, a level 3 wizard, likely couldn't handle the toad. Even if the toad couldn't defeat Fran, it wouldn't be captured by him, considering its defenses were maxed out. Harag merely wandered around the study and hadn't even finished a book when he got teleported out. Upon landing, Harag found himself on a piece of land in the polluted area, with no traces of the airship's wreckage around, indicating a considerable distance from the original location. He turned to see the large body of the toad sitting on the ground and asked, "Is it resolved?" The toad nodded and spat out a corpse. "I kept the body, do you need it?" Fran now looked extremely miserable, with limbs twisted and bent in odd angles, clearly having broken bones. There was a terrifying huge hole in his chest, looking as though something had pierced through it. Harag assessed that it was likely pierced by the toad's tongue, as the shape matched. He calculated that only a few minutes had passed since he went in, and Fran was already in such a state. It seemed the toad's combat power exceeded his expectations, although it claimed its offensive means were only at the level 3 wizard level. It was probably at the top tier among level 3 wizards. Harag asked, "Does he have a space ring or anything like that?" "No space ring, I've already checked. Wizards at his level probably use their own small space for storage, which is more convenient and doesn't fear being lost," the toad said. For a level 2 wizard to advance to a level 3 wizard, they need to comprehend most of the rules and gain recognition from the world will before they can advance to level 3. The spatial rules are generally required comprehension for advancing to level 3 wizard. And Fran's understanding of spatial rules was definitely much higher than Harag's. Harag also knew there were spells that could create small spaces through spatial rules, and use these as personal spaces for storing items freely. A space ring is always just an item, easy to lose or damage. Once damaged, the contents inside the space ring would also be destroyed, as the space exists inside the space ring, relying on it to exist. However, spaces created through spatial rules are different. These spaces truly exist within the endless world, being a genuinely developed space. Theoretically, such spaces exist forever, unless someone accidentally breaks into and damages the space. But the probability of this is nearly zero. Some wizards, to prevent even this slight chance, would arrange witch arrays as protection within the space they developed. Harag looked at Fran's body on the ground, feeling a sense of pity. Wizards of this level surely have valuable things, and finding a space ring would be a significant gain. Unwilling to give up, Herag checked again but found no space storage artifacts. Fran only had 2 witchcraft artifacts on him. However, they had been damaged beyond recognition, having been spoiled in the fight with the toad. Herag couldn't determine the level of these artifacts, but judging by the residual aura, they were at least level 2. If he wanted to escape, he could have, right? Why did he die in your hands so quickly? Herag was curious about the process, so he asked. The toad said, he wanted to capture me for research, so he didn't leave right away. By the time he realized, he couldn't beat me. The surrounding space had been silently sealed by me, and he didn't notice. Since Toad agreed to Herag to take care of Fran, he naturally went all out. The first thing he did was not to scare Fran away and didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he chose a more stable method, which was to seal off the surrounding space completely, cutting off Fran's escape route. The range of Space Toad could manipulate was so vast that Fran didn't even realize he was already in a massive cage of heaven and earth. By the time Fran sensed something was amiss and tried to flee, he had already reached the boundary of the space and couldn't get out. In the end, a desperate fight was to no avail, and he died at the hands of Toad. Herag reached out to touch the space in front of him and found that the space here was indeed sealed and had yet to be lifted. This place is now a temporary independent space, and whatever happens here won't be sensed by other places. Herag looked back at Fran's body and said, "Is there any completely clean way to dispose of this body? I'm afraid someone from the Eye of the Storm will trace something." Level 3 Wizard is an extremely important figure in any faction, and once such a figure dies, it will inevitably be investigated to the end. Fran could come to kill Herag, and even if he killed him, Serlandir would just compensate a bit, and nothing would happen to him. But the reverse is not possible. If the people from the Eye of the Storm knew Fran died at Herag's hands, they would certainly want Herag dead. Not only would they want Herag dead, but Serlandir would have to bleed heavily to quell this matter. It seems very unfair, but Fran and Herag are not equals in identity and strength. Therefore, the same thing Fran can do, Herag cannot. Ultimately, it's still a lack of strength. Herag knows that if he was strong enough, even if he killed Fran, the Eye of the Storm wouldn't dare say anything. Toad pondered. I can handle it completely clean. I can exile the body into the space turbulence. Once in the space turbulence, no one can retrieve anything from it. Space turbulence is an extremely terrifying area, where even rules are broken. Exile into space turbulence, how do you manage that? Herag asked curiously. Toad said, my internal space connects to a place that leads to space turbulence. I can directly eject things there. How your internal space can connect to space turbulence? Herag was somewhat shocked. Such a terrifying place as space turbulence, and someone can connect there internally, aren't they afraid of backlash? Toad didn't understand why Herag was so surprised and said blandly, yes, I generally throw unwanted trash there. Herag thought for a moment, took out a ring and some powder and said, can you also toss these into the space turbulence for me? The ring was Malcolm's ring, containing a bunch of things needing disposal. The powder was Malcolm's remains. Herag had kept it to be completely eradicated. This was the right time to dispose of Fran's body. The two master and apprentice could head off together, a kind of fate. Toad glanced and said, no problem. He opened his mouth, a suction force came and Fran's body on the ground, along with the space ring and powder in Herag's hand, were all sucked in. Herag hadn't found a good way to dispose of these things, and now it was just right. After Toad handled these, he lifted the seal on the surrounding space, then quickly shrank in size, becoming a palm-sized little toad, lightly leaping onto Herag's shoulder. Herag looked around, discerned the direction, and walked towards Shahai City. He could also go into the Divine State to inform Reese of the situation here, and have Vernon send an airship for him. But doing so might seem strange. How would Reese know about happenings in the pollution zone without the magic net? Of course, many reasons could explain it, like some special communication magic. Herag thought about it and decided against adding unnecessary trouble. Things aren't like before. Previously, he was weak and not well known, with few paying attention to him. Now, however, quite a few are silently watching his movements. Reaching the level 2 wizard level tends to draw attention. For Herag, returning to Shahai City was just a longer walk, just more effort. Spend more time, have less trouble. On his way to Shanghai City, Herag encountered 4 people from the Nightingale Commerce Association on an airship, including his 2 assistants. They said others were either dead or missing, and they were also heading back to Shanghai City. It's too dangerous in the pollution zone to search for others, barely being able to protect themselves. Upon seeing Herag, they were delighted. Having a level 2 wizard with them greatly increased their chances of returning alive to Shanghai City. More importantly, Herag is an important figure in the Nightingale Commerce Association. Having him alive is the best news. After being attacked by unknown figures against the airship, their first thought was that it was targeted at Herag. If the Nightingale Commerce Association wants to continue to grow, they still need Herag to provide more magic potion formulas. Talent is always the most important. "Mr. Herag, are you okay?" the female assistant asked. Herag calmly replied, "I'm fine, let's hurry back to Shanghai City." The 4 immediately followed behind Herag, continuing forward. They found it difficult to discern direction in the pollution zone and could only follow Herag. Noticing Herag walking in one direction without any hesitation, they felt more at ease knowing he could determine the direction. With 4 burdens, their pace was slower, and Herag couldn't just leave them behind and return himself. There was no need to do so without any danger, so he brought them back. If not for himself, the airship wouldn't have crashed. About 2 days later, they could see the outline of Shanghai City from afar. The 4 from the Nightingale Commerce Association couldn't help but be excited, feeling grateful when watching Herag's figure ahead. They were indeed afraid Herag might leave them behind, as no one wanted to linger in the pollution zone more than necessary. Yet Herag patiently led them through the pollution zone and even offered shelter in the wildfire tent for the night. Herag noticed that the talisman stone could be used. Normally, before he even reached Shanghai City, he took out the talisman stone to send a message to Liuachi. "Mr. Liuachi, the airship we were on was attacked by unknown persons halfway, and we've just returned outside Shanghai City. Could you please help us by meeting us?" "Attack, such a serious event happened. Wait a moment, I'll immediately contact people from Shanghai City to come over." Liuachi was shocked upon seeing the message and quickly started reaching out. An airship being attacked is not a trivial matter, especially if some important figures were killed. It would be a major affair. Herag's status is neither high nor low, but attacking him would still cause some stir and discussion. If Herag were truly killed in the attack, then it would be embarrassing for Surlandir, and they would undoubtedly pursue it for a period. Liuachi's speed was fast, and by the time Herag and his companions arrived below the city walls of Shanghai City, Liuachi had already brought a group over. Leading them was a man with a rakish full beard, dressed somewhat like a ranger. "Hello, my name is Williams, the city lord of Shanghai City," the bearded man said as he walked over. Herag paused for a moment, then said, "So it's City Lord Williams, hello." Williams was merely a level 2 wizard, yet managed to become the city lord of Shanghai City, indicating his background must be quite profound. Behind him followed several wizards with a deep aura of magic power. Clearly all of them were highly powerful wizards. Williams quickly led Herag and his companions back into Shanghai City to get an understanding of the situation. Herag only mentioned that they were attacked aboard the airship and escaped back to the ground, but knew nothing else, nor who the attackers were. As for the other 4 members of the Nightingale Commerce Association, they couldn't see who was attacking them at all. The airship was airborne high up at the time. After Fran's attack and the fight with the toad, people below couldn't see anything. This is because the sky within the pollution zone is always gray and hazy, making it impossible to see beyond the clouds above. Moreover, they were all too busy saving their own lives at the time to pay attention to what was happening high above. The fight between the toad and Fran also didn't last long and wasn't very noticeable. Williams listened and seemed puzzled. Who could it be? Most likely someone with a conflicting interest. I anticipated this day might come before, but didn't expect it so soon, Herag sighed. Williams nodded slightly, harboring similar suspicions himself. The Nightingale Commerce Association's magic potion formula was overwhelmingly competitive. They earned so much money, naturally, others earned less. Herag was the one optimizing these magic potion formulas, and the ones released already were so powerful. If Herag were to further innovate and improve on some formulas in the future, other magic potion merchants would be thoroughly out of business. Cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. Indeed, someone might be desperate enough to take action against Herag. It's just that Herag had the fortune and fate to survive the attack, thwarting those who wished otherwise. Mr. Herag, I've reported this matter upwards. The organization is now aware and will conduct investigations, Williams said. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Herag expressed his gratitude. Herag and his group booked tickets for tomorrow's airship. The Wizard Alliance's official airship was much safer. No one would dare act against a Wizard Alliance airship due to personal vendettas. Once action is taken, regardless of the resultant fate of the target, those who acted would surely perish. Herag knew clearly there shouldn't be any attack following this. Fran's attempt on his life was purely a personal vendetta, unless the Eye of the Storm learned Fran died by his hand. But such a possibility was extremely low. Even if the Eye of the Storm had some means of knowing Fran was dead, linking Fran's death to Herag would be difficult. The power gap between the two was too vast. Nobody would believe a level 2 wizard could kill a level 3 wizard. Even with an ambush, absolute disparities in strength render it ineffective. The only possibility lies with another wizard of similar level preemptively setting an ambush, leaving Fran no chance to escape. Yet each force knows exactly which level 3 wizards they have, and a simple check would reveal this. For the Eye of the Storm, they would at most know Fran went to Surlindir and then vanished. As to why he died specifically, it would require a long investigation. The Toad had already cast all traces into the space flow, making it extremely challenging to trace any clues. The space flow is a place where even the rules are fragmented, and souls certainly cannot survive there. The next day, the airship arrived at Shanghai City. Herag once again boarded the airship with the remaining 4 members of the Nightingale Commerce Association, heading towards Silver Moon City. This time was much smoother, encountering no danger along the way. Just as Herag landed in Silver Moon City, Prize came looking for him. Herag had already relayed the situation through the talisman stone earlier, and Prize was aware. During this time, Surlindir had sent people to investigate on site, but found no clues identifying the assailants. Not a single trace was discovered. Apart from the airship wreckage and some Nightingale Commerce Association bodies, nothing of investigative value remained. It's very normal they found no clues, as the Toad cleaned the site thoroughly, leaving no remnants of any sort. The Eye of the Storm contacted us, saying Wizard Fran disappeared within our Surlindir borders, demanding our explanation, Prize said solemnly. Fran, seems likely he was the one attacking the airship, Herag said. Prize nodded, quite possible. His apprentice died at your hands, he most likely sought revenge. Yet it's puzzling why he merely downed the airship without pursuing further, and then vanished. This is indeed strange. Even if the airship crashed, most wizards with their means wouldn't likely die from the fall, but there was no further onslaught afterward. It's baffling, Herag said. Prize speculated, I suspect Fran encountered something within the pollution zone that detained him there. His conjecture corresponds with common reasoning. Anything is possible within the pollution zone. Level 3 wizard is indeed powerful, but there are beings within the pollution zone that even level 3 wizards cannot provoke. Normally speaking, after attacking the airship, Fran wouldn't simply leave, he would naturally try to hunt them down. Prize just couldn't understand why Fran didn't continue the pursuit after attacking the airship, only speculating that Fran encountered other troubles. He never considered that Herag's side could have finished off Fran, never entertained that possibility. Herag asked, so what did you tell the Eye of the Storm? What else could we say? Let them figure it out themselves. If people ran into the pollution zone and disappeared, who can they blame? Besides, it's very likely he was the one who attacked the airship, so they're already lucky we haven't settled that score with them, Prize said. The Eye of the Storm has only raised doubts but lacks evidence that Surlindir's people did anything to Fran. In fact, it's quite normal for a level 3 wizard to wander around occasionally. It's just that he hasn't gone missing like this before. The Eye of the Storm learned through the Talisman Stone's last known location that he was within Surlindir's borders, but it was in the pollution zone, not in the city. Herag said, "Let me know if there's any news about this. I'll head back first." "Yeah, coming back safely is the best. You've got quite the luck surviving an ordeal like this," Prize laughed. "Maybe next time I won't be so lucky," Herag self-mockingly said. After returning home, Herag began preparations for the refining process of the Heart of Molten Fire-related magic potions. The refining of the Heart of Molten Fire-related magic potion formula requires some rare materials, such as dragon's beard grass, moon mist stone, wilderness demon vine, and so on, all costing several hundred to thousands of magic stones in potion materials. Some magic potion materials are not easy to purchase in the market and have very limited stock. However, thanks to Vernon's channels, Herag wasn't worried about not being able to buy the ingredients. About half a month later, Herag finally gathered all the materials needed for the Heart of Molten Fire potion. Refining the Heart of Molten Fire potion is already considered a Tier 2 potion, with relatively high difficulty and a special refining method. The Heart of Molten Fire, as a key of rules, looks like an ordinary dark stone. To transform it into something that helps people comprehend the power of rules, it needs to be peeled away layer by layer. This peeling process is the refining process of the Heart of Molten Fire potion. The outermost layer of the Heart of Molten Fire has a black stone skin, which looks ordinary but is extremely hard. To peel off this layer of black stone skin, one can't use brute force. It requires a specially concocted magic potion to slowly dissolve it. Herag spent 4 hours concocting a purple solution that had a faint herbal fragrance. But this is no sweet drink. It's a deadly potion with strong corrosive properties. Herag placed the Heart of Molten Fire in a specially made large reaction beaker, applied an absolute defense shield onto himself, and then slowly poured the purple solution into the beaker. When the purple solution was poured into the beaker, initially there was no reaction. About 3 minutes later, faint sizzling sounds gradually came from the beaker. Wisps of purple smoke rose and dispersed. The next moment, bang! A violent explosion sounded from the beaker, like thunder out of a clear sky. A lot of purple solution splattered, landing on Herag's shield with a sizzle, constantly corroding the absolute defense shield. Herag was in the basement laboratory, a specially built magic potion laboratory. He had anticipated this and cleared the surroundings. Although the purple solution splattered everywhere, no other equipment was damaged. The reaction in the beaker grew more intense, and soon the laboratory was filled with pervasive purple mist. This purple mist is highly corrosive and toxic gas, continually corroding Herag's absolute defense shield with a sizzling sound. Herag's laboratory has a sealing function to ensure that none of the purple mist would escape. If even a trace escaped, it would be considered an experimental accident, and Herag would be punished. Herag did not rush to handle the purple mist, but waited for the reaction in the beaker to complete. After all, with the absolute defense shield, the purple mist posed no harm to him. Herag continuously observed the situation in the beaker, where the black stone skin on the Heart of Molten Fire was slowly dissolving, revealing a blood-red interior beneath. About half an hour later, the black stone skin completely dissolved. In the specially made beaker, a blood-red mass floated within the blackish-purple solution. This blood-red mass continued to bubble, with bits of red tissue peeling away. This is the second layer of skin to be removed. Herag used tweezers to extract the blood-red mass and placed it on another tray. The tray was padded with a type of bark that was highly absorbent, appearing in an old yellow color. Once the mass was placed on the bark, the purple solution on its surface was quickly absorbed by the bark below. Even the solution distributed on the top of the mass was sucked in by the bark. After all the solution was absorbed, the process wasn't over. The bark continued to actively draw liquid from within the mass. Liquid like fresh blood seeped from the surface of the mass, absorbed by the bark beneath. The originally wood-yellow bark took on a dark red hue after absorbing this blood-like liquid, as if stained with old bloodstains. Once all the blood-red liquid was absorbed, Herag picked up the now dry mass and then forcefully split it in two with his hands. A blood-red crystal embedded in the mass glistened brightly, emitting a strange glow. Within the crystal lay a burning flame, resembling a piece of art. Herag held the small red crystal, feeling it slightly hot to the touch. Next is the crucial step, breaking the outer crystal layer to complete the final peeling step. Herag glanced around. Before proceeding, he needed to first clear the purple mist from the area. He took out a milky white bead, which, after being imbued with magic power, emitted a strong suction force, drawing in all the surrounding purple mist. In just 3 minutes, the laboratory's purple mist was absorbed clean by the bead, not a trace left. Herag put away the bead, checked to ensure nothing was missed in the room, and then took out the red crystal. Magic power surged within him, his form quickly enlarging as he entered the Titan power state, his body covered in dark golden armor. Herag's head nearly touched the ceiling, a consideration during the initial construction. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use Titan power here. He then cast another absolute defense shield on himself and officially prepared to peel away the heart of molten fire's final layer of skin. The heart of molten fire is extremely dangerous, especially after the outer layer of black stone is stripped away. The usage of the heart of molten fire is quite simple, which is to use magic power to shatter the outer crystal, and then begin to comprehend the power of fire element rules. But this process is very dangerous. When the crystal of the heart of molten fire shatters, it emits high temperatures and can even produce extremely high temperature flames. One wrong move might result in death by high temperatures and flames, so one must prepare protection in advance. Herag wasn't too worried about this because he possessed the talent ability of the dragon race bloodline, high-level flame resistance. Still, to be cautious, he armed himself fully to avoid any accidents. Once Herag was ready, he held a small red crystal in his enormous palm. He slowly infused it with some magic power, and as the magic power entered, cracks began to appear on the crystal exterior of the red crystal. A few seconds later, with a crisp sound, the red crystal shattered instantly. At the same time, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. Even in his current form, Herag felt the temperature around him was a bit too high, estimating it to be around 200 degrees Celsius. Ordinary people couldn't survive such an environment, and even Herag felt uncomfortable. He endured it with effort, adjusting his state as he began to carefully comprehend the rules. His past experience as the master of the world benefited him greatly, especially during the comprehension of rules when his past experiences proved very helpful. Herag had once seen the existence of most rules and had clearly felt these rules. At this moment, for him, as long as the fire element rules showed even a trace, Herag could quickly capture it. The temperature in the laboratory gradually increased, reaching an ambient temperature of over 300 degrees. Some flames appeared abruptly, burning vigorously in the surrounding air. Herag closed his eyes and keenly sensed the fleeting fire element rules, then began to comprehend them. The extreme heat around him seemed imperceptible as he fully immersed himself in comprehending the fire element rules. Herag's absolute defense kept up, blocking the approach of those flames. But it couldn't block the high temperature, which had risen to 500 degrees. Herag felt that without his high-level flame resistance, he wouldn't be able to endure such a high-temperature environment for long. The key of rules, like the heart of molten fire, belongs to a very dangerous category. There are many kinds of keys of rules. Some have no danger, while others have very harsh usage conditions. Half an hour later, Herag opened his eyes, having successfully comprehended the power of fire element rules. The surrounding temperature slowly decreased, like a boiling pot of hot tea after the heat source is removed, gradually cooling down. Nonetheless, the process was quite slow, and the temperature drop required some time. Herag did not rashly leave the basement because the temperature in the laboratory and outside was too different. Suddenly opening the door would cause problems. Although it wouldn't affect him much, Reese was still at home, and Herag didn't want her to get hurt because of this. Herag reached out and touched forward, feeling the time, space, and fire element rules he could see, just like when he first saw free energy particles. The rules he saw now had no physical form. They existed but were intangible, yet omnipresent. As he waited for the laboratory temperature to drop, Herag pondered which second-level fire spell to learn. The power of rules can be comprehended in advance, and after successfully comprehending it, one can directly learn the corresponding magic. Herag didn't plan to exchange second-level fire spells from Serlandir's secret vault, as contribution points were becoming increasingly important to him. Second-level spells can be obtained through other means with magic stones, but contribution points are very hard to accumulate. Sirlandir's Secret Vault is currently the only stable way to obtain a Key of Rules, making the required contribution points even more valuable. Now, with only 1,600 contribution points left, Hereg was worried about how to gain more. Still seemed that participating in the plain opening war was the fastest way to gain contribution points. But recently, there seemed to be some issues on the elf plane side. Hereg had only heard a little, without much detail, and the expedition team hadn't revealed anything externally. Parker was still recovering from injuries, staying continuously in the floating city above Silver Moon City, and hadn't appeared once. Hereg had a vague feeling that something significant must have happened inside the elf plane. The next morning, Hereg arrived at the Pointed Hat Magic Shop. The Pointed Hat Magic Shop is a famous magic shop and considered a family business operated by the Clare family. This wizard family also has a very long history, reportedly tracing back to the distant era of Radiance. However, no one can verify this, as many wizard families claim to be ancient families existing since the era of Radiance. In reality, they might be only a few centuries old. Hereg had made an appointment in advance and had informed the shop owner Terry in Silver Moon City about his needs beforehand. The Pointed Hat Magic Shop usually sells level 0 and level 1 spells, and level 2 spells are very rare. To avoid wasting a trip, Hereg had Terry prepare in advance. Among second-level spells, time and space magic are the rarest and very uncommon. But second-level fire spells, being elemental, are relatively easier to find. At least through the Clare family's channels, there's no issue. Mr. Terry greeted Hereg as he entered the Pointed Hat Magic Shop. Terry was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s and also a level 2 wizard. Hereg had met him before in social events like dances, although they weren't very familiar due to not much interaction, but they understood each other somewhat. Mr. Hereg, you're here. I have prepared 3 second-level spells for you this time. See if there's anything you are interested in, Terry said, taking out 3 thick books from his space ring and placing them on the counter. These 3 spells are Fire Element Flight, Thermal Reversal, and Eternal Night Heart Flame. Have a look, Terry introduced. Hereg curiously examined the 3 spell model books and said, "Let me take a look first." He intended to briefly review the 3 spells to understand their characteristics before deciding. The first spell Hereg looked at was Fire Element Flight, which utilizes the power of fire element rules to cover the body with a thin membrane of elementalization of the fire element. With this membrane, one could fly through the sky at an extremely high speed. Hereg was quite interested in the elemental flight magic, as it involved much knowledge related to elementalization. From what he understood, many wizards were exploring the direction of elementalization. Elementalization refers to transforming one's body or spiritual power into elements. After spiritual power elementalization, a wizard can only use corresponding elemental magic. Though there are some limitations, it allows for achieving a very high level within the respective elemental domain, and subsequent progress seems different from ordinary wizards. By undergoing body elementalization, the body composition completely changes, essentially becoming elemental life. Many level 2 and level 3 wizards, hopeless in advancing further, choose to become elemental life. Once one becomes elemental life, lifespan becomes nearly unlimited, and one can be immune to most non-elemental attacks. However, there are significant downsides: the susceptibility to targeting. Though strong after elementalization, one is merely single-element life. If someone intends to harm you, they can design specific strategies against you in advance. Wizards typically handle elemental life in the same way. The fire element flight magic draws on the principles of elementalization to enable flight. Effects and speed similar to elementalization, without actually transforming the body into elements. Hereg recalled Crystal City's arena. The magic arena used back then was quite similar to fire element flight's described effect. It might just be the same magic. Back then, arena hadn't undergone elementalization, yet could fly swiftly with Hereg. Having understood this, Hereg decided to buy the magic, asking, "How much for this fire element flight?" For Mr. Hereg, "I'll give you a deal. 30,000 magic stones, Terry said with a smile. Herag nodded. Okay, I'll take it. He knew the market price for a second-level spell. It's basically this price. Also, fire element flight is obviously rare, usually priced higher. Nevertheless, Terry quoted only 30,000 magic stones, which was perfectly reasonable. After picking up fire element flight, Herag then began examining the other two magics. Thermal reversal is a somewhat special fire magic, whose principle is converting high thermal energy in fire magic into usable thermal energy. This magic also offers immunity to fire magic, allowing most of the fire magic's power to be transformed into energy for self-use. Of course, this conversion has limits. It can't be done indefinitely. If the opponent's fire magic power is too strong, the immunity can't be complete. It was Herag's first time seeing such magic. He was quite intrigued, unsure who designed this magic. The design idea of this magic was to transform externally applied high thermal energy to thermal energy centered around the body. The converted thermal energy can be used for self-energizing or released back to the outside. This magic is interesting. How much is it? Herag asked. 20,000 magic stones. I'm glad Mr. Herag is interested. These three magics are all carefully selected by me. They're all top-notch, Terry said with a smile. Mr. Terry is diligent, much appreciated, Herag responded. Terry indeed took care in preparation, not just using some ordinary fire magic as casual offerings. The effectiveness and design concepts of these magics were absolutely top-notch. The price wasn't high either, truly worth more than their value. Herag put down thermal reversal and started examining the final second-level fire magic, Eternal Night Heart Flame. It was the only offensive spell among the 3 second-level fire magics. Eternal Night Heart Flame's effect involves invoking fire element rules within the target to burn them. If the target has a heart, the effect heightens dramatically with the heart as a sacrifice, fully burning the target till the end. After reading, Herag couldn't help but marvel how utilizing rule power was indeed incredibly strong. Against wizards who can't use rules, it's essentially a dimensional downstrike. Directly invoking fire element rules to burn a target poses almost no defensive measures for level 1 wizards. Even shields are useless, as this employs rule power to burn internally. Unless the opponent is also a level 2 wizard, capable of sensing rule power's presence, they may evade in advance. For instance, if someone uses Eternal Night Heart Flame against Herag now, he could sense the change in fire element rule power. Upon detecting shifts in rule power, he can anticipate someone's use of rule power against him, making counter moves. While others employ fire element rule power, Herag can also use it to disrupt their casting. Eternal Night Heart Flame's price is 20,000 magic stones. The 3 spells together amounted to 70,000 magic stones. Herag bought all 3 spells, leaving only over 80,000 magic stones in the Talisman Stone. Profits from Nightingale Commerce Association would take some time to transfer, likely a substantial amount next time. Business there was thriving, earning enormously. Herag carried the 3 magics home, immediately starting to construct corresponding spell models. He needed to quickly enhance his own strength. Because the abyssal aura in the surrounding world was becoming increasingly dense, it's a very ominous sign. Shenlin began analyzing and inputting the spell model for fire element flight. Herag instructed. Task has been archived. Herag activated the Night Witch Array, blocking observations around the manor to prevent being seen. Magic power surged within him, infusing into one of the newly constructed spell models in his mind. Subsequently, fire element rules billowed around, countless fire element free energy particles attached around Herag, forming a thin film. With a thought, he flew into the air, trailing a fiery elemental energy tail behind him. He transformed into a red stream of light, flying around in the manor. The space here was still too small, unable to fully display the speed of fire element flight. Herag thought for a moment, but decided not to go out and test the magic, as he should hide his capabilities. Too many people were watching him openly and covertly. The less others know about his intelligence, the more advantageous for him. Even if people knew he bought 3 second-level fire magic spells at Pointed Hat Magic Shop, they would not expect him to master them so soon. which is a kind of information gap. After experimenting with fire element flight, Herag was quite satisfied with the magic's effect. For others, this might just be a magic spell for travel. But for Herag, it's a spell that greatly enhances his mobility and flexibility. He excels in close-quarters combat, and with the elemental flight spell, his speed achieves a qualitative leap. The fire element flight spell also resolves his biggest problem, which is his lack of aerial capability. Although Herag has the Feather of Flight, a witchcraft artifact that allows for flight, its flying speed is too slow to be of any practical value in combat. Herag then immediately shifted into the Titan power form, his body rapidly expanding. In this form, he used the fire element flight again. Herag discovered that the speed was not diminished at all, remaining as fast as in his normal form. For elemental flight, the weight added from entering Titan power was negligible, hardly affecting speed. After verifying this, Herag released his Titan power form, standing naked in the yard pondering future offensive and defensive tactics. In future battles, his tactical options had instantly increased, allowing him to handle more situations. After a while, Reese walked into the yard, seeing Herag standing there, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Aren't you ashamed?" Reese said as she hugged Herag from behind, her full body making direct contact, giving a great sense of comfort. Herag chuckled, "There's no one around here who can see inside anyway. You never know, someone might have a special means to see through the witch array, and you'd be standing naked in front of them," Reese said. Herag replied, "I don't mind being naked." Herag took out the talisman stone, preparing to contact Bannings. Bannings had been meaning to invite Herag to join the expedition team for years. But at the time, Herag felt his strength was insufficient, and joining the plain opening wars was too dangerous. Now, he barely considered himself capable of some self-defense, and with the Toad as his ally, his safety increased significantly. To steadily gain contribution points, Herag realized he had to participate in the plain opening wars. With contribution points, he could directly exchange for keys of rules, accelerating his advancement to level 3 wizard. If he continued progressing at the current rate, who knows when he would acquire multiple keys of rules. Not everyone is like Mayor, willing to sell such things as keys of rules. Most of the time, money can't even buy them, no one would sell. Now the abyssal aura was growing stronger, suggesting the time of abyss invasion was not far, making Herag feel even more urgent. This pressure meant Herag couldn't proceed as he previously thought, which was to advance slowly over time and eventually reach level 3 wizard. It was the safest and most secure way, without taking too many risks. However, through the sands of time, Herag saw some future fragments, showing that if he continued as before, he would perish shortly after the Kala continent was split in two. Since the slow-paced method had proven unfeasible, Herag decided another path must be chosen. After much thought, joining the expedition team seemed the most suitable choice for Herag. As a wizard without background, participating in the plain opening wars was the quickest way to advance. The danger was evident, but the rewards were equally rich. Otherwise, so many wizards wouldn't participate in the plain opening wars. Thinking of joining our expedition team, Bannings replied on the talisman stone. Herag said, "I do have that thought. Is there still a need for people now? Of course, we need especially talented wizards like you. Now that you're a level 2 wizard, you qualify to participate in the plain opening wars officially," Bannings said. Herag asked, "Which plain opening wars are ongoing now? Can I choose which plane to participate in?" "There are several ongoing. If you're certain you want to join, I can slowly introduce them to you. Once you have enough information, you can choose which plane's war to join. It's all voluntary. The expedition team won't force you to participate in any plane war," Bannings said. Herag asked, "If I join the expedition team, do I need to go to the central region?" "No need. Each wizard organization has a department that manages expedition team matters. You can join and complete the formalities directly in Silver Moon City. The central region only has multiple teleportation altars for different planes, and you'd only need to go there if you need to use a specific altar. But not every plane's teleportation altar is there. Many planes have more than one altar," Bannings said. "I decide to join the expedition team," Herag said. "Great, welcome aboard. If you're in Silver Moon City, just contact Prize to help you with the formalities, Bannings said. Although the expedition team is directly managed by the Wizard Alliance inside the expedition team, wizards from the 6 great wizard organizations are present. Therefore, there are corresponding departments within each wizard organization for unified management of personnel. In practical plane opening wars, many wizards choose to act alongside those of the same faction. Herag then contacted Prize to inform him of this decision, and afterward went to Silver Moon City Hall. Upon arriving at the City Hall and meeting Prize, Herag learned that Parker was in charge of managing the expedition team in Silver Moon City. Parker was an old member of the expedition team, who has long participated in various plane opening wars. Usually, he manages some affairs of the expedition team and doesn't involve himself much in Silver Moon City's daily matters, which he transferred to Prize. However, as Parker is injured and recuperating in the floating city, these responsibilities temporarily fell to Prize. "You sure are busy," Herag said. Prize, while pulling out a stack of files, gave a bitter smile. No choice. With Master Parker injured, I naturally have to shoulder more responsibilities. By the way, what made you suddenly decide to join the expedition team? Prize didn't quite understand. Everyone knew about Herag's current profitable relationship with the Nightingale Commerce Association. Under such circumstances, he could completely lay back and enjoy life, so why engage in plain wars again? This is no game. Prize hadn't anticipated Herag's eagerness to advance to level 3 wizard. For a typical level 2 wizard, who just reached this stage, advancing to level 3 seems like years away. No one would be like Herag, just promoted to level 2 wizard, and already preparing for promotion to level 3 wizard. Herag said, "I joined the expedition team to improve my power faster. Staying in Silver Moon City every day is safe, but progress is slow. Seeing you work so hard, I feel a bit ashamed of myself," Prize teased. Prize, of course, was not lazy either, but much of his energy was spent on internal affairs. The requirement for a level 2 wizard to advance to level 3 wizard is very high, and as a very young wizard, Prize hadn't thought he could advance quickly. So, he chose to work under Parker to learn many things outside of cultivation. This is also a choice for many wizards. Follow a big shot for a few hundred years, accumulate some resources, and then see if they can advance to level 3 wizard. Many ordinary wizards find it not easy to take this path because it requires connections. Not everyone can work under a wizard of Parker's level. Herag and Prize chatted idly while beginning to fill out the tedious paperwork. The procedure to join the expedition team is quite complex. It's not like you can join just because you want to. Many forms require detailed information, and after layer upon layer of review, they will decide if you can join. Although Herag was acquainted with Bannings, he still needed to go through these procedures. A whole month later, Herag was finally officially part of the Wizard Alliance expedition team. This was already considered fast, as Bannings, Prize, and others helped speed up many processes. Even so, it still took a month. Once successfully joining the expedition team, Herag received a lot of intelligence from Bannings. First was news about the elf plane. It seemed the wizard plane was planning to abandon the invasion of the elf plane. It wasn't because they couldn't defeat the elf plane, but some changes prompted the wizard plane to consider giving up. However, Bannings did not explain what those changes were, nor did he reveal any clues. Originally, the wizard plane was confident in conquering the elf plane because, although the elf plane was also a middle-tier world, they lacked level 6 powerhouses. The strongest entity in the elf plane was actually the world tree, which didn't have strong combat abilities, serving more of a supportive role. This was the initial reason the wizard plane decided to invade the elf plane. But now it's unknown what change occurred, forcing adjustments to this plan, or even a complete abandonment of the invasion. Herag was a bit troubled. He had intended to make the elf plane a fallback. If the abyss plane invaded, he could hide in the elf plane. The elf plane is very similar to the wizard plane, and even the environmental conditions there are much better. The cultural environment is nice too, very suitable for living. Herag himself also knew the language there, and Asuna was also from there. If he could take Reese and others to the elf plane, they could live well there. The elf plane doesn't have any particularly dangerous beings, so its safety is high. Currently, the most dangerous beings in the elf plane are wizards from the wizard plane. The elf race itself loves peace, making the danger level relatively low. Considering these factors, Herag regarded the elf plane as one of his potential fallback options. However, according to the information revealed by Bannings, something might be wrong with the elf plane, or the wizard plane wouldn't cease their warfare efforts. They invested so much up front, and without gaining sufficient benefits, how could they be willing to give up willingly? Herag pondered it over and over and decided to visit the elf plane first to assess the situation. Since the expedition team hasn't fully withdrawn yet, he could go in and find out what's really going on. Herag speculated that Parker's injury was somehow related to these changes inside the elf plane. The hearsay he gathered suggested that Parker wasn't seriously injured by the natives of the elf plane. Herag didn't want to consider the demon plane and similar planes as retreat options due to their high danger levels. The demon plane is already considered a relatively human-friendly plane, let alone other planes unsuitable for human survival, and even less so for living. After much consideration, Herag informed Bannings of his intent to visit the elf plane. "Are you sure you want to go to the elf plane? There may not be many opportunities for military exploits there now, and the overall strategy is more conservative," Bannings said. Herag said, "It's the first other plane I visited, so I want to see it again, lest I miss the chance in the future." All right, I'll arrange it for you. Even if we retreat later, it's not like there'll be no opportunity. The space channels are already built, and reactivating the teleportation altar can be done when needed," Bannings said. Bannings' meaning was clear. The space channels are like a road. Even if the road is temporarily blocked, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Unless the entire road is completely destroyed, it can still be accessed again if needed. Bannings handled things efficiently. Within a few days, Herag became a member of the expedition team in the elf plane, ready to enter at any time. Now, as an expedition team member, Herag had significant freedom. He could decide when to enter the elf plane and when to leave on his own. He didn't have to stay inside for a year and demonstrate excellent performance like during the original examination. The teleportation altars in the elf plane are located in two places, one at Augustus Academy in the Barren Land and the other at the Twilight Temple in the Central Region. Herag planned to use the teleportation altar in the Barren Land to go to the elf plane. Firstly, the Twilight Temple was too far, and the journey to the Central Region would take too much time. Secondly, he hadn't been back to the Barren Land for years, and Herag planned to visit and have a look. When Herag informed Rhys of this news, Rhys felt both joy and worry. The joy was being able to go home finally, although the trade routes between the Land of Dawn and the Barren Land were open, allowing a return to the Barren Land. The potential threat from Fran prevented Herag from allowing Rhys to leave Silver Moon City alone to avoid unexpected incidents. Moreover, they needed to be vigilant against the Taylor family, which hadn't caused trouble so far. However, Herag indeed tricked them out of so many magic stones, and Rhys, the old fox, would definitely not let it go easily. Currently, their focus is still on finding Metal's whereabouts, with no time to cause trouble for him temporarily. Herag had always been very attentive to the movements of the Taylor family, preventing them from secretly targeting him or those around him. So far, there were no such signs. As long as the matter with Metal hadn't been discovered as his doing, it hadn't yet reached a desperate state. Rhys wasn't worried about this, but was concerned about Herag's journey to the elf plane. Participating in a dimensional war is always filled with danger. No one knows what might happen. Although Herag was a level 2 wizard, in the dimensional war, it merely meant he had the ability to protect himself. "It's okay, even if I can't win. I can still run away and I'll return safely," Herag said. Rhys knew she couldn't change Herag's mind, so she could only pray for his safe return. "I've already booked the airship for half a month later, so I'll be able to return then," Herag said with a smile. Rhys nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. Over the years in the Land of Dawn, she had indeed made significant progress, becoming a level 1 alchemist with the Magic Pharmacist Association and advancing to a liquidation wizard. For most wizards, such achievements were already excellent. but compared to Herag, they seemed insignificant. However, there were not many who could match Herag. Even Lillian, an outstanding wizard, was still just a crystallization wizard, with a long way to go before reaching level 2 wizard. The hurdle from crystallization wizard to level 2 wizard was the accumulation of spiritual power through meditation. This is an extremely long process, and most wizards will linger here for many years. Even wizards with outstanding aptitude like Lillian, who have the support of various resources from Augustus Academy, need a long time to complete this accumulation process. Malcolm was already in his 50s when he reached the peak of being a crystallization wizard. So in contrast, Herag appeared exceptionally outstanding, being only 30 years old and already a level 2 wizard. Herag was well aware of why he could advance so quickly, largely due to the energy assistance from the divine core. Without the divine core, he couldn't have advanced so quickly. Half a month later, Herag and Rhys boarded the airship heading to the barren land. The flights from the land of dawn to the barren land were very few at this time, with typically only one trip per month. Missing one meant waiting another month. On the airship, in a luxurious suite, the bathroom, Herag and Rhys lay in the giant bathtub. The water temperature was just right, making their bodies feel comfortable. The two had just been through a big battle, and there was still some sweat on Rhys's forehead. Herag's hands were still restless, moving in the water. Still misbehaving, Rhys said with a slightly flushed face and breathed lightly, scolding softly. Herag chuckled, turned over and pressed down on her. Water splashed everywhere, creating waves. More than a month later, the airship landed on a huge square at Augustus Academy, which had been transformed into a temporary airship port. Herag, holding Rhys's hand, had just stepped off the airship when he saw people from the Checky family and the Nightingale Commerce Association waiting below. Several people from the Checky family were there, with Booker and a middle-aged man at the forefront, and an old man with some silver hair between them. Herag had informed the Checky family of his return in advance through the Toad, as well as the approximate time. Almost all the important figures from the Checky family were present to welcome Herag's return. The representatives from the Nightingale Commerce Association were a man and a woman, a couple who seemed to have been Vernon's capable assistants for many years. Vernon had entrusted the management of all affairs in the barren land to this couple, and indeed they were very capable, managing everything efficiently. Herag immediately spotted Booker at the forefront, who now looked a bit older than before. Looking at Booker, Herag felt a bit emotional. Soon after leaving the Moonlight Forest, he had entered the Black Rock Valley and met Booker. At that time, Booker was a crystallization wizard, an absolute master to Herag. Now, in the blink of an eye, Herag was already a level 2 wizard, while Booker remained a crystallization wizard, showing some signs of aging on his face. The silver-haired old man beside Booker was the current patriarch of the Checky family, Mayor Checky, also Larry's biological father. The man next to Mayor was named Lucas. He was Rhys's biological father. Originally, Lucas's branch within the Checky family didn't have much influence and had a weaker presence. But because of Rhys's current relationship with Herag, Lucas's branch became one with significant influence within the Checky family. "Father," Rhys exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Lucas. Lucas smiled a little shyly, being an honest and straightforward person, not very good at expressing his emotions. Upon seeing Rhys, Lucas was naturally very happy but didn't know what to say. After smiling, he said, "It's good to be back," after a short while. Herag's gaze moved past the people in front to see a familiar figure, Larry Checky. Larry still appeared very young, wearing a trendy robe and smiling at Herag. Larry was still a liquidation wizard, not yet advanced to the stage of a crystallization wizard. He had good aptitude, but spent a lot of time on magic potion, causing his meditation practice to lag behind. Now that the Checky family had opened trade with the Land of Dawn, the magic trade required more manpower, so even Larry had been called back. The position in the Moonlight Forest was left unfilled for now, with no plans to return. For the Checky family, investing in Moonlight Forest was no longer worthwhile. Now, just Herag alone was worth far more than the entire Moonlight Forest, at least from the Checky family's perspective. "Herag, this is our Checky family's patriarch Mayor. This should be the first time you two meet," Booker said with a smile. Herag looked at the silver-haired mayor, extended his hand, and smiled, "Hello, Grandpa Mayor." Upon hearing this, Mayor was slightly stunned, then extended his hand and said with a smile, "Welcome back." Mayor was Reese's grandfather, and Reese was Herag's woman, so calling him grandfather was perfectly fine. Herag was also demonstrating an attitude, showing that although his strength and status far surpassed the Checky family, he had not forgotten their help. Without the Checky family's assistance, Herag couldn't have come this far so smoothly. Herag is someone who knows to return a favor. Although Herag's status and power have risen, he doesn't use his position to oppress others or put on airs in front of the Checky family. He's not interested in such things and wouldn't do them. Mr. Booker, Mr. Lucas, Herag immediately greeted the other two. Mr. Larry, Herag then greeted Larry behind them. Larry smiled and said, "Don't call me teacher anymore, you're much more capable than me now." Larry's words weren't just modest. Herag's prowess in both wizardry and magic potion is extremely high now. During this time, Larry has also been studying the magic potion formulas that Herag refined, feeling Herag's profound skill in magic potion from them. Only by having deep knowledge in magic potion and understanding various magic potion materials thoroughly can one achieve such levels of magic potion formula refinement. Of course, Larry doesn't know that this is primarily Shenlon's contribution. With a lot of data support, Shenlon found it effortless to refine these magic potion formulas, able to modify them at will according to Herag's requirements to achieve the desired effects. Such data analysis and calculation ability are beyond ordinary people's reach. Even though wizards are outstanding individuals with brilliant minds, they still can't compare to Shenlon. Herag laughed, "Mr. Larry will always be my teacher." Larry chuckled and said, "I never expected the student I casually accepted back then to be a real gem. I really hit the jackpot." Larry's words were echoed by others from the Checky family. If Larry hadn't let this student stay with the family for a while back then, the Checky family wouldn't have had those subsequent opportunities. Herag's achievements were reliant on various helps from the Checky family, and now the family is also enjoying the benefits Herag brings them. Larry was very kind to Herag at the time, a sort of investment now yielding countless times the return. Without Larry's help, Herag would have struggled to escape the war with Green Cottage and might have died in it. Herag remembers that after the war when he returned, many people he knew previously had vanished. More importantly, after advancing to level 1 wizard, Larry provided Herag with a refuge, a place to go. Otherwise, Herag might have wandered in the barren land for some time. Regarding the later opening war of the Elf Plane, it would have been hard to have the chance to participate without the Checky family's quota and information channels, unable to join the Land of Dawn. During the time in the Land of Dawn, Herag deeply felt the importance of resources and channels. In the barren land, it's almost impossible to advance to level 2 wizard due to lack of crucial resources, which blocked him. "I heard you joined the Wizard Alliance's expedition team heading to the Elf Plane," Larry asked. Herag nodded, "Yes, I'm preparing to explore the situation there." "Compared to you, I seem to enjoy the comfort too much. When are you setting off?" Larry sighed. Herag said, "There's no rush. I plan to go in a while." Herag lad, first heading back to Black Rock Valley. "You haven't returned for years. Those two young ladies have mentioned you many times," Booker said with apparent grievance. After Herag left, Chadia and Asuna stayed living in Black Rock Valley. With the protection of the witch array, it was the safest, and the Checky family also sent reinforcements to strengthen the defenses. With Herag's growing importance, Black Rock Valley gradually became heavily guarded by the Checky family. In any case, Chadia and Asuna must not encounter any problems. Booker is also personally stationed there, never leaving unless it's urgent. However, it's also wearying for Booker. Asuna is quite understanding and mature. Though she misses Herag, she knows he's doing important things and can't return yet. But Chadia is different. Despite being over 100 years old, her mentality is still like a young girl. She expresses her longing for Herag, making noise, often asking Booker when Herag would come back. Booker doesn't know when Herag will return, so he can only placate by saying it should be soon. Chadia obeys Herag completely because she's his servant with a master-servant contract. But to others, Chadia is not that obedient or understanding. Every time she causes a commotion, Booker finds it unbearable. He can't hit nor scold, just endure it. Suna can manage Chadia somewhat, like an elder sister, always coaxing and tricking her back, afterward smiling apologetically at Booker. Hereg nodded and said, "All right, I'll return to Black Rock Valley directly later. We didn't dare tell them we were fetching you this time, otherwise they would certainly have come. I couldn't let them leave Black Rock Valley, you know the situation here now," Booker whispered. Hereg understood his meaning. Now that the barren land and land of dawn have been connected, many people from the latter have entered the former. The wizards from Land of Dawn are vastly more powerful and skilled than those from the barren land. Particularly, some appear with very strong power levels, leaving Booker and others, just crystallization wizards, utterly defenseless against level 2 wizards, unable to ensure Chadia and Asuna's safety. Thus, Booker could only conceal Hereg's return, planning to inform them once Hereg arrived at Black Rock Valley, and then those two would naturally learn of it. If told earlier, bringing Chadia and Asuna out and encountering danger en route would be disastrous. Hereg said, "Thank you everyone for looking after them during this time." "It's our duty," Mayor smiled. At this time, two people from the Nightingale Commerce Association approached. "Mr. Hereg, I'm Gennady. President Vernon asked us to greet you on his behalf. During your time in the barren land, if you need anything, feel free to reach us," the man from the Nightingale Commerce Association couple said. Hereg said, "Mr. Vernon mentioned you two to me beforehand. Thank you both for your efforts." These two were arranged by Vernon to assist Hereg, temporarily putting many internal affairs of the Nightingale Commerce Association aside just to serve Hereg. Hereg thought he didn't have much for them to do, but having help available in case of need is certainly convenient. He naturally accepted Vernon's goodwill. After chatting for a while, the group of people began to walk outside. Hereg held Reese's hand as they walked down the main road of Augustus Academy. All around were mostly wizard apprentices, all quite young, some even looked about 7 or 8 years old. "I heard someone from the Danton family used connections to get to the Land of Dawn. I really envy him. He went over as an apprentice, and he'll definitely be much stronger than us in the future." On a nearby bench, 2 wizard apprentices were chatting casually. Indeed, now that connections to the Land of Dawn are open, it's much easier to go there than before. But for us, who lack background and aptitude, it makes no difference. We have no chance to get over there, another side. Even though Hereg was far away from them, he could still hear their conversation clearly. Now that the Land of Dawn has opened up to the barren land, it's definitely a big advantage for the wizards here. Although it's still mostly those with connections and background who have the opportunity to go over. To those wizard apprentices without background or aptitude, it seems like nothing has changed. But that's not actually the case. The changes just haven't fully manifested yet. Once trade is established between the barren land and the Land of Dawn, the most apparent change will be the easier access to various resources. With all sorts of resources flowing out from the Land of Dawn, it's naturally easier to acquire them in the barren land. Although items like the Key of Rules are still difficult to obtain, it's still much better than before when there was no hope at all. Now it's just hard to acquire. Before, there was simply no avenue to obtain it. The only source was the Death Swamp, but that was just a trap. The Death Swamp ruins were a bait set by the wizard Alliance for the wizards of the barren land, enticing them inside. Even in the Land of Dawn, not many people knew this insider information. At least from Hereg's current understanding, most people didn't know. Likely only the top levels of the major wizard organizations were aware. With the connection opened between the Land of Dawn and the barren lands, the flow of resources and knowledge is destined to quickly enhance the overall strength and quality of the barren land. Apart from a few wizard organizations, there are also a lot of independent wizards in the barren land. During his time avoiding the war, Hereg had dealings with them and had some understanding. These wizards hadn't even undergone systematic knowledge learning, and the resources they could obtain were very limited. For them, knowledge is fragmented and scattered. What knowledge they learn, what magic they master, depends not on what they want to learn but what they can get. This results in most independent wizards being like wild mages, with very poor fundamental theoretical knowledge, and naturally, a low ceiling. The construction of a systematic knowledge system is essential, and the underlying principles of various knowledge must be mastered. This knowledge is the foundation and must be solidly laid. Otherwise, even if one's power increases, it would be like a castle in the sky, teetering and unstable. There are very few scattered wizards in the barren land who have advanced to become official wizards. Even those who reach the rank of third-class wizard apprentice are rare. Among them, there are actually quite a few wizards with good aptitude, but without guidance, they take many detours and waste a lot of time. By the time they have learned from many pitfalls, age has become a limitation. The best age to advance to an official wizard is before 18. The older you are, the lower the chance of advancement. But now things are different. The outflow of resources and knowledge from the Land of Dawn is the best news for these independent wizards, or those with potential wizard aptitude. Previously, all resources were controlled by the major wizard organizations, but now with the outflow of resources from the Land of Dawn, access has become much easier. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer wild mages in the barren land, and the breaking of information barriers will help many people get on the right wizard path. As resources become richer, the promotion of wizards will become relatively easier. More wizards will find it easier to advance, no longer being stuck in need of magic potion cards for years. Herag is becoming more certain that the Wizard Alliance must have noticed the movements of the Abyss Plane. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taking such actions now. He doesn't think the Wizard Alliance is being generous, blocking off the barren land for so many years, and suddenly starting to help it improve its strength. It's only when there's enough external pressure that this happens. Combining this with his own sense of the Abyss Plane's presence, Herag could naturally draw this conclusion. Thinking of this, Herag couldn't help but feel a little urgency. He still hadn't found a suitable retreat, a way to survive for himself and those around him. Herag now places his hope in the elf plane, although there are some changes he needs to understand clearly. Soon, Herag boarded a carriage from the Checky family and set off for the Black Rock Valley. On the carriage, Herag and Reese looked at the scenery outside through the window. Everything looked the same as before, as if nothing had ever changed. The carriage jangled as it arrived outside the Black Rock Valley. Herag noticed that there were more outposts around the Black Rock Valley, staffed with wizard apprentices and even official wizards. These were all people from the Checky family, and their purpose was to guard the Black Rock Valley. From this, Herag could also see the Checky family's emphasis on Chadia and Asuna, ensuring their safety at all costs. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the valley. Herag held Reese's hand and got off, looking at the Black Rock Valley ahead with mixed feelings. After first leaving the Moonlight Forest, he had come to this place. After all these years of wandering, he had come back as a level 2 wizard. A level 2 wizard was an absolute pinnacle existence in the barren land of the past. As long as the hidden powers of the various wizard organizations didn't appear, a level 2 wizard was invincible here. Booker and others behind Herag also looked at his figure with much appreciation. No one could have predicted that a newly promoted official wizard they had accepted could grow so quickly. This was completely beyond the Checky family's expectations. They had only intended to make a small investment, not expecting such a big return. Since collaborating with the Nightingale Commerce Association, the Checky family felt for the first time that they were slightly lagging in manpower and ability. They had never done such a big business before and found it hard to handle for a moment. Fortunately, the Nightingale Commerce Association had a very good attitude, sending people if the Checky family lacked them, and directly sending trainers for things they didn't understand. For the Nightingale Commerce Association, it would naturally be better if the Checky family could grow stronger, as business cooperation in all aspects would be smoother. So they do not hesitate to help the Checky family, offering various supports. When Herag walked into Black Rock Valley, the first thing he saw was still that magic potion garden. At this time, quite a number of wizard apprentices were working inside. Most people Herag no longer recognized. It seemed many had changed over the years. Herag remembered that there were many ordinary people here back then, not even wizard apprentices. Now, looking around, they were all wizard apprentices, It seemed the Checky family had indeed become better and better. Herag didn't know how many people now wanted to work for the Checky family. Even if it was just to do odd jobs at Black Rock Valley, they all wanted to latch onto this opportunity. However, the Checky family wasn't so easy to get into now, especially in a place like Black Rock Valley with very strict requirements. Everyone's background would be thoroughly checked, ensuring there were no issues before they could enter. Not only that, but you also needed someone familiar to introduce you to have a chance. As Herag and his group walked in, these wizard apprentices curiously looked over. Many of them didn't know Herag, just had heard of him. But these wizard apprentices didn't know that Herag would come back today. Only some of the Checky family members and some from the Nightingale Commerce Association knew about this. They didn't recognize Herag, but they recognized Booker and some people from the Checky family. Seeing these people just following behind Herag, they couldn't help but be surprised and curious. Most of them recognized Mayor and Booker, the current patriarch of the Checky family and also their direct supervisor. For Mayor to be following behind, it showed that the young man walking in front had a high status. Herag's group continued forward, heading toward the northern castle. Herag noticed that a tall fence had been built on the northern side of the magic potion garden, covered with green vines. This is to separate the magic potion garden, to prevent any random people from disturbing Asuna and Chadia, Booker explained. Inside Black Rock Valley, the castle to the north was a forbidden area, and those wizard apprentices working in the magic potion garden were prohibited from approaching it. Not only could they not enter, but even getting close was not allowed. If anyone tried to approach, they would face severe punishment. Herag and Reese reached the castle there, while the others temporarily rested elsewhere. According to the arrangements, a grand banquet would later be held at the Checky family to celebrate Herag's return. Herag, holding Reese's hand, walked along the road, looking at the quiet castle ahead. He noticed that the castle had gained many trees and flowers. The entire castle was beautifully decorated, as if in a forest. "What's the matter, missing your little Asuna?" Reese teased. Herag smiled, holding Reese's hand. Without saying anything, after a while, the two arrived at the castle gate. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw that the inside of the castle was like a garden, with all kinds of flowers planted. Chadia and Asuna were in the courtyard, trimming flowers, watering them, very focused. There was also a table behind them, with some fruits, snacks, and juice placed on it. It seemed like it was their afternoon leisure time, and life was relatively comfortable. Hearing footsteps from behind, Asuna turned her head and was stunned when she saw the two at the castle gate, not even noticing the watering can dropping from her hand. Chadia, not knowing what happened, turned to look at Asuna and followed her gaze. She saw Herag and Reese, her eyes widened, and after confirming it wasn't an illusion, she directly threw away the scissors in her hand, ran over, and threw herself into Herag's arms. Once in his arms, Chadia murmured many words and even started crying. Over the years, with Herag not around, she had never felt secure and didn't dare to go out and interact with others. Now that Herag was back, she was naturally very excited. Herag smiled, patting her head to comfort her, feeling that Chadia had grown taller over the years, wondering if it was an illusion. The lifespan of the elf race is very long, and 10 years or so doesn't mean much to them. After a while, Asuna slowly walked over as well. Asuna's eyes were somewhat red, and her voice carried a slight tremor, evidently controlling her emotions. With a smile, Herag beckoned to her and then embraced Asuna. "You've become an initial tier caster," Herag, sensing the aura from Asuna, asked. Asuna nodded, touched the corner of her eye and said, "Yes, with the resources provided by Mr. Booker over the years, I've progressed quickly in my practice." Casters in the elf plane are actually quite similar to wizards, and they require quite similar resources for their practice. With Herag's connections, the Checky family naturally provided many resources to Asuna and Chadia. Asuna had not been idle over the years, always studying and engaging in meditation practice seriously. She had never had such conditions for practice before, where she didn't have to worry about anything, just needed to study and practice. In the past, Asuna had to struggle for survival, experiencing various dangers. Now she did not need to. Asuna had naturally high talent, and after consuming the world tree sap, her aptitude improved considerably. With these conditions, Asuna's promotion to initial tiercaster was only natural. An initial tiercaster is equivalent to a level 1 official wizard in the wizard plane, although their power is a bit weaker. Herag had previously learned from some research that compared to wizards, the spiritual power of casters is indeed much weaker. However, casters do not need magic potions to advance, making the difficulty of advancement much lower than that of wizards. Yet in the same realm, wizards would be stronger. "Will you leave again this time?" Chadia lifted her head and asked, the tear marks still on her face. Herag sighed and said, "I am only back for a short time. After a while I will go to the elf plane." "What are you going to the elf plane for?" Asuna asked. Herag said, "To find an alternative path for us." "An alternative path?" Asuna and Chadia both looked puzzled, not quite understanding what Herag meant. Herag glanced around and saw that there were no other people in the castle now. The original 2 servants had left years ago. They were just ordinary people and could not stay in this place for too long, or their health would suffer. Wizards naturally emit some radiation, which can affect ordinary people. Ordinary people living long-term with wizards will have their bodies progressively weakened by radiation, ultimately leading to a shorter lifespan. If it were before, the Cheki family would definitely use these people to the end because they were just servants. But now both Asuna and Chadia are rather kind-hearted, and upon learning this, they immediately told Booker to let the 2 leave. They arranged a different job elsewhere for them to avoid being affected here. Booker naturally had no objections and complied fully with their wishes. Subsequently, ordinary people were no longer arranged to live in the castle continuously, but only came in every so often to clean. In fact, Asuna also did some cleaning herself, even washing Chadia's clothes. Asuna didn't think much of it and took it for granted, treating Chadia like her own sister. "I'll tell you slowly once we get home," Herag said. Herag and the 3 women entered the inner castle, then set up a witch array to prevent eavesdropping. "Through some means, I have seen a troubling future. The entire wizard plane might be in danger then," Herag said seriously to Rhys and the others. Rhys and the others, seeing him so serious and solemn, immediately understood he wasn't joking. Herag hadn't mentioned these matters to Rhys before and only said it now. He briefly talked about the fragments he saw before and the possible future encounters of the wizard plane. "So that's why you want to visit the elf plane to see if it's suitable as an escape route?" Asuna asked. Herag nodded. "Yes, we cannot wait until the wizard plane is invaded to leave. It would be too late by then, so we need to prepare in advance. Now the wizard plane is planning to abandon the invasion of the elf plane. If no other dangers exist, the elf plane is the most suitable retreat. Especially with Chadia here, you belong to the elf royal family, and as soon as you return, you might have some power to protect Asuna and the others." Chadia, upon hearing this, felt enlightened yet conflicted. She naturally wanted to return, but didn't want to leave Herag. "Will you stay with us in the elf plane?" Chadia asked. Herag said, "If possible, I would certainly like to take refuge there, just worried that the situation might change and won't allow it. But regardless, I hope you all can be there safely." Herag himself wasn't very concerned. He had many choices. Even if he couldn't stay in the elf plane, places like the demon plane were also feasible. Though somewhat dangerous, being alone made him more flexible, able to adapt to situations. But Rhys and the others were different. He had to think of a sufficiently safe and suitable retreat for them. Herag continued, "The only problem now is that I don't know what's happening within the elf plane. I can't gather information, so I must go in and investigate on my own. If other dangers appear inside, I'll have to consider other escape routes." This is why Herag insisted on going to the elf plane once, to figure out what's happening there. Herag had already considered it, as long as the changes within haven't led to new dangers, the elf plane would be the best choice. With Chadia there, Asuna, Rhys, and others' safety could be ensured. "But shouldn't we be unable to reach the elf plane?" Asuna asked. Herag explained, "I have a witchcraft artifact, and you can stay inside it, coming out after reaching the elf plane. Can we go together this time? Since there's a way, I'll be more at ease if I can go with you," Rhys said. Herag shook his head. "No, the situation inside is unclear, and there might be some dangers. I'll go in first to figure it out." Then bring you all in. The three women showed pleading expressions, wanting to enter the elf plane with Harag. Harag hardened his heart, ultimately not agreeing to their request. I want to sleep here, Chadia clamored, curling up in Harag's bed without coming out. Asuna helplessly stood by the bed, not knowing what to say. I want to sleep with Asuna tonight. You should go back to your own room, Harag said. Chadia muffled herself in the blanket, speaking in a stuffy voice. Why can Asuna sleep with you but I can't? Don't think I don't know what you want to do. I want. And two. As soon as she said this, Asuna's face turned red in an instant, embarrassed and slightly angry. Harag was not planning to involve Chadia for now, because she was crucial to future plans. When negotiating with the elf race in the elf plane, ensuring Chadia's safety and integrity was vital for gaining their protection. If Chadia bore his scent, she would undoubtedly be hunted by the elf race, even if she was willing. In such a case, Harag's plan would be ruined. Thus, for the time being, nothing could be done to Chadia, though it was also an option to settle in a small city. Within the elf plane, that was not a long-term solution. If the protection of the elf royal family could be obtained, safety would be significantly enhanced. The elf race, as rulers of the elf plane, had the most power and resources. Harag looked at the girl under the blanket, quite helpless himself. Chadia, although still with a girlish mindset, wasn't foolish, vaguely understanding matters between men and women. She was just indignant about why she couldn't sleep with Harag when Asuna and Rhys could. It wasn't fair. Rhys then entered the room, tied her hair up. Then directly lifted the blanket, picked up Chadia and walked out, closing the door behind her. She said while closing the door, "Tonight, I'll sleep with Chadia." Being a woman herself, Rhys naturally understood women best and wisely decided not to disturb Harag and Asuna's reunion night, opting instead to take Chadia to sleep in the adjacent room. Asuna and Harag couldn't do much about Chadia, but Rhys was different. Displaying the demeanor of a head woman of the household, she directly took Chadia away. Though Chadia cried and fussed, it had no effect on Rhys. Rhys didn't engage or entertain her attempts. After a while, Chadia, realizing it was no use, had no choice but to accept the situation. Inside the room, Asuna and Harag locked eyes, the atmosphere somewhat amorous. I'll go change clothes," Asuna said, fiddling with the hem of her dress, seemingly both nervous and expectant. Harag held her and whispered, "No need." The two hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the emotions were overwhelming. After an intense encounter, they held each other tightly and chatted leisurely. Harag had actually thought before that for Asuna and Chadia, the wizard plane was always an otherworld. It was hard for them to feel any sense of belonging here unless he had a few children with them. But given the current situation, the future was uncertain whether they could even survive. Where was the extra energy to have children and take care of offspring? For Chadia and Asuna, staying in Black Rock Valley was not a good thing. It was almost like being imprisoned. Harag also didn't want to imprison them like pets, so he was also considering their future paths. For Asuna and Chadia, the best option was naturally to return to the elf plane. That was the place where they had lived since they were young. Everything was familiar. Harag could completely find a place in the elf plane to settle them down. Chadia's status was very noble, and with her background, she could entirely protect Asuna. Harag even planned that if conditions allowed, he would take some people from his side to the elf plane to be cared for by Chadia. This was also one of the reasons Harag hadn't dissolved the master-servant contract. He trusted Chadia, but not the elf race behind her. "Asuna, I'm dissolving our master-servant contract. From now on, you will be completely free," Harag said. Asuna buried her head in Harag's chest and said softly, "Don't dissolve it. For me, whether it's dissolved or not is no longer important. With this contract, I can still feel your heartbeat at any time, telling me you're alive and well. That's enough. It gives me peace." No matter what Harag said, Asuna was unwilling to dissolve the master-servant contract. For her, her life was already revolving around Harag. Whether it was dissolved or not was the same. 3 days later, the Cheki family sent a long convoy to welcome Harag and others to their territory. The carriages were dressed lavishly and adorned with flowers, expressing a celebratory intention. The Cheki family's territory was located in Wisteria Ridge, a historically long-standing family land. It was said that this place had been around for more than 1,000 years, but it was not initially owned by the Czechy family. The Czechy family bought it by chance to be their land. In the beginning, the Czechy family was also very weak, with only a few people. After hundreds of years of development, it has reached its current scale. Now, taking advantage of the channels provided by Hereg, the Czechy family was once again seeing a rapid development opportunity, expanding quickly, and the family's strength was rapidly enhancing. The changes at home are huge. Reese lifted the curtain, watching the scenery outside and sighing. During the years she was away, the family territory had also undergone substantial changes, also making her somewhat emotional. Reese's most direct feeling was that the family land had increased significantly. Now many of the wooden houses and small castles seen outside were newly built, which were not there before. In Reese's memory, these places used to be a forested area. She even went on adventures here as a child. These signs all indicate that the Czechy family's scale had expanded significantly. As the number of people increased, the previous places naturally didn't suffice for living, thus they could only expand outward. The area of Wisteria Ridge was large, mostly mountains and valleys, with no other forces residing. Enough for the Czechy family to develop for a long time. In the barren land, many places weren't valuable. Lands were vast and people sparse, most places were ownerless. Even if there were owners, you could buy them at a very low price. After the convoy entered deep into Wisteria Ridge, a vast cluster of castles appeared before them. These castles at first glance seemed very historical, exuding an ancient aura. In front of the castles was a wide and long river, with fast-flowing waters gushing loudly. Above the river was a heavy stone bridge, quite wide and thick enough to allow the convoy to pass. "We're home," Reese excitedly pulled Herag off the carriage, introducing everything here to him. Suna and Chadia were also very interested in this place, their mood quite high. Herag followed the three women around, seeing the place where Reese grew up. The Czechy family had prepared a banquet for Herag, which was about to begin. Herag changed into formal attire in Reese's boudoir, with Reese tidying up for him from behind. "David really can't make it?" Herag asked. "I've asked. He's still at the Land of Dawn and can't make it this time. Ever since the business started, David has been particularly diligent, almost never taking a break, always busy running around," Reese said. Herag nodded, not saying more. The banquet is about to start. The door was suddenly opened, and Herag turned to see Chadia, who had changed into a green long dress, smiling happily, and Asuna standing behind her, wearing a traditional female gown, smiling shyly. "Let's go," Herag smiled, going over to pat Chadia on the head. The grand banquet officially began. It was said that the Czechy family invited many people to this banquet, and various wizard organizations in the barren land had representatives present. For the Czechy family, this banquet was to announce their rising strength and status, becoming an unignorable force. The focus of the banquet was naturally Herag. Although Herag typically didn't like appearing much in such settings, he simply went through the protocol and then returned to his seat to eat quietly, many silently observing him. To other forces' wizards, Herag was undoubtedly a somewhat legendary wizard, able to reach this position in such a short time, arguably the first in the barren land's history. "Mr. Herag, hello." A middle-aged man wearing round glasses came over. Herag looked up at him, feeling somewhat familiar, and soon remembered, saying with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Salen, long time no see. Didn't expect you still remember me. Your departure was a great loss to our Moonlight Forest," Salen smiled. This was the person who, when Herag was about to leave Moonlight Forest, had come to persuade him to stay, one of the managers of Moonlight Forest, Salen. Herag said sincerely, "The experience in Moonlight Forest benefited me greatly. I learned a lot there and grew much. Without the learning experience in Moonlight Forest, I wouldn't have the achievements I do now. Thank you all for your help at that time." Salen smiled and said, "Mr. Herag, you are too modest. You only provide an environment for those with potential as wizard apprentice, but how far one can go depends entirely on the individual. Your choice to leave the Moonlight Forest was undoubtedly wise. For an excellent wizard like you, staying in the Moonlight Forest would only be a shackle." Salen's eyes were full of appreciation for Herag. He had admired this young man quite a bit when he first tried to persuade him. Not everyone has the courage to refuse to stay in the moonlight forest. Compared to a comfortable environment and an unknown future, most people would choose the former. Although Herag didn't agree to stay in the moonlight forest, Salen wasn't angry, he was just fulfilling his duty. Seeing Herag grow so quickly now, Salen was also very happy. Because Herag came from the moonlight forest, it served as a kind of promotion for the moonlight forest. Herag smiled, lowered his head to pour a glass of wine, and clinked glasses with Salen. Salen drank it in one go. Mr. Herag, are you interested in becoming a guest professor at our moonlight forest? There are no constraints. You can open any course you want. Just submit an application, and we will arrange the course for you. Herag pondered, I don't have much of an objection. It's just that I might not have much time to teach in the short term, as I have other things I need to attend to. No problem, the doors of our moonlight forest will always be open for you, Salen said with a smile. After Salen, there were gradually some other people from different factions who came to greet Herag. Herag did not coldly refuse and responded to each. However, there wasn't much conversation with these people. They only exchanged a few words to become acquainted. Mainly, it was because of the Cheki family's face. One couldn't just turn around and leave at a banquet hosted by them, as that would unnecessarily provoke people. After the banquet ended, Herag accompanied Asuna, Chadia, and Reese to play for a month at Wisteria Ridge. In the future, you can stay here temporarily. Just send someone to move the stuff from Black Rock Valley here, Herag said. What about you? Asuna asked, holding Herag's hand as if she had already foreseen something, filled with reluctance. Herag said, I will have to leave, as I have other things to do. Wait for me to return. The ancestral estate of the Cheki family in Wisteria Ridge has been equipped with a level 3 witch array which was set up recently, whereas before it was only a level 2 witch array. Now that they have money and channels, naturally, they should switch to a better one. With this level 3 witch array, staying inside is naturally much safer, and Herag can be more at ease. I want to go with you, Reese said after a moment of silence. Herag said, no, this time is different from before. Last time when we went to base 27, it was lucky that it was just established, so the missions were relatively safe. But this time, no one can say for sure what the situation is inside. I can handle many situations more flexibly alone. During this time, stay at home and practice hard. The two of you should also study and practice more, improve your strength. Only strength is fundamental. This time going to the elf plane, Herag's purpose is to investigate what happened there that led the expedition team to plan a retreat. This must be clarified as it relates to the subsequent planning issues. There will inevitably be some danger. Taking Reese along is always inconvenient, as she can't be of much help. Chadia thought for a while and said, take me with you then. Chadia continued, since you want to use the elf plane as a route of retreat in the future, I should be of much help if you take me in. I'm a princess of the elf royal family, many things I can smooth over. In the elf plane, the elf royal family is the ruler, and I want to do something for everyone. Although Chadia has a bit of a childish temper, she understands the importance of matters. Herag thought for a moment. If he took Chadia along indeed, many things would become much more convenient. Chadia's status is special. Matters concerning the elf race are easily resolved. More importantly, now that Herag has the divine state, he can communicate with Chadia across planes. This means that even if Chadia stays in the elf plane, Herag can communicate and arrange many things with her from the wizard plane. Herag thought for a while and said, but you have to think it through. If you come with me, you might have to stay in the black space for a long time. Aside from a deer, there's nothing there, it's very boring. That's okay, just bring more books. I'm studying hard too, Chadia said, puffing out her chest confidently. Herag looked at Chadia's confident demeanor, unsure if she was just momentarily excited and wondering if she could hold out. I can do it, just take me with you. Chadia sensed Herag's change in mood and came over, hugging him and acting coquettishly. Okay, how about I take you in first and let you decide after you see it, Herag said. He was afraid that Chadia didn't know what the black space was like and would regret it later. All right, Chadia agreed at once. Herag said to Asuna and Reese, you two come with us to check it out too. In the black space, the silhouettes of Herag and the three others appeared on the desolate land. Not far away, the white deer was resting on the ground. It was already accustomed to Herag's comings and goings, but seeing several people coming in at this time, it stood up warily. "Wow, a beautiful white deer." Chadia immediately noticed the white deer and ran over. "Be careful." Herag was afraid the white deer might harm Chadia under stress. Over the years, the white deer's aura had grown stronger, its combat capability unknown. However, the white deer didn't seem to resist Chadia and didn't avoid her touch, even lowering its head to let Chadia pet it. "You're a girl too, you're so beautiful," Chadia exclaimed. The white deer rubbed its head against Chadia's hand, seemingly quite fond of Chadia. Herag watched the scene thoughtfully, recalling that the elf race is naturally close to nature, especially the royal elf. This white deer, esteemed as a child of the plane of world X617, was a favored being by heaven and earth, resonating with Chadia, which seemed quite reasonable. Herag said, "Chadia, if you like. This white deer can belong to you from now on." "No, it's not mine, but my friend. We are friends, right?" Chadia giggled, stroking the white deer's fur. The white deer nudged Chadia's hand, seemingly quite fond of her. "Does she have a name?" Chadia asked. Herag said, "No, how about we call her Urya?" The white deer turned her head and glared at Herag, scraping her hooves a few times, clearly discontent with the name. Chadia giggled, "What's with that name, sir?" "She's your friend, so you should name her," Herag laughed. Chadia tapped her chin with a finger, and after a moment's thought she said, "How about I call you Annie?" The white deer rubbed her head against Chadia, indicating her approval. Then it settled. Chadia laughed. Before long, Chadia was sitting sideways on the white deer's back. The white deer carried Chadia, running around, occasionally disappearing from one spot and reappearing far away through space travel. It was only then that Herag noticed that the white deer's space travel ability could take others along. However, his own spirit of white dew talent didn't have this capability. Herag thought about it. It seemed the talent he obtained from the white deer's bloodline wasn't complete, just a part of it. The great dark heaven magic extracts bloodline powers from various bloodlines, usually gaining only part of them, like some talents. The spirit of the white deer was such a case, although Herag absorbed many of the white deer's bloodline powers later on. There wasn't much improvement or gain. But there were exceptions, like the thunder god ancestral bloodline power within him. The black little body then only had a thread of the thunder god ancestral bloodline. Normally, it would be lucky for Herag to gain some talent ability from it. However, Herag managed to gain a bloodline mark from this thread of ancestral bloodline, and awakened the true thunder god ancestral bloodline power. The probability of this happening was incredibly low. It could be said Herag was incredibly lucky. Reflecting on this further, Herag had some doubts and concerns about it. He didn't believe he was a chosen one, so lucky to obtain the true ancestral bloodline power from just a thread of ancestral bloodline. Given his limited understanding of ancestral-level entities, Herag couldn't make an accurate judgment. Intuitively, he thought this ancestral bloodline might not be entirely a good thing, and could harbor some hidden dangers. An ancestor, an eternal and indestructible existence. Herag pondered what would happen if he encountered the true thunder god ancestor one day, and what his attitude towards him would be. Would he see him as a descendant, or just a crop ready to be harvested? Herag planned to talk to the toad about this later, to see if he knew anything. These matters weren't urgent, given his current level they were still far away. Even if there were some issues within the ancestral bloodline, it temporarily had nothing to do with him. The power gap was too vast. Herag looked at Chadia, who was having a great time in the distance, and said, "Later, I'll move some things in here to ensure you won't be too bored. With Annie to keep you company, you shouldn't feel too lonely. I'll come in often to keep you company too." Chadia smiled. "All right, I'll follow your arrangements, sir." Herag planned to bring in not only food and other supplies, but also lots of entertainment-related items. He even considered building some lawns and gardens here to make it look less desolate. Previously, with only the white deer, conditions didn't matter much. But now that he intended for Chadia to stay here for some time, it was necessary to provide a good environment. That said, it wasn't like Chadia would have to stay here all the time. Just hide her inside when passing through the teleportation altar. Herag arrived at Augustus Academy, at that familiar Colosseum-like place. He didn't bring Asuna and Reese along. Only some people from the Checky family and the Nightingale Commerce Association accompanied him. The Colosseum was now heavily guarded, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter. After arriving outside the Colosseum, Herag bid farewell to Mr. Booker and the Nightingale Commerce Association couple and headed alone into the Colosseum. During this time, the couple from the Nightingale Commerce Association had helped a lot, preparing some of the things and supplies Herag needed. Herag took out a talisman stone, and after going through multiple layers of identity verification, finally arrived at the familiar teleportation altar. Guarding the altar was an old wizard with graying hair and a long beard. He looked up at Herag, took the talisman stone Herag handed over, checked it, confirmed it was correct, and said, "You may go through now." "Can I ask if I'm still going to base 27 this time?" Herag asked. The old wizard nodded. "That's how the expedition team arranged it, because you've been there before and are most familiar with the area. But if you want to go to another base, I can change the teleportation location for you." "Oh, thanks, but no need, base 27 will do," Herag said. Naturally, Herag wanted to go to base 27. Going to another base where he was unfamiliar with the place would require time to get used to, wasting a lot of time. "Be cautious there, it's not quite the same as before, so do be careful," the old wizard warned. Standing on the teleportation altar, Herag nodded. A flash of light, and the space around rippled, bringing back a familiar sensation. Once the surroundings regained light, Herag found himself on the teleportation altar at base 27. Herag glanced around, clearly noticing that base 27 had grown much larger. Originally, the base had only some wooden houses. Now there were already over 100 wooden houses, with people constantly coming and going. Herag's arrival also caught some people's attention, but they weren't surprised, clearly accustomed to frequent arrivals. He stopped a passing wizard and asked, "Excuse me, where can I find Kane?" This wizard was a blonde male wizard, his magic power aura indicating he was a level 2 wizard. He looked at Herag and said he should be in the main camp up ahead. "Thank you," Herag thanked him and walked towards the main camp. According to the information, base 27 was currently managed by Kane, who handled daily affairs. Originally, by the rules, after Parker got injured and withdrew, the expedition team would continue to send a level 3 wizard to oversee it. But now, due to changes in circumstances, they didn't plan to continue expanding and even considered withdrawing. So they hadn't sent a level 3 wizard over. They just let Kane, a level 2 wizard, temporarily manage the base's affairs since he was an old hand there and familiar with everything. Kane was also a wizard of Surlendir and was Parker's direct subordinate, just like Prize. The only difference was that Prize was responsible for managing affairs within Silver Moon City, while Kane followed Parker in various plane wars. The news of Herag's arrival had been communicated long ago, but since there was no exact time confirmed, no one had come to greet him. He had already been here once, so he didn't need any guidance. As Herag walked into the camp, he saw Kane sitting at a table, with thick stacks of parchment piled high. Kane was busy writing something quickly on a piece of parchment, looking very occupied. Herag approached and said, "Long time no see." "Mr. Kane." Hearing the voice, Kane lifted his head and after looking for a moment suddenly realized, "So it's Mr. Herag. I didn't expect you to grow so fast in just a few years." Honestly, when I first heard this news, I was a bit skeptical and even wondered if it really was the Herag I used to know. Herag smiled and replied, "Maybe I've just been lucky." "How does that saying go? Luck is an excuse for the weak, a modesty for the strong," Kane remarked. Kane was quite moved, as he had personally witnessed Herag's events after entering the elf plane. What was once just a gaseous wizard had, in a blink of an eye, become a level 2 wizard, with an aura not at all weaker than his own. Such a rapid advancement could definitely not be explained by luck alone. "How is Lord Parker now?" Kane asked. He had stayed in the elf plane for a long time, and his information was not up to date. Herag said, "Lord Parker has been recuperating in the floating city, with no news being disclosed." "Understood," Kane nodded, his face full of worry. Herag asked, "I heard that Lord Parker wasn't injured by the elf race. Could it be that they hired some help? Well, Kane was a bit hesitant. I'm actually not very clear on it, as a lot of information has been sealed. Even with my level of access, I cannot know the full details. The only thing I can be sure of is that Lord Parker was indeed not injured by the elf race. Kane looked around, cast a sound isolation spell, and then said, "Since you are one of Lord Parker's men, I can tell you what I've seen. In my view, Lord Parker was injured by a wizard's magic. Such traces on the wounds, with strong magic power residue, must have been caused by a wizard." A wizard? Aren't all the people in the elf plane part of the expedition team? The expedition team shouldn't be allowed to kill each other, right? Herag exclaimed in surprise. Kane sighed and said, "That's the rule. But these rules don't apply to the big shots. Who knows what kind of grudges these big shots have? Meeting in another plane and fighting it out is quite normal. It's just unknown which power's wizard has injured Lord Parker. The information is so tightly sealed that, from my perspective, it must have been an extraordinary big shot who injured Lord Parker, which is why everything has been sealed. And for Lord Parker to suffer in silence, it can only be those few individuals." Those few? Herag immediately thought of the level 4 wizards from various powers. Given Parker's strength and status, only those level 4 wizards could grievously wound him. And only those level 4 wizards could cause Parker to suffer in silence and not speak of it. As for the information being sealed, it makes perfect sense since internal conflicts like this shouldn't be spread. This was Kane's understanding of the events from his perspective. But in Herag's view, it was entirely different. He considered another possibility. Herag believed that Parker might not have been injured by a wizard from the wizard plane. He had once encountered a wizard with a crow on his shoulder in the demon plane, who wasn't part of the expedition team, nor from the wizard plane. The dignity of the Holy Tower cannot be violated. This sentence had been etched in Herag's mind, and based on this, he speculated that there might be another group of wizard influence. This group of wizards was not from the wizard plane, but located somewhere else. Given the strength demonstrated by that wizard, it appeared to exceed the realm of level 4 wizards. But this was merely Herag's conjecture. He could not ascertain what level of power that wizard truly possessed. Herag thought, since he encountered such wizards in the demon plane, it was naturally possible to meet such wizards in the elf plane as well. After Parker was severely injured, he remained in the floating city all these years. His injuries must have been very serious. Currently, in the land of Dawn, where strength is lacking, level 3 wizards are the absolute backbone. Even if there were any grudges, it wouldn't be possible to injure Parker like this just at this moment. Moreover, there was no known life and death enemy of Parker. If there were, there would have been some rumors long ago. However, there hasn't been any word of it, making the possibility of another force's wizards making a move much less likely. After all, he is a level 3 wizard. If another force had taken action, Serlandir would certainly have reacted and not suffered in silence. As for it being an internal action within Serlandir, that made even less sense, as there's no reason to deplete one's own strength, especially during plane wars. Herag further connected this with the expedition team's action of sealing information, making him more certain of his guess. The Wizard Alliance in the Land of Dawn does not want other wizards to know there exists another wizard influence, hence the sealed information. And after Parker was injured, knowing this full well, he didn't disclose any information. Given the power demonstrated by the wizard seen in the demon plane, disposing of Parker should have been an easy task. The ones who acted this time were mostly other wizards, unknown whether they couldn't completely kill Parker or if they intentionally held back. Herag's mind was rapidly analyzing various possibilities based on the information he had. He first considered the standpoint issue of this group of wizards. Since they severely injured Parker, their standpoint was obviously not on the side of the expedition team, or with the Wizard Alliance of the Land of Dawn. Of course, this also has to consider the reason for their clash with Parker, and not hastily draw a conclusion. Herag recalled how he was saved by these individuals on the demon plane, and was not harmed by them. This made Herag wonder whether these individuals do not harbor hostility towards the wizards of the wizard plane either. However, Herag also speculated that this might be attributed to his meditation method. If those individuals were truly wizards of the 6th ring, tower, then it made sense that they saved him. But this does not mean they stood on the side of the wizard plane. The reason the other party saved me might just be because of the starry sky meditation technique I practiced. According to the historical records of the Land of Dawn, the sixth ring tower betrayed the wizard plane. Herag held a skeptical attitude towards this claim and didn't believe it. But one thing is certain, no matter what, the sixth ring tower of the past wasn't aligned with the mainstream wizard influence of the current wizard plane. During that period, the sixth ring tower was the strongest wizard organization, making other wizard organizations appear dim in comparison. Most of the wizard organizations in the Land of Dawn today are remnants from that period. Some might have changed names, while others have completely disappeared. In a myriad of thoughts, Herag asked, "What's the situation outside now?" Cain replied, "The known kingdom." Herag learned from Cain that more than half of the known kingdom had fallen and is now under the control of the expedition team. The people from Base 27 did not continue to expand, not because they couldn't conquer the entire known kingdom, but because there was no need. All resources are limited, and manpower is limited as well. The expedition team needed to invest their limited manpower and resources into more valuable matters. The known kingdom was just a normal human kingdom, with no resource points worth occupying, so naturally, they wouldn't expend much effort to invade. The expedition team's goals have always been clear: the elf race and the world tree. The last mission Herag undertook before leaving the elf plane was to infiltrate Miracle Valley and plant a teleportation crystal to facilitate the people from Base 27 to teleport there. The mission was executed smoothly at the time, and the teleportation crystal was not discovered. Subsequently, along with the meticulous plans of Base 27, Parker personally led the team to invade Miracle Valley once everything was ready. Though the process was bumpy, they eventually successfully captured Miracle Valley. The elven race in Miracle Valley was either killed or captured, with a few managing to escape. Parker and his group did not expend any more effort to hunt down those who fled. Capturing the elves was sufficient, no need to pursue further. Their true target was that world tree. That was the reason the wizard plane invaded the elf plane. The world tree in Miracle Valley is just a branch of the World Mother Tree, with many such branches scattered throughout the elf plane. Each branch can be considered an independent world tree, just not as powerful or tall as the Mother Tree. The elf race's royal family resided under the World Mother Tree, making it the strongest gathering place of combat power in the elf plane. The expedition team did not target the World Mother Tree, primarily because the price was too high, and it might not even be possible to capture it. More importantly, the expedition team hasn't decided how to capture the World Tree and could only experiment starting with its branches. In fact, the expedition team had captured several branches of the World Tree, one after another. But without exception, all attempts to seize the World Tree failed. The wizards tried to transplant the World Tree intact to the wizard plane, even simulating the elf plane's environment, but the World Tree still perished quickly. Besides, the wizards attempted various methods, like creating a liquid environment to keep the World Tree alive. However, regardless of the approach, once the World Tree left the elf plane, it would perish quickly. The World Tree in Miracle Valley was the same, even after transplanting its roots to the wizard plane, it quickly withered. Some wizards speculated that the World Tree has its own will. Upon arriving in the wizard plane, it chose self-destruction. Simply put, the World Tree committed suicide, unwilling to grow on the wizard plane. Even with the Wizard Alliance providing nearly a % simulation of the elf plane environment, the World Tree still couldn't survive. This is an unresolved issue to date. If they cannot solve the survival issue of the World Tree, capturing the World Mother Tree would be meaningless. In that case, unless the entire elf plane became a colony of the wizard plane, the value of the World Tree couldn't be exploited. However, with the current strength of the Land of Dawn, they can only plunder. Long-term occupation is unrealistic. Pillaging and long-term occupation are different concepts, requiring entirely different resources and manpower. Most of the Wizard Alliance's plane wars aim for resource plundering, rarely involving long-term occupation of a plane. I suspect that the authorities can't find a way to keep the World Tree alive, So they are planning to retreat, Kane said. Herag understood that, from Kane's perspective, this speculation seemed reasonable, as he was unaware of the existence of another wizard. Influence. Herag then asked, what are the main tasks at the base now? As for tasks, most are reconnaissance and defense-oriented for the time being, with no offensive plans, Kane said. Can I go and have a look at Miracle Valley? Herag asked. Of course you can, but there's not much to see there now. The World Tree is gone, and the elves are no longer living there. If you really want to go, I'll assign you an exploration task, Kane replied. Herag thought for a moment and said, I still want to see the situation there. Then I'll assign you a task. Here's the communication pearl, take it. Any messages from the base will be relayed to this pearl. Remember to occasionally check for messages, Kane said, handing over a transparent bead the size of a glass bead. The communication pearl was shrouded with some white mist, appearing quite pretty. After a simple explanation from Kane, Herag roughly understood how to use it. When there are messages from the base, the white mist in the communication pearl will turn red, and the message will be stored inside. Herag only needs to check intermittently if the pearl's color has changed. If it turns red, he should see what messages are inside. Since the elf plane lacks a magic net, communication can only occur through such communication pearls. Can I use the communication pearl to send messages back to the base? Herag suddenly thought of this and asked. Kane said, of course you can. Every communication pearl seems identical, but actually has a serial number. The number corresponds to the person. You just need to activate it with magic power and speak your message. However, there's a limit on word count, not exceeding 50 words. Kane's side can compile all messages sent via communication pearls and identify the corresponding person by serial number. He can send messages to all communication pearls and naturally receive messages from everyone as well. Herag glanced at the communication pearl in his hand, then put it away in his space ring and said, understood. He was ready to set off, to go out and investigate the situation. Kane reminded him, be extra careful outside. The natives of this plane view us as mortal enemies now. Herag nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. After leaving Base 27, the familiar mountain range still stretched before his eyes. Herag had carried out many patrol missions here with Reese and David, and was thoroughly familiar with the terrain. With just a single glance around, he noticed that although the terrain hadn't changed much, and the trees were mostly the same, there were still many differences, particularly the numerous signs of past battles all around. Many places bore the obvious marks of magical bombardment, and from these traces, Herag could imagine the battles that had once raged here. Most crucially, these traces were very close to Base 27, indicating that someone had once attacked this place. The ones who could attack here were mostly the elf race and some powerful casters. Judging from these traces, those who reached this place must have possessed great strength. Herag remembered that when he left, the mountains were teeming with demons. To reach here, one had to first wipe out countless demons. Aside from the large number of demons, there were also wizards in the base. It was not easy to think about reaching here. However, from the result that most of the known kingdom had been occupied, it was clear that the attacking elf race and casters had failed, and quite possibly suffered a disastrous defeat, leading to the subsequent overwhelming push by the wizards, who directly captured half of the known kingdom. The remaining half wasn't because it couldn't be captured, but simply because there was no desire to capture it. Herag pondered and felt that it was likely related to the events in Miracle Valley. Parker and his people directly stole from the elf race's homeland, coupled with the collapse on the front line, putting the elf race and casters in a dire situation. As he advanced in the direction of his memories, Herag continued to observe the surroundings. In the surrounding mountains, there were scattered shadow altars, fewer in number than when Herag had left. Herag even saw some destroyed shadow altars with no intention of repairing them. Few demons roamed the mountains, and they were rarely seen. Before Herag left, the area was filled with countless demons, and the wizards were tirelessly summoning demons day and night. Now it seemed the shadow altars were no longer important, at least not in this place. Herag felt that stopping the expansion meant no longer needing demons to conquer and pillage, nor to deplete enemy strength. Moreover, near Base 27, Demons were no longer needed for patrol and defense. The whole area was under the control of the expedition team, with few attacks coming to this area. Still, patrol personnel could be seen along the way. Herag underwent several identity checks before finally exiting the mountain range. After emerging from the mountains, Herag proceeded in the direction of Oberstein. The image of the border city appeared in his mind as soon as home was in the city. Upon arriving outside the former Oberstein, Herag saw nothing but ruins. Standing atop the ruins, Herag could no longer discern the original appearance of Oberstein. Oberstein had been razed to the ground, with no intact structures remaining. Guided by his memory, Herag arrived at what was once Asuna's home. But now there was only scorched earth and bits of charcoal, and as Herag rummaged through the ruins, he found only a fragment of a floral skirt. Herag watched as a butterfly flew from afar and landed on the charred wood. He turned and walked northeast towards Miracle Valley. A two-headed wolf emerged from a heap of ruins, sniffed around after glancing at Herag, then turned away. Herag pulled out a map, which Cain had given him before he left. Aside from current expedition team investigations, it also marked the territory under the expedition team's control. The known kingdom was split by a northwest-southeast line. Below the line was under the expedition team's control, while above the line remained the known kingdom's territory. Several key locations were highlighted along the line, all places where the known kingdom's army was stationed. These were typically important cities with excellent geographical locations. Herag glanced at the map and roughly planned his route. His plan was to first reach a small, inconspicuous city near the line, then travel slowly by carriage through several cities before gradually approaching Miracle Valley. Herag wanted to visit Miracle Valley primarily to check the current situation and see if any valuable clues could be found. Even though the world tree there had been completely moved, Herag still wanted to take a look. After all, having the bloodline of the elf royal family, he might find something the expedition team hadn't noticed. Herag looked around and saw no one after using Shenlin's environment detection. Then the surge of magic power in his body coalesced some fire elemental particles around him. He planned to use elemental flight to travel within the expedition team's controlled area, which would be much faster and prevent detection from the elf race and casters of the elf plane. Herag sped through the sky, while the scene below flew by quickly. As he ascended higher, the landscape below ceased to retreat swiftly and instead presented more clearly. Herag discovered a scattering of castles below on the ground. These castles were obviously newly built, showing signs of wizards and demons coming and going. Observing from the sky, Herag could see the orderly distribution of these castles, each controlling its surrounding area. The speed of fire element flight was fast, making travel very efficient, and it took Herag only 3 days to reach the boundary of the expedition team's control zone. Upon arriving in this area, Herag landed on the ground, retrieved a bottle of 1,000 change potion to change his appearance, and donned a common robe from the elf plane. After careful disguise, Herag continued forward. Herag's destination was a place called Cloud City, which was a bit distant from the border and had no direct confrontation with the expedition team forces. Thus, the strength deployed by the known kingdom there was relatively weak, with no strong presence guarding the area. This was the reason Herag chose that place. When Herag was still 10 kilometers away from Cloud City, he spotted the watchtowers. Each watchtower had 2 or 3 guards stationed with smoke signal devices inside. Herag avoided these watchtowers, as with his skills, these ordinary people would hardly notice him. He deliberately took a detour to adjust his direction. Originally coming from the west of Cloud City, after the detour, he approached from the southeast. Because the west of Cloud City was controlled by the expedition team, coming from this direction was bound to arouse suspicion and add unnecessary trouble. Herag's current appearance was thin and frail, with a plain look that didn't attract attention. A high city wall had been built outside Cloud City, and one could tell at a glance that it was newly built in recent years, with many bloodstains on it. There was another wall within this one. The inner wall was shorter and seemed older. The original wall of Cloud City no longer had any defensive capability, at least it was ineffective against demons, hence the later construction of this new wall. There were always people patrolling on the city walls. Herag was noticed by the archers on the wall as soon as he appeared. When he reached the city gate, he was allowed to enter the city after some questioning. Upon entering the city, Herag felt a somber atmosphere. Few people laughed or chatted on the streets. Most people had worried expressions, and the streets were mostly filled with armed adventurers, most of whom bore some scars. From some unintended actions of these people, Herag could tell they were experienced veterans in combat. Cloud City was considered the border area, and the adventurers here likely dealt with demons regularly. Herag carried a plain longsword on his waist, with an expressionless face and a forbidding demeanor. He asked around and found a caravan heading to Taylor's County. Taylor's County was a city in the northeast direction of the known kingdom, and it was relatively close to Miracle Valley. Herag planned to travel with the caravan instead of using elemental flight in these areas. Although he was now a level 2 wizard, he didn't think himself invincible. Even among the natives of the elf plane, there were level 3 elves and casters. If he traveled too flamboyantly using elemental flight, the outcome might be disastrous. "What is your power level?" the guard captain of the caravan, Fei Rui, asked. Fei Rui was a great knight and an experienced adventurer. His adventure group had more than 20 people, not many, but they were all strong, with over a dozen at the knight level. Many caravans wanted to hire them, offering very high prices. Fei Rui didn't take any job lightly. He was cautious by nature, avoiding high-risk tasks as much as possible. He thought one must be alive to earn and spend money. Over the years, he had seen many powerful adventurers who had bright futures, but ended up losing it all for high profits. After witnessing many such cases, Fei Rui basically stopped taking dangerous tasks. This was also why he operated around Cloud City. The distance from the border made it somewhat safer, while still offering many high-reward tasks. Herag said, "Great night." Oh, Fei Rui was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this frail-looking man to be a great knight. Seeing Fei Rui's skeptical expression, Herag stamped hard on the ground, producing a dull boom as cracks appeared instantly. This was the simplest and most direct way to demonstrate strength. Fei Rui watched this scene, his eyebrows twitching at this terrifying power. Even he couldn't achieve this. Herag's strength was evident. "Very impressive, brother. What's your name?" Fei Rui asked. Luwak. Herag made up a name. Fei Rui nodded. "Welcome to join us. I'll repeat the task. Escort the caravan to Taylor's County, which will take about 2 months. The pay is 100 gold coins. Any problem?" "No problems," Herag nodded. 100 gold coins were already quite a generous reward. This was because the world was in chaos, the workforce was scarce, and the prices for adventurers were rising. This was why many adventurers, knowing Cloud City was near the border, still came here to make a living for the money. After the agreement, Fei Rui took Herag to meet the employer of this job, the owner of the caravan, Toll. Toll was a burly man with a broad sword strapped to his back. He looked more like an adventurer than a merchant. As Herag approached, he discovered that Toll was also a great knight. It seemed that those making a living near the border all had some skills. Without them, one couldn't last long here. "I just saw. Very good. Welcome aboard. If you have any requirements, feel free to tell me. We can also have long-term cooperation in the future." Toll nodded in satisfaction. He had seen the previous scene. Herag nodded without saying much. His expression remained cold, as if he were not good with words. Just like earlier, when Fei Rui questioned him, Herag didn't speak, but directly used his actions to prove his strength. Toll and Fei Rui weren't surprised by Herag's demeanor. Many adventurers were like this, disliking dealing with people. It was even less surprising for a powerful great knight with such demeanor. With power came the capital for arrogance. 2 days later, the caravan officially departed. In these 2 days, Herag learned that although the expedition team's castle hadn't been built here, demons were no less active. On the contrary, demons frequently appeared here. As the demons summoned by the expedition team mostly came to this side. Because near the border, almost no people were active. They either fled or perished, leaving demons wandering pointlessly. This resulted in the known kingdom's remaining half of the territory still being very dangerous, with demons often attacking cities. Particularly in cities near the border, demon attacks were commonplace. For caravans traveling through the wilderness, the danger was even greater. In the city, there were walls as fortifications, but in the wild, they'd face demon attacks directly. In such a situation, powerful adventurers were even more scarce. Over the years, adventurers had been filtered like sand through the waves. Those still alive were adventurers with significant strength. Although new forces have joined the adventurer industry, their growth still requires time, and they cannot become effective combat power in a short period. Hereg sat in a carriage at the end of the caravan, responsible for watching the area near the tail of the convoy. Fei Rui was at the forefront of the caravan, while his subordinates took charge of the middle section of the convoy and scouted the situation ahead. Fei Rui's adventure group cooperated very well, evidently having worked together for many years. Roles such as who was responsible for reconnaissance and who handled logistics were clearly divided. Half a day into the journey, Fei Rui's subordinates came galloping back from the front, having discovered something. There was a dense forest ahead, with 3 overturned carriages inside. The horses that pulled the carriages had collapsed on the ground, eaten down to their skeletons. Besides the horses' corpses, there were many human remains at the site. Not a single complete corpse could be seen, and the remaining remnants bore bite marks. There were also various footprints of different shapes at the scene. It's a demon horde. Fei Rui dismounted and observed for a while before speaking. The demon horde differs from a wolf pack consisting solely of wolves. Demon hordes are usually made up of various types of demons. So the footprints look chaotic, with all kinds of demons present. We must stay alert, everyone, Fei Rui said solemnly. The traces on the ground are still fresh, indicating the demon horde hasn't gone far and might be roaming nearby. Hurry up, leave this district quickly, Fei Rui commanded. Hereg heard it clearly from the tail of the convoy and also saw those traces on the ground. He looked up at the sky. It was midday with half a day's time left to travel, uncertain if it would be enough. After seeing the scene of the dense forest, the atmosphere in the caravan became noticeably heavier. Most people's faces were somewhat anxious. At dusk, the caravan arrived at the entrance to a mountain range and stopped at a spot backed by the mountain. The place was backed by the mountain, needing only to guard the other directions. Even if an unexpected situation arose, they could retreat into the mountains, avoiding the predicament of having no way out on the plains. Fei Rui's adventure group was very professional, with very tight defenses and skilled individuals patrolling around to check the situation at all times. Hereg's task was to guard the camp and not leave it easily unless under special circumstances. Hereg sat beside the bonfire, watching the wood burn, occasionally emitting crackling sounds, with a wisp of smoke drifting out alongside the pops. The first half of the night was quiet. Hereg sat by the fire resting with closed eyes. Until the latter half of the night, the camp was very quiet. Only a few snores could be heard. Hereg suddenly opened his eyes and called out, "Wake up, something is approaching." He deliberately raised his voice, and the camp was very quiet. So his voice woke everyone in the camp. These people were used to traveling outside for years, highly vigilant, and no one slept deeply. In the wild, those who slept deeply generally did not live long. "What's happening?" Fei Rui came over to ask, not yet having discovered anything. Toll also approached, having not detected any abnormal movements either. But they didn't think Hereg was joking. A great knight wouldn't be bored enough to make such jokes. Hereg looked eastward and said, "If I heard correctly, there should be a demon horde approaching from there." Fei Rui did not doubt Hereg's words, instead asking, "How many are there?" "I can't be sure, but judging by the sound, there should be many," Hereg said. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the camp felt tense. Fei Rui acted quickly, immediately directing his adventurer group members to start establishing a defensive formation. Hereg drew his longsword, standing in the center of the camp. According to the arrangement, he was responsible for holding this position and couldn't rashly go out to meet the enemy. To prevent any demons from sneaking into the center of the camp, causing a lack of strength internally. Soon, Fei Rui and Toll also heard the commotion from the east. The demon horde moved quickly, and before long, everyone heard the sound of demons running and roaring. Fei Rui's subordinates shot the first arrow, marking the start of the battle. Several adventurers holding giant shields formed a steel wall at the forefront, blocking the demons' advance. Other adventurers armed with close-range weapons killed demons that approached, supported by archers behind them with covering fire. The demon horde was temporarily blocked, with demons continually falling at the front. Despite the large number of demons, they lacked high intelligence. Fei Rui's adventurer group handled it smoothly, having seemingly encountered such scenes many times. Herag, although situated at the camp center, wasn't relaxed, because flying demons flew over the front lines, directly arriving above the camp. A bat-like demon just reached above the camp, ready to spew something towards those below, when its head was pierced by a thick wooden stake. The demon then fell, and several arrows shot at the spot where it had flown. Looking down, everyone knew the wooden stake was thrown by Herag, marveling at Herag's power. Being able to pierce the demon from such a distance with a wooden stake required immense strength that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Herag took a longbow from someone nearby, drawing the bow and firing arrows one after another. Several flying demons were hit before approaching the camp. These arrows couldn't kill them outright, but since Herag aimed at tricky spots, their speed drastically reduced. Once their speed slowed, they faced a barrage of arrows turned into porcupines. After a while, most flying demons in the air were dealt with. Standing in place, Herag gazed down at the ground. He suddenly turned to look at a young woman hiding behind a carriage, then abruptly dashed to lift her into his arms. The young woman was baffled, yet did not resist, instead leaning into Herag's chest, rubbing a particular part against him. Knowing she misunderstood, Herag didn't have time to explain. The next instant, a thick tentacle burst out of the ground, its end featuring a massive hook. The hook was very sharp and could easily tear through human flesh. Everyone was startled by this scene, retreating promptly, distancing themselves from the place. Seeing it, the young woman's legs went weak. She fell onto Herag, utterly frightened and powerless. She dared not imagine the consequence if Herag hadn't carried her away. Herag looked expressionlessly at the ground and released the woman in his arms. He took a few steps forward, appearing as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. Finally, he stopped beside the campfire, holding a longsword in his hand. Herag gazed at the ground, silently holding his longsword. A moment later, he suddenly stabbed the longsword fiercely into the ground, driving it deep inside. A gush of blood shot out from below. Faint howls of pain from a demon could be heard. Underground was a long-shaped demon, its body covered in numerous tentacles, clinging to it like plant roots. This demon was summoned through the shadow altar, so it wouldn't attack Herag. Herag watched the demon's movement trajectory and patiently waited at this spot. As the demon slithered past, with a single strike he killed it on the spot. Herag's goal was to reach Taylor's county smoothly, and this demon in its way contributed to that. These demons were summoned to assist the wizards, and now it merely served a different purpose. Toll and Fei Rui were relieved after witnessing this. Demons lurking underground are the most challenging to deal with. Demons that operate underground usually move very quickly, making it hard to accurately track them. Even if one can locate them precisely, it's difficult to inflict effective harm. Their usual methods seemed helpless against demons hidden underground, as their great power was dulled by the thick layers of earth. Under such circumstances, only casters have special methods to handle it well, but casters are exceedingly rare nowadays. Due to the ongoing war with the wizards, the importance of casters has been rising. Anyone with the potential for casting is mostly recruited by major forces, with very few adventuring outside. This means that even if an adventurer group offers a high price, casters rarely choose to become adventurers. Even a powerful adventurer group like Fei Rui's has trouble recruiting casters these days. It's not that they can't afford it, but rather that others are unwilling to join. After Herag dealt with the underground trouble, Fei Rui's adventurer group found it easier to handle the other demons. About half an hour later, the attacking demon horde was completely annihilated. Although a few of Fei Rui's men were injured, no one was killed, which was considered quite fortunate. After that night, the people in the caravan gained a clearer impression of this silent, emaciated man's strength, growing more reverent of him. 2 months later, the caravan reached Taylor's county, though 8 people were missing from the group. Herag had lost count of how many times they'd been attacked by demons along the way. It had become routine. The remaining half of the known kingdom's territory, apart from areas near the cities, everywhere else was quite dangerous. At least for ordinary people, it was relatively perilous. The farther from the border, the fewer demons there were. By the time they reached Taylor's county, demons were already scarce. Even if demons appeared, they would quickly be eradicated by the local defense forces. It was still somewhat difficult for demons to travel long distances to reach here. "Mr. Luwak, here is your reward. Thank you for all your efforts during this journey," Toll said, handing over a bag of gold coins. Herag was unassuming but incredibly powerful, having intervened numerous times to avert disasters along the way. He received the heavy purse, inside of which there were likely over 300 gold coins, far exceeding the initially agreed price. Herag said, "Isn't this reward a bit too much?" Toll smiled and said, "You deserve it. We'll be staying in Taylor's county for about 6 months. If you're interested, you can come find me later." "No problem." Herag nodded slightly, showing no expression, nor did he say anything further. Toll didn't mind, long accustomed to Herag's manner, knowing that he was simply like that and not talkative. After bidding farewell to Toll and the others, Herag went to town to buy a horse, resupplied with some provisions, and then left the city heading towards Miracle Valley. During this time, Herag had learned that ever since Miracle Valley was invaded, the world tree there had been uprooted. Now Miracle Valley was uninhabited by elves, with no humans living there either. Only a few people visited to see the site, but they wouldn't stay long. Since it was still the territory of the elf race, no one dared linger too long, fearing to upset them. From Taylor's county to Miracle Valley, it takes about a month. Herag saw few people and not many caravans on this stretch. Previously, many caravans traveled this road, dealing specifically with the elf race. But now that the elf race over there was annihilated, these caravans naturally moved on. Herag arrived at the small town outside Miracle Valley. When he followed the Ruby Commerce Association to this town, it was thriving with constant traffic. But now a dead silence hung over the place, the entire town lying in ruins. Several buildings had collapsed, and occasionally a few adventurers could be seen resting in some abandoned houses within the town. They only used this place as a stopping point while traveling. Herag's arrival made these people wary. In these times, anyone daring to act alone was not a simple person. Herag paid no attention to them and took a stroll. Around the town, the inn where he once stayed was now in ruins. Signs of fierce conflict suggested the building's main structure had been destroyed. After wandering around the town for a while, Herag headed into the depths of Miracle Valley. When he reached the outskirts of Miracle Valley, he was stunned. The outskirts, once a forest, served as an outer defensive structure for Miracle Valley. But now there wasn't any forest left, only a desolate wasteland remained, with not a single blade of grass. Scattered charred remnants dotted the ground, along with numerous chaotic footprints. Herag gazed at the scene, as if seeing many people had taken the charcoal remains away. It seemed that forest was indeed unusual. Even burned to charcoal, people treated it as a treasure. The original fence was also gone as Herag stepped into the wasteland, moving deeper in. He looked up into the distance. The enormous world tree had vanished. The houses within Miracle Valley were gone too, replaced by various large pits and cracks. The fissures in the ground were extremely exaggerated, some as wide as 7 or 8 meters, resembling a gorge. Herag quickened his pace and arrived where the world tree once stood. Within Miracle Valley, a sunken pit appeared, located precisely where the world tree once stood. Herag looked at the large pit before him, as if he could see the scene when the world tree was uprooted. This pit was bottomless. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, one could only see a large dark hole. Herag first searched around the ground, but didn't find anything of value. He looked at the deep pit, then around the surroundings, and after confirming no one was watching, he directly jumped down, ready to explore. Herag rapidly descended, only reaching the bottom after falling more than 1,000 meters. It was already very damp here, with the soil being moist and soft. Herag groped around but found nothing of interest. He pondered for a moment, and with a thought an array appeared before him, and a toad's figure emerged from it. "Which plane is this?" The toad sniffed the air immediately upon appearing, sensing the difference from the wizard plane. Elf plane, said Herag. I see, no wonder it feels somewhat familiar, the toad replied. Looking at the toad, Herag curiously said, Why do I feel like you've become weaker, or is it just my imagination? The toad replied, It's not your imagination. In this plane, my projection only has the power of a level 3 wizard, lacking the level 6 defensive abilities. Probably because I haven't received the recognition of the world will of the elf plane, so the condensed projection is just an ordinary one, lacking strong abilities. The projection in the wizard plane was just a special case, the toad explained. The toad's projection in the wizard plane was an anomaly. Normally, projections only had such strength. Herag nodded and said, Understood. Let's focus on the main matter. We are now at the spot where the world tree was originally located. After the expedition team uprooted the world tree, only this pit was left. I searched here for quite a while and found nothing. Can you take a look and see if you can find anything? He hadn't left this place because he had a vague feeling that something was hidden here. The feeling came from great dark heaven. Others might not detect it, but Herag felt it to some degree. After listening, the toad looked around, its eyes constantly shifting until finally focusing on a corner. Herag followed its gaze but found nothing. The toad opened its mouth and extended its long tongue, shooting it into that corner and reeling it back quickly. At that moment, Herag clearly felt the movement of spatial rules. In that little corner, the spatial rules were violently trembling, which was unusual. Normally, rules were everywhere, flowing naturally like air. When the flow was irregular, someone like Herag, who comprehended spatial rules, noticed it very clearly. The toad's tongue reeled in something and brought it back, placing it in front of Herag. Herag looked closely and saw a small object resembling a green seed. What is this? Herag asked. The toad said, If I'm not mistaken, this should be a world tree seed. You've lucked out. A world tree seed. How do I use this? Herag asked. You can't use it now, but once you can develop your own space, plant this seed inside. It will automatically take root there and help you expand your space and refine your rules. It's a treasure. Quickly, while it's still a seed without self-awareness, let it absorb your blood to imprint your essence on it so it will serve you in the future, the toad advised. Upon hearing this, Herag took out a dagger, cut his finger, and let a drop of blood fall onto the green seed. The blood was absorbed instantly, and the aura it emitted slightly changed. Herag knew that a level 3 wizard could already develop a personal space. However, this space was merely a space and couldn't be considered a plane. But the world tree's miraculous feature is its ability to help you develop space and refine the rules. Once the rules are refined to a certain degree, the space will evolve into a plane, becoming a true world. Why wasn't this found by the expedition team? Herag asked. The toad looked at him sideways. Do you think anyone else has my level of expertise in spatial rules? The world tree seed is perfectly concealed. Self-protection mechanism of the world tree, making it difficult for ordinary wizards to find. Herag recalled that the toad had many independent spaces within it and could connect to the space-time flow, making it no longer surprising. Did the world tree intentionally leave this seed, sensing it was in danger? Herag asked. Probably, the toad replied. Shouldn't the elves be aware of such a situation? Why haven't they come to look for this seed? Herag was puzzled. Logically, the elf race should be very familiar with the world tree and aware of the existence of world tree seeds. Knowing this, they should have sent someone to collect it afterward, so the seed couldn't have remained until now. The toad shook its head. Who knows? Maybe they came but didn't find it. You must understand that the elf race survives by relying on the world tree. Perhaps they can't locate the exact position of a world tree seed. Only when it's rooted and sprouting does its presence become detectable. After thinking, the toad added, However, I think it might be related to you. You have the aura of the elf royal family, probably connected to your talent spell. This world tree seed recently moved from another space to a nearby one. It might have sensed your essence, and thus was drawn out from layer upon layer of spaces. The toad explained that the world tree seed was hidden within multiple layers of space, making it almost impossible to discover under ordinary circumstances. But since the world tree seed automatically moved through layers of space, it was the subtle changes during this movement that allowed the toad to detect and locate it. Herag suddenly understood. realizing why he had always felt a strange sensation, as if something was present here. Upon reflection, it was likely to be this world tree seed. Herag's own bloodline carried elf royal family traits, creating some connection with the world tree seed, with a mutual sense of each other. But he still had a point he couldn't understand, so he asked, but shouldn't there have been some investigation by a member of the elf royal family? An event of this magnitude couldn't have left the elf royal family indifferent. Miracle Valley was annihilated, and the world tree was uprooted. This was certainly a major event. The elf royal family would definitely come to investigate, and some royal elves would surely arrive. Given this, the world tree seed should be automatically attracted when the elf royal family comes. The toad said, "How would I know why? Based on the current situation, it seems the royal elf hadn't arrived when this world tree seed appeared." He didn't understand this either. At least, there wasn't any related information in his awakened memories, so he could only speculate. Herag picked up the green world tree seed and felt the immense life energy within it. With his talent for desolate plague, his perception of life energy was very keen. This little seed contained astonishing life energy. "Can this thing be placed in a space ring?" Herag asked. The toad replied, "No problem, it doesn't have self-awareness. Now that it has absorbed your blood, it has your scent and will automatically follow you. Just put it in the space ring, and you won't have to worry about it escaping." Herag nodded and placed the world tree seed into the space ring. He initially wanted to place it in the black space, but there was a white deer there. Herag wasn't comfortable with the white deer, fearing that if he placed the world tree seed inside, it might get nibbled away. Regarding the world tree seed, he still needed to ask Chadia to see if she had any insights. After storing the world tree seed, Herag asked a question he had previously pondered. "My talent spell allows me to absorb other bloodlines' powers. After absorbing the Thunder God ancestral bloodline, will this affect me in any way? What exactly is an ancestor?" Discussing these topics with the toad wasn't revealing any secrets, as the toad already knew everything. The black little figure once was resolved with the toad's help. The toad said, "An ancestor is a level 9 creature, an existence that low-tier and middle-tier worlds cannot accommodate. According to my memories, ancestors are the source of all bloodlines and souls. All bloodlines, powers, and souls flow from them and eventually return to them through unknown means." "So you're saying that possessing the Thunder God ancestral bloodline means I might eventually return it?" Herag asked. If that were the case, everything Herag was doing would ultimately benefit someone else. The toad said, "I can't be sure. Ancestors are too mysterious. They are mythical beings. But the issue you're worried about shouldn't be a concern. Many beings in many planes possess ancestral-level bloodlines. For example, in the Abyss plane, that black little figure you saw had the Thunder God ancestral bloodline. Their bloodlines are widely spread, and I've never heard of an ancestor reclaiming their bloodline forcefully. I guess for ancestors, creatures with their bloodline only need to undergo the normal cycle of life and death. As long as these creatures are in the natural cycle of life and death, their bloodlines, powers, and souls will eventually return to them. So you don't need to worry about an ancestor suddenly appearing to reclaim your bloodline while you cultivate. Beings of an ancestor's level wouldn't have that leisure. You're overestimating your importance." The toad finished with a sidelong glance at Herag, a mocking expression on its face. Herag smiled wryly. The toad wasn't wrong. For ancestors, their bloodlines might be scattered across numerous endless planes. Among these countless bloodlines, there must be powerful beings, but ancestors wouldn't go on a killing spree to reclaim bloodlines, powers, and souls. For them, it's better for their bloodlines to be as widespread as possible. As long as even a sliver of their bloodline exists, they remain eternal. Creatures with their bloodlines ultimately cannot escape the cycle of life and death. As long as they die naturally, their bloodlines, powers, and souls will return to themselves without any intervention. Unless a being with their bloodline can also become an ancestral-level existence. However, reaching the level of an ancestor represents an entirely different realm. The toad continued, "I reckon that even if you face the Thunder God ancestor one day, he might just pat you on the back and say you're doing great, keep it up." "Do you know him?" Herag asked. The toad shook its head. "Of course not. I don't have any image or related memories of ancestors in my mind. Herag pondered the toad's words, guessing that the toad either genuinely hadn't encountered ancestor-level beings, or if it had, it couldn't retain those memories. By the way, have you remembered anything more recently? Based on our conjecture, you should be Nicholas. Why are you in this form now? Herag asked. The toad said, I don't have any valuable memory yet, but after observing you, I suddenly thought that perhaps I had toad bloodline in me before. Now there isn't any human bloodline in me. How I fully transformed into this, I have no idea. Suddenly, Herag thought that since he could absorb other species' bloodlines, surely other wizards could too. The Great Dark Heaven is just a talent spell. There must be similar spells with similar effects. And without using magic, many wizards also modify themselves, absorbing and integrating other bloodlines reasonably. If the toad, when it was a wizard, absorbed the bloodline of a toad like demon through some means, it would explain why a wizard would transform into a demon from the abyss plane. In theory, such a transformation is possible. It's just that the process and reasons for this transformation aren't clear, and nobody knows how Nicholas turned into his current form. He can only wait for his memories to gradually awaken. After conversing with the toad for a while, Herag let the toad return, and he flew out of the deep pit. In the elf plane, few would choose to keep a toad as a pet. So Herag decided not to keep the toad by his side, as it would draw too much attention. After leaving the deep pit, he quickly departed from Miracle Valley and didn't enter the small town. There were still some idle adventurers active in the town, so Herag found a secluded forest to stay in temporarily. After confirming that no one was around, he took out the fallen wings and cut a crevice into a mountainside, and then slipped inside. Once inside the space of the fallen wings, Herag also took out the black space, this level 3 witchcraft artifact. Herag previously couldn't find a suitable opportunity to enter the black space, as disappearing suddenly in crowded places always posed some risks. To be cautious, he had never entered the black space. Now, in the wilderness with no one around, there was no need to worry about these issues. Upon entering the black space, Herag saw a wooden house in the distance, from which came the sound of a harp, pleasant and elegant. That white deer lay on the grass outside the wooden house, seemingly quietly listening to the music. When it saw Herag arrive, it gave him a human-like glance, as if Herag had disturbed its enjoyment. Herag felt that the white deer seemed more and more like a person, gradually showing some rich human emotions. He walked slowly to the wooden house, and upon reaching the door, saw Chadia inside playing a large harp. Compared to the harp, Chadia's petite body appeared very small, her fair fingers brushing over the strings, producing beautiful and pleasant music. Herag stood quietly behind, not disturbing Chadia but listened quietly, feeling quite serene inside. Chadia naturally noticed Herag's arrival and played even more passionately, wishing to bring him better music. After a few minutes, Chadia finished her performance and ran over with her bare, fair feet. Jumping into Herag's arms, Master, how was it? Was it nice? Very nice, Herag said, stroking Chadia's back. Master, have you reached the elf plane? Chadia asked. Herag nodded. Yes, I apologize for not coming in to see you during this time. It's okay, Master, you've worked harder than I have, Chadia said sensibly. Herag smiled and took out the World Tree Seed, asking, Do you know what this is? This feels so familiar and intimate. Chadia didn't recognize the World Tree Seed, but instinctively felt it was very dear to her. Herag said, This is the World Tree Seed. The World Tree Seed, no wonder it feels like this. How did you get it, Master? Chadia realized. Herag explained the situation in Miracle Valley, and Chadia looked a bit sad, mourning for the elf race and World Tree that had suffered unforeseen mishaps in Miracle Valley. But she didn't blame Herag, as it wasn't within his power to change those things. In war, everyone is helpless. Chadia, how much do you know about this World Tree Seed? Herag asked. Chadia said, I heard the elders in the tribe mention that the World Tree has seeds, but this is the first time I've seen one. The elders once said, the World Tree will not die. Even if it withers, it will one day be reborn. Herag then asked some related questions, but Chadia knew very little, only some fragments mentioned by the elders. Chadia, as a young girl in the elf race, hadn't reached the age to know the core secrets of the tribe. Based on what she said, Herag formed some speculations in his mind. According to Chadia, the world tree cannot die, and even if it did, it would revive. Herag recalled the lack of success in transplanting the world tree to the wizard plane, where no method seemed to allow it to survive. There's speculation that the world tree committed suicide, unwilling to live on the wizard plane. Relating this to the seed from Miracle Valley, Herag had some ideas. He speculated that the world tree was transplanted to the wizard plane, and realizing it wasn't the elf plane, chose to self-destruct. The manner of its death isn't clear, likely an innate talent of the world tree. After the world tree's self-destruction, it transformed into a seed, appearing in the multi-layered space of Miracle Valley. When the elf royal family initially investigated, the world tree probably hadn't died yet, so there was no seed. Only after the world tree's self-destruction did the seed appear. With Herag's arrival, his bloodline mark of the elf royal family established some connection with the seed, leading to recent events. Herag originally assumed the elf race should have a way to retrieve these seeds, but it appears this is not the case. He realized the elf race lives by relying on the world tree, meaning the growth location of the world tree likely isn't chosen by the elf race. Wherever the world tree grows, the elf race settles and thrives. If they could control the world tree's seed, they could choose where to live. Currently, however, it seems the world tree decides where it grows. Had it not been for the Toad Space Rule's expertise in extracting the seed from the layered spaces, Herag wouldn't have found it. Normally, it would take many years for the world tree seed to sprout and root in the layers of space, eventually growing into a towering tree. Herag obtaining the world tree seed was entirely due to various coincidences and opportunities. "Chadia, you'll be able to go home soon," Herag said with a smile. Chadia looked up joyfully, but then felt a hint of sadness seeing Herag. "What's wrong?" "You're going home but not happy," Herag said. Chadia lowered her head. "When I go home, does that mean you'll leave, Master?" "Yes, if nothing unexpected happens. After taking you back to the World Mother Tree, I will leave for a while," Herag said. He needed to figure out if the changes in the elf plane were instigated by another group of wizard influence. If so, what were the relationships between this wizard influence and the elf race? Their actions against Parker, did it imply a friendly relationship between this wizard influence and the elf race? If they were friendly, it's important to determine if these wizard influences have animosity towards people from the wizard plane. Only by resolving these issues can he confidently place those close to him on the elf plane and consider it a secure fallback. To clarify these matters, directly asking the elf royal family at the World Mother Tree is the most straightforward, as they likely know the answers. If Herag went himself, he would learn nothing, seen as an evil wizard and killed outright. Although he could activate his bloodline mark to take on an elf appearance, that wouldn't work at the World Mother Tree. It might deceive elves in remote regions like Miracle Valley. For Herag to visit the World Mother Tree, he would have to rely on Chadia's help. The Dark Night Forest, located in the northern part of the Elf Plain, is the place where the World Mother Tree resides and where the elf royal family thrives and propagates. Herag had already learned this information beforehand and knew roughly where it was located. The next issue is to send Chadia back to the Dark Night Forest, and then use Chadia to gather the information Herag wants to know. Finding a way to send her back is also a problem, and Herag needs to thoughtfully consider the specific methods. If he directly returns to the Dark Night Forest with Chadia himself, he might encounter considerable trouble. Given the current situation, it's clear that the elf race is definitely filled with hostility towards people from the wizard plane. Even if he didn't harm Chadia, the elf race would surely not trust him and would more likely believe he harbors malicious intent. Simply put, it's very difficult for Herag to gain the trust of the elf race, even with Chadia's help. Therefore, if Herag goes to meet the elf royal family with Chadia, not only will it be difficult to gain their trust and gather information, but it could also put him in danger. Although he and Chadia have a master-servant contract, allowing him to use her as a hostage, and she would actively cooperate, it's unsure if the other side has any means to resolve this issue, and Herag cannot ignore this possibility. More crucially, if another wizard influence is aligned with the elf race, it becomes even more dangerous for him. Before everything is thoroughly investigated, arbitrary action cannot be taken. Other methods must be considered. My lord, will you return after you've left? Chadia, seeing Hereg in deep thought, asked aloud. Hereg said, Of course, I will return. Do you remember how to communicate with me as a follower? Before coming to the elf plane, he had made Chadia and Asuna his followers to facilitate communication at any time. Of course, Chadia responded. Hereg said, Good, what I'm going to tell you next is very important. I will send you back to the Dark Night Forest, but I won't be going in. Once you're there, you'll need to gather some intelligence on your own. Given your status, it should be easy to access that information. I will be observing you from a god's perspective, indirectly obtaining the information I want. Hereg had thought it through. Personally entering the Dark Night Forest carried too high a risk, not to mention the hassle involved in gathering intelligence. Under such circumstances, it's difficult to obtain any effective information. However, it's different for Chadia. As a princess of the elf royal family, with her status and position, it's much easier for her to access core information. The only problem to be solved is how she returned to the elf plane. From the perspective of the elf royal family, Chadia would definitely be seen as gone for good. Falling into the hands of those evil wizards, surviving would already be difficult, let alone returning unscathed. Hereg was also considering how to fabricate a reasonable explanation for how Chadia returned. He thought perhaps fabricating isn't necessary, just modifying the facts might suffice. Chadia returning to the Dark Night Forest, unscathed, would inevitably arouse the vigilance of the elf royal family, and surely she would undergo some inspection to ensure no hidden threats remained. Hereg wasn't worried about this at all. Aside from a master-servant contract, there was nothing suspicious about Chadia. I will do my best, my lord. Chadia nodded earnestly, remembering all of Hereg's words. Evans County is the largest city on the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, gathering a large population. This is also the northernmost city of the entire Elf Plain. Beyond it to the north lies the boundless Dark Night Forest. For humans, the Dark Night Forest is a forbidden zone. Most humans are prohibited from entering, only the elf race can enter. Because it is the area where the World Mother Tree is located and the ruling place of the elf royal family, it is an absolute forbidden territory. However, despite this, many people still take risks to enter the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest for profit. The Dark Night Forest has a long history, almost as old as the plain itself. This results in the forest having various precious herbs, materials, and treasures, any of which is incredibly valuable. Wealth moves people's hearts. Successfully acquiring something can sustain them for many years, which is an irresistible temptation for many adventurers. Although the elf race punishes adventurers who sneak into the Dark Night Forest severely, with immediate execution upon discovery, many still dare to try their luck. After all, the Dark Night Forest is vast, like an ocean. The elf race, being sparse in population, doesn't have enough manpower to guard the entire forest, so every year many manage to acquire things and safely return. Such successful cases constantly entice others to venture in, while those who die in the Dark Night Forest or are caught and executed by the elf race are seldom mentioned or remembered. People only remember those who came out and made a fortune. No one cares how many skeletons are buried inside. Of course, those who bring things out only dare to sell them on the black market. No one dares to openly display them. This is a world ruled by the elf race. If discovered, being caught means a dead end. Evans County is also under the control of the elf race. Though its lord, Balash, is human, he is a subordinate to the Dark Night Forest, only managing all affairs here in proxy. It's said that Balash, besides being a great knight, is also a magic master. Their family has guarded this area for generations and are loyal followers of the elf race. Balash, as the guardian for this generation of Evans County, has been stationed here for over 100 years. In these years, Evans County has remained very peaceful with no major troubles. Even the invasion from the Wizard Plain didn't significantly affect here. No war reached this place. Because Evans County backs onto the elf royal family, few dare to cause trouble here. Chadia stood outside the majestic lord's mansion of Evans County, garnering respectful and awe-filled gazes. Her intense elven aura and flawless appearance communicated one thing. This is an elf and not an ordinary one. Chadia felt a bit nervous and anxious inside as she looked at a figure hidden in the distant crowd, which slightly calmed her heart. She took a deep breath to steel herself, then resolutely stepped into the Lord's mansion. Chadia knew that this journey was not just about going home, but also for the future of Herag and the others. Evans County, in a small tavern. Two men dressed as adventurers sat by a wine table, drinking and chatting idly. One wore a cowboy hat, the other was bald. The cowboy hat glanced around, lowered his voice, and said, "Do you know what's happening over at the Lord's mansion recently?" "What's happening?" The bald man seemed puzzled and asked curiously. The cowboy hat said, "You don't know. It's said that the missing little princess of the elf royal family has returned." Returned? Wasn't it said that she was taken by those evil wizards? How could she possibly come back? The bald man was completely incredulous. Over the years, the image of evil wizards has deeply rooted in people's hearts. The wizard plane has been described as a hellish existence. To those in the elf plane, being taken to the wizard plane basically equates to a fate worse than death. Return, that's impossible. Why would I lie to you? Many people know about it, the cowboy hat said in a lowered voice. How could something of this level be known by you? It's probably just a rumor. The bald man shook his head, still unconvinced. The cowboy hat said, "At first, I didn't believe it either. But the recent movements around the Lord's mansion made me believe otherwise. Half of the military forces of Evans County have been moved near the Lord's mansion. There's no war going on recently, so what's the need for so many people? It has to be to protect someone important. In a place like Evans County, who could be considered important, it must be the elf race. Coupled with those rumors, I think it's very likely that the little princess has returned." The cowboy hat said. The bald man pondered on his words. Indeed, the movements of the Lord's mansion seemed a bit odd. Evans County had been peaceful for many years, and such large-scale actions were rare. If it were an invasion by wizards, they should be protecting the city, not the Lord's mansion. There was no internal unrest in Evans County, making the Lord's mansion's actions somewhat strange. If it is indeed the return of the elf royal family's little princess, that would make sense. The status of a princess from the elf royal family is naturally very high. As the guardian of Evans County, Balash must ensure the safety of the little princess until someone from the elf royal family comes to escort her back. If anything happens to the princess, Balash's entire family would suffer. No wonder they were cautious enough to muster a large army for protection. But the Lord's mansion had not released any news. In times of urgency and with so many eyes around, information inevitably leaked. Herag sat by a nearby table, sipping a locally unique fruit wine, listening clearly to the two men's hushed conversation. This fruit wine had a fragrant and elegant taste, offering a special charm as one drank. Since he delivered Chadia to the outskirts of the Lord's mansion, he had been hiding in the shadows, observing the situation's progress to ensure Chadia wasn't in any danger. Herag continued watching from a divine perspective and remained in the bustling market not far from the Lord's mansion. If anything happened, he could rush there immediately. So far, everything was going smoothly. When Chadia declared her identity upon entering the Lord's mansion, the place erupted into chaos. Balash hadn't expected the princess to just suddenly return and appear outside his Lord's mansion, causing some lapse in his handling, which led to some rumors spreading. This was also why he called in the military, fearing any problem might happen with Chadia. Balash immediately contacted the elf royal family, informing them of the news. Upon receiving the notification, a message came back instantly: ensure Chadia's safety by all means. If something went wrong, Balash's entire family would be buried with the consequences. Under these circumstances, Balash naturally felt immense pressure. Chadia was treated with the highest standards, residing in the finest palace, with Balash's trusted confidants always nearby, attending to her every request. A group of griffins flew over Evans County, each mounted by an elf. This spectacle stunned many people in the city. The ferocious and aggressive griffins soared through the air, occasionally letting out a roar. Each griffin had strength comparable to great knight level, and being flying creatures, their combat ability even surpassed many great knights. Griffins, these fierce beasts, could only be tamed by the elf race, and they would serve no one else. The presence of griffins signified the presence of the elf race. The griffin group descended near the Lord's mansion, while some elves riding on griffins took to the skies again, standing guard around. When Chadia heard the call of the griffins, she ran out of the house, followed by some of Balash's trusted aides. As she reached the front hall, she saw a group of a dozen elves approaching, led by a female elf around 30 years old with an exquisite appearance that even surpassed Chadia's, with the added allure of maturity. Mother, upon seeing the female elf, Chadia's eyes immediately reddened. Upon seeing Chadia, Elena ran over immediately, tightly embracing her daughter, overwhelmed with joy. Chadia also held Elena tightly, and the mother and daughter cried together. "How have you been all these years?" Elena wiped away the tears from Chadia's face and asked with concern, while also checking for any injuries on Chadia. "I'm fine," Chadia replied truthfully. "Where have you been?" Elena asked. Chadia was about to speak, but glanced at the people from the Lord's mansion around, then said, "I'll tell you back home." Elena nodded and turned to the elves behind her, saying, "We depart immediately." At this moment, she no longer showed the tenderness earlier, but exuded authority. The elves behind her were all incredibly strong clansmen, and even 2 elders were present. Chadia and Elena boarded a mighty griffin together, then soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the dark night forest. The other griffins followed closely, centering around the mother and daughter's griffin, tightly protecting them. At this moment, countless people in Evans County raised their heads to watch this scene. They observed the sudden arrival and departure of the griffins and elves. Griffins were rare creatures, and most people had never seen them. Now, having seen them, there would undoubtedly be discussions, adding some talking points to future conversations. Herag stood by the street, dressed in a simple robe, watching silently in the direction where Chadia departed. From this moment on, he could no longer follow them, but could only keep an eye on Chadia through the divine perspective. The subsequent developments would depend on Chadia, and Herag couldn't help much further. Above the dark night forest, Chadia rode on the griffin, feeling the breeze on her face. The speed of the griffin was very fast, and there should have been a strong wind, but it was blocked by the magic enchanted on the griffin. Chadia glanced below. The dark night forest was still the familiar appearance, seemingly unchanged, remaining so tranquil for hundreds and thousands of years. After flying above the dark night forest for most of the day and crossing one mountain range after another, they arrived at the settlement of the elf race. It was still the dark night forest here, with towering ancient trees growing everywhere. But unlike the outskirts of the dark night forest, various wooden houses were scattered throughout the forest, and occasionally some elves could be seen moving below. When the griffin group flew overhead, these elves would look up and cross their hands over their chests, then bow in salute. For Chadia and her group, this was not the destination. There were still 1 or 2 days of journey ahead. The areas below were just districts where common elves lived and moved. The elf royal family was still deep within the distant dark night forest. Chadia looked to the horizon, where a giant silhouette of a tree stood. That was the World Mother Tree. Even from such a distant place, one could feel the enormity of this world tree. Chadia remembered the World Mother Tree almost seemed to grow straight into the sky, with no sight of where its canopy was. It is heard that once a warrior of the elf race climbed the world tree, wanting to reach the highest point. However, that warrior climbed for a full 5 years without reaching the top of the world tree. After reaching a certain height, he was blocked by some unknown power and could not continue further. Under normal circumstances, the height climbed in 5 years should have reached outer space, yet even the top of the world tree was not reached. Chadia had never seriously thought about these things. Before growing up under the world tree, it was hard to notice these. She gazed at the world tree on the horizon, pondering how tall it really was and what kind of place its top truly was. On the other side, Herag also saw this gigantic silhouette of the world tree through the perspective of the gods. This world tree was the most crucial existence in the entire elf plane, theoretically the strongest entity in this plane. Herag gazed at the World Mother Tree and instinctively felt some apprehension, a wave of pressure coming over him. This was an invisible pressure emitted from a super individual, a pressure that elves like Chadia would not feel instead. They would only find it comforting, Herag, not in elf form, was thus able to directly feel this pressure. The World Tree was not adept at combat, though that was relative to beings of the same level. To someone like Herag, a level 2 wizard, the World Tree was an exalted existence, absolutely not something Herag could contend against. Let alone Herag, even the expedition team from the Wizard Plane only dared target branches of the World Tree, not daring to touch the World Mother Tree a bit. The Griffin group continued their journey above the dark night forest, stopping every so often to rest in the elf villages below. The Griffin group landed on this extremely vast platform, approximately the size of 4 or 5 football fields. This was one of the branches of the World Tree. As Chadia's feet stepped onto the familiar ground, she gazed at the numerous palaces constructed on the World Tree in the distance, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. At this moment, she felt immensely grateful to have met Herag. If someone else had bought her back then, she would have had no chance of returning here and might have experienced something very tragic. Upon Chadia's arrival, the waiting elves around her knelt on one knee. These were the guards of the elf royal family, each with strong auras. At this time, a young man with a full head of golden hair and a handsome face walked over. It was none other than the 4th prince of the elf royal family, Prince Sebastian. Mother, Sebastian first greeted Elena, then looked at Chadia. Ziokai, you have finally returned, it's good that you're all right. Brother, when Chadia saw the familiar Sebastian and these once familiar people, her heart finally found some peace. A feeling surged in her heart, the feeling of being home. Sebastian was the person Herag had impersonated back then, successfully fooling the elves of Miracle Valley with his identity. Where are our older brother and sister? Chadia asked. This generation of the elf royal family had 7 offspring in total, with Chadia being the youngest. Ahead of her were 5 older brothers and 1 older sister. Big brother and second brother went out to deal with the troubles on the wizard's side. Sana ventured out years ago and hasn't heard of your return yet. It's just me and your 3rd brother here now, Sebastian said. Chadia showed some regret on her face, unable to immediately see these dear ones. Noticing her expression, Sebastian said, "It's all right. Once they get the news, they should rush back quickly. With the war with the wizards now gradually easing off, there won't be any major moves in the short term. Now that you've returned, no one can hurt you anymore." On a giant branch of the World Tree, a grand palace was built, looking from afar like a piece of art. This was the place where Chadia once lived, her old residence. Now, important figures of the elf royal family who could arrive had almost all gathered in the palace. "Are you saying that, after being bought by that wizard, he sent you back?" A middle-aged man with a face full of authority sat next to Chadia, asking. Unintentionally stern, his look towards Chadia was filled with love. This was Randy Older, the elf king of the royal family, the current elf king. In the present elf plane, he was the most powerful person. Chadia nodded. "The Lord treated me well and never harmed me." Herag had thought this through before, believing that fabrications would always have loopholes and would not withstand scrutiny, so it's better to tell the truth, withholding some private information. He hadn't harmed Chadia and had taken good care of her, so there was no need to feel guilty. Thus, when Chadia recounted her experiences, it was almost indistinguishable from the actual events. But Chadia telling the story was one thing, and whether others believed it was another. Don't trust wizards easily, they are cunning, sinister, and bloody. What you are seeing is just a facade, Elena said. After listening to Chadia, she didn't disbelieve her daughter's words. But Elena didn't think Herag was so kind-hearted as Chadia described. He must have some scheme. And it was for this scheme that the wizard deliberately showed such a good person facade to gain Chadia's trust. For what to do after gaining Chadia's trust? It's not clear for now, but it definitely won't be anything good. Elena, as the queen of the elf race, naturally knows very clearly about the major events happening in various places of the elf plane. The invasion from the wizard plane has brought enormous losses to the elf plane. Countless people have lost their lives. Countless people have lost their homes. Those wizards strike fiercely, with various means, frequently leading to the destruction of cities one after another, and even many kingdoms have been completely wiped out. Randy, however, did not rush to a conclusion but continued to ask, "According to what you said, this should be a wizard who is completely immersed in cultivation, who bought you and then left you in that castle without much concern, only taking a bit of your blood for research, which indeed aligns with the wizard's style. Randy knows a bit more about wizards, knowing what kind of characteristics this group of people generally has, which is similar to what Chadia described. If the wizard who bought Chadia isn't interested in her body or appearance, it is indeed possible that he just took blood to conduct some research. But the problem is, the other party is a member of the expedition team from the wizard plane. What is the expedition team for? To invade other planes. Randy also thinks that Herag bringing Chadia to the elf plane is definitely not just so simple as to send Chadia back. Master was really kind to me. Chadia still wanted to say some good words for Herag. He didn't ask you to do anything. Randy looked into his daughter's eyes and asked. Chadia's gaze dodged a little, and after thinking for a while she said, yes. What was it? Randy asked. He wasn't afraid of Herag having demands. It's normal for someone who saved his daughter to have requests. What he feared was not having any demands. The master thought that if something happened in the wizard plane in the future, he hoped to come to the elf plane for refuge and hoped to get your help then, father. Chadia said. Help Chadia, don't worry about him. You've returned, why care about a stinky wizard? Sebastian said. After he spoke, his face suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something, and he immediately asked, did he do anything to you? Thinking of those wizards' methods, Sebastian suddenly thought perhaps Herag had a way to control Chadia. The other side just let Chadia return like that, surely having the capital to negotiate with them. Otherwise wouldn't let her go back so simply. Master-servant contract, Chadia said. What? Sebastian immediately got angry. He didn't expect that wizard to make his dearest sister sign a master-servant contract. Chadia is a princess of the elf royal family. Signing such a contract is an insult to the entire elf royal family. Father, please allow me to lead troops to attack. We must destroy those wizards, Sebastian said furiously. It's already dissolved, Chadia hurriedly said. Sebastian was astonished and said, what? Chadia continued, before I came. The master had already dissolved the master-servant contract between us. This was also previously considered by Herag. As for the master-servant contract, the deep foundation of the elf race likely has ways to dissolve it. This contract for the elf race seems like a threat, certainly causing hatred from the other side. Rather than let them dissolve it, Herag might as well directly dissolve it himself. Herag now has the contact of a believer in the gods with Chadia. The master-servant contract is actually not so important anymore. Randy asked, it's really dissolved. Chadia nodded, yes, I am already free. Let Mr. Acorn come over to help take a look. He is also a wizard and knows the wizard's methods best. Randy contemplated for a moment and then ordered the person next to him. Who is Mr. Acorn? Chadia asked curiously. She never knew there was a wizard by her father's side. She had never heard of it before. Randy looked at Chadia and said, this is a big secret. After Mr. Acorn checks and confirms there are no tricks on you, I will tell you. Chadia nodded, obediently not asking further questions. Herag's heart trembled upon hearing these words. So there is indeed another wizard influence. He was very sure it couldn't be a wizard from the expedition team unless there was a traitor inside. After a while, a round-faced fat man came over, who looked very honest and sincere. He looked at Randy and said, what can I do for you, Mr. Randy? Both seemed to be of equal status. Randy smiled, I'm really sorry to trouble Mr. Acorn to make a trip specially. My daughter Chadia was taken away by a wizard from the wizard plane and then sent back. I worry there might be some hidden tricks placed on her. Although the elf race is also adept at magic, we do not understand those wizard methods, so I want to ask Mr. Acorn for help. Oh, so that's the case. Being taken away by those people, but still being able to come back is indeed a strange affair. Mr. Acorn grinned sincerely and said. After he glanced at Chadia, he turned back to Randy and said, this is a trivial matter, but I wonder if you've considered what I've discussed with Mr. Randy before. The wizards from our boundary land and those from the wizard plane are different. They are primitive and brutal, but we are very civilized. Of course, we are also much stronger than them. Cooperation with us is a win-win situation, beneficial to both sides. Randy was silent for a moment, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes as he looked at Mr. Acorn, and spoke, I truly appreciate your efforts in making the wizards from the wizard plane gradually subside. I am also very interested in the cooperation you mentioned, but I think the specific matters of cooperation need further discussion. After all, this concerns the affairs of two planes, and it must be discussed clearly before making any hasty decisions. Understood, understood. No problem. This matter can be discussed later. Let me first take a look at Princess Chadia's issue. Mr. Acorn said with a friendly smile. Thank you, Mr. Acorn, for your help, Randy said. Mr. Acorn then looked towards Chadia, scratched his face before extending his hand and releasing some magic power that surrounded Chadia. After a while, he took out a test tube, which contained a pure blue liquid. Mr. Acorn pulled out the wooden plug on the test tube, and the liquid inside quickly turned into a blue butterfly. After the butterfly flew out of the test tube, it flew towards Chadia and landed on her forehead, flapping its wings slowly. Princess Chadia, don't be afraid. It's collecting your information and analyzing some things. Mr. Acorn noticed that Chadia seemed somewhat afraid and comforted her with a smile. Chadia didn't know what the butterfly was doing. She only felt a cold sensation spreading from her forehead to every corner of her body. The fleeting chill quickly dissipated, and Chadia didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. The blue butterfly paused for a moment on Chadia's forehead before flapping its wings and floating away. It flitted around Chadia, continuously scattering blue specks of light from its wings. These specks vanished upon contact with Chadia's skin, leaving her without any sensation or understanding of their purpose. As the blue specks dispersed, the butterfly gradually turned into a phantom until it became a stream of blue light. This blue light danced briefly in the air before flying towards Mr. Acorn. Mr. Acorn still held the test tube, and the blue light flew directly into it. He looked at the test tube in front of him, his fingers shaking as he swirled the blue liquid inside, then smiled in satisfaction and, tilting his head back, drank the blue liquid directly. After drinking the blue liquid, Mr. Acorn closed his eyes, savoring it as if it were fine wine, with a slightly intoxicated expression. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes and said, apart from some remnants of the master-servant contract, there's nothing wrong. Princess Chadia is quite safe. After hearing Mr. Acorn's words, Randy, Elena, and others breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the wizard you mentioned is indeed sincere and hasn't tampered with you, Randy said. Of course, the Lord treats me well, I've said that before. Chadia spoke positively of Herag again. Glancing at Mr. Acorn, Chadia then asked, Mr. Acorn, where are you from? It seems that my father and others trust you greatly. Mr. Acorn looked at Randy, seemingly seeking his opinion. Randy smiled. Since there's no threat to Chadia now, there's no harm in speaking openly. As a princess of the elf royal family, Chadia naturally had the right to know many secrets. Mr. Acorn was filled with mystery. It was unimaginable how a wizard would appear in this place. I come from the boundary land, Mr. Acorn replied with a smile. Chadia asked curiously, what is the boundary land? Having grown up in the elf plane, Chadia wasn't always at play. She was taught by elders within the tribe who imparted various courses and knowledge. Thus, Chadia had a certain understanding of the elf plane, and she definitely hadn't heard of a place called the boundary land. You can think of the boundary land as another plane, different from both the elf plane and the wizard plane, Mr. Acorn explained. Another plane, Chadia nodded, half understanding. Near Evans County was a small town where Herag sat in an inn, quietly observing Chadia's situation. When Mr. Acorn used the blue butterfly, Herag was concerned that his divine state surveillance might be discovered. Fortunately, it seemed from the results that it hadn't been detected. This divine state was rather unique. It's theoretically undetectable unless there was some contract or trickery signed with Chadia. Hearing the words boundary land, Herag was also puzzled since he hadn't heard of a plane called by that name. After becoming an expedition team member, he had reviewed plenty of resources within the team and gained some understanding of many planes, but he had genuinely never heard of a plane called the boundary land. Herag was also cautious about communicating with Chadia at this point to avoid alerting Mr. Acorn. He couldn't assume that just because Mr. Acorn hadn't detected him, communicating with Chadia would also go undetected. Although Mr. Acorn's entire presence was very subdued, almost impossible to gauge his strength. Judging from Randy, Elena, and other royal family members' attitudes towards Mr. Acorn, he must be a wizard of immense power. Faced with such a wizard, Herag knew he must proceed with extreme caution and couldn't act rashly. Boundary Land, what a peculiar name, Mr. Acorn. Can you tell me more about it? Although Herag didn't ask, Chadia knew he must be eager to learn more, so she initiated the question. Mr. Acorn sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Princess Chadia, but it's not possible to reveal too much now. If there comes a day when our Boundary Land confirms cooperation with your elf plane, I'll personally show you around the Boundary Land." Cooperation. Father, what are you planning to cooperate on? Chadia asked. Randy replied, "The Boundary Land will bring us knowledge and resources to help us repel the Wizard Plains invasions. In return, we are to provide them with a seed of the World Tree to plant in the Boundary Land. Additionally, we will establish friendly trade exchanges for mutual prosperity." Mr. Acorn smiled. "Our Boundary Land has always sought to resolve issues on civilization planes through peaceful means, unlike the wizards of the Wizard Plane who are cruel and violent. Thus, I hope you will consider our cooperation matter seriously, Mr. Randy." Randy nodded. "I will certainly contemplate this matter seriously. And I am very willing to cooperate with you." After resolving the threat to Chadia, Mr. Acorn left, not disturbing the family's reunion. In any case, he was staying here for the time being, and the details of cooperation needed to be discussed slowly. "Father, you haven't agreed to what I asked you yet," Chadia said, holding Randy's arm. "What is it?" Randy asked. "The Lord saved me and brought me home. If he wants to visit here in the future, you won't turn him away, right?" Chadia said. After thinking for a moment, Randy replied, "Of course not. I swear by the name of the Elf King that as long as he doesn't harm our elf race in the future, I will not trouble him and welcome him to visit here. How about that? Are you relieved now?" Chadia laughed happily. Since Randy promised that, he certainly wouldn't go back on his word, as he was the Elf King. Randy truly felt that way. As far as Chadia mentioned, it was just a level 2 wizard. Level 2 wizard wouldn't cause much trouble in the Dark Night Forest, and since he had helped his daughter, Randy wouldn't retaliate with violence. The elf race essentially loves peace and isn't keen on slaughter. Herag, sitting in the inn, felt slightly reassured after seeing this. What he wanted was merely Randy's attitude. Truly, Herag wouldn't dare stay in the Dark Night Forest. After all, people are unpredictable, and Herag didn't dare reside in the Dark Night Forest, which was the elf race's base and home to a formidable world tree. Before gaining enough strength on par with Mr. Acorn, Herag wouldn't dare step into the Dark Night Forest. Only when he became like that wizard, Mr. Acorn, could he enter at will. Herag asked Chadia to confirm the attitude of the elf race, mainly for the consideration of Reese and others. Moreover, if it weren't for special circumstances, he wouldn't let Reese and the others enter the Dark Night Forest. If the Abyss Plane were to invade the Wizard Plane in the future, Herag would initially choose to bring Reese and others to a remote small town in the Elf Plane. Herag considered that if he were to leave the Elf Plane in the future, he wouldn't be able to take care of Reese and others. Leaving them to live on their own in the Elf Plane made him uneasy, but if another force could look after them, he would be much more at ease. In the Elf Plane, the only ones capable of such a task are naturally the elf race. Chadia had a great relationship with Reese and others when she was in the Wizard Plane, being almost like sisters with Asuna. With such a relationship, coupled with Randy's promise, Herag could be more at ease with the elf race. As for why he might leave in the future, that is naturally to improve his strength. Herag always believed that power is the most fundamental. When the Abyss Plane invades the Wizard Plane, hiding in the Elf Plane may be safe, but it also lacks resources for cultivation and makes advancement difficult. The elves' way of cultivation is different from that of wizards. They rely on bloodline power and naturally become stronger with age. However, just to advance to a level 3 wizard, Herag needs various kinds of power of rules. Herag contemplated that even if he would seek refuge in the Elf Plane for a short time, he would still likely leave eventually. Otherwise, his power would remain stagnant, and there would be no hope. As for where to go, Herag did not know, nor did he have any concrete plan or destination. But now Herag was intrigued by the boundary land mentioned by Acorn. From the few words revealed by Acorn, it was clear that the boundary land is also a plane belonging to wizards. Acorn's words were full of confidence, not the kind of self-aggrandizing confidence, but a confidence that seemed justifiable. He looked down upon the wizard plane. Wizards of the wizard plane seemed insignificant to the boundary land, merely one of the bargaining chips in negotiating cooperation with the elf race. As long as the elf race agreed, the boundary land could drive the expedition team of the wizard plane out of the elf plane. And this is just one condition in their cooperation. What kind of power does the boundary land actually possess? Is it a middle-tier world or a high-tier world? Herag couldn't help thinking. From Randy and the others' behavior, they showed deep respect and awe for Acorn. Although Acorn's attitude had always been cordial, whenever cooperation was mentioned, Randy undeniably felt a lot of pressure. He seemed completely unable to refuse the cooperation proposed by Acorn, only saying that the specific details needed further consideration. Randy, as the Elf King, was arguably the most powerful person in the entire elf plane. Even under the World Mother Tree, his reverence for Acorn suggests that either Acorn is extremely powerful, or the power behind Acorn, the boundary land, is extremely strong, or perhaps both. Only with an absolute disparity in power would Randy be so cautious towards an outsider in his own territory. Herag suddenly felt that the elf race was truly unfortunate. Just the troubles from the wizard plane hadn't been resolved when another wizard influence more powerful than the wizard plane appeared. It could only be said that without enough power, it's the same anywhere, always the law of the jungle. Herag could confirm that the boundary land is at least a middle-tier world, but he could not confirm if it was a high-tier world. If it's just a middle-tier world, then it's still manageable, with a limited top-tier combat capacity ceiling. But if it's a high-tier world, then the upper limit is quite high. Given the current strength of the wizard plane, it is indeed insignificant before a high-tier world. Herag couldn't help but recall what Acorn said, that they have always sought to resolve issues with the civilization plane through peaceful means. Analyzing the current situation, it seemed that the boundary land had only sent an Acorn to the elf plane. Therefore, it was very likely that Parker was injured by Acorn. Parker, as a level 3 wizard, could only be severely injured by powers of at least level 4 wizard strength. Acorn's arrival was both a negotiation and a deterrent. From the perspective of the boundary land, achieving cooperation and trade without military engagement would certainly be more in line with beneficial interests than direct warfare. The boundary land is now using its own strength as a deterrent, forcing the elf plane to cooperate with them. What they want is actually the same as the wizard plane. World Tree Seed. Only the wizard plane's information channels were not as well informed as the boundary land and didn't know about the existence of the World Tree Seed, continuing to research how to transplant the World Tree and keep it alive. The boundary land apparently knew more, knowing that transplantation was useless and only a World Tree Seed would do. Randy was obviously reluctant to hand over the World Tree Seed, but faced with the pressure from the boundary land, he also had no choice but to be willing. Since the other party came expressly for the World Tree, they would not rest until they achieved their goal. So far, they are still negotiating by peaceful means. If the talks break down, they will face an invasion like that of the wizard plane, only much more ferocious. Herag thought for a moment and called Toad out, asking, "Do you know of the existence of the boundary land?" "Boundary land? Never heard of it," Toad shook his head and said. Herag then recounted the events concerning Acorn and the boundary land, explaining everything that had happened. Toad, puzzled, said, "In my memory, the Endless Plane only had the wizard influence in the wizard plane. Even if there were wizards in other planes, they were wizards from the wizard plane, and their numbers wouldn't be large. But from the information revealed by Acorn, the boundary land he referred to is surely an influence with many wizards, and much stronger than the wizard plane. This is rather strange. What events occurred while I was asleep?" Herag speculated. Could the so-called boundary land be related to the 6th Ring Tower? "It's a possibility," Toad said. Herag's thought was that Toad's memory must be from many years ago. Back then, the Endless Plane only had the wizard influence in the wizard plane, so the wizards in the boundary land should also have originated from the wizard plane. Throughout the years, the only wizard organization he could find records of that had left the wizard plane was the Sixth Ring Tower. Whether it was due to betrayal or other reasons, it was true that they left the wizard plane. Originally, it was thought they might be in the abyss plane, but now it seems they could very well be in this so-called boundary land. If the Sixth Ring Tower had actively embraced the abyss plane, it should have continued to grow and prosper in the abyss plane. However, from the current situation, the Sixth Ring Tower is not in the abyss plane. As a demon from the abyss plane, Toad has never encountered other wizards since awakening in the abyss plane these years. This indirectly proves that the abyss plane doesn't contain any trace of the Sixth Ring Tower. They are not inside the abyss plane. The boundary land was most likely a place the Sixth Ring Tower found later for settlement, but the process in between is currently unknown. Herag immediately recalls the historical records from the Land of Dawn. The accounts and descriptions of the Sixth Ring Tower, they are very consistent, labeling the Sixth Ring Tower as a betrayer. Now it seems there indeed are hidden circumstances behind it. Herag couldn't help but recall one of the conditions Acorn mentioned to Randy, removing the invading wizards from the wizard plane and driving them back. From this, Herag feels that the boundary land surely doesn't have a favorable attitude towards the wizard plane, but it seems it's not a matter of deep-seated hatred. Otherwise, the wizards of the boundary land would surely have immediately taken action to eliminate them upon discovering the wizards from the wizard plane. But now it has merely become a condition for negotiation with the elf race. Action is optional. The wizard plane is clearly not regarded as a threat by the boundary land, deemed insignificant. Herag thought that the wizard he encountered on the demon plane is most likely from the boundary land. They appear in various planes, and probably can reach the wizard plane too. Yet until now, there has been no news about other wizard influences invading, otherwise the wizard plane would have been desolate. But from the wizard plane's perspective, those who know of the boundary land evidently fear it greatly. Parker, severely injured, stayed silent, quietly healing in the floating city. Neither the expedition team nor the Wizard Alliance has voiced any opinions, all remaining silent on the matter. Herag speculates they probably want neither other wizards to know about the existence of the boundary land, nor want to provoke it. They dare not provoke the boundary land, dare not to have conflict with it. Even if they suffered losses, they can only swallow them silently, and even plan to retreat from the elf plane. This suggests the upper echelons of the wizard plane surely understand what kind of place the boundary land is. Knowing its formidable strength makes it untouchable. As it stands, the cooperation between the boundary land and the elf plane is an inevitability, just a matter of time. Once the cooperation is achieved, whether the expedition team is willing or not, they will certainly retreat from the elf plane. Herag can't help but think of a concern. If the expedition team were to retreat, it would be very difficult for him to come to the elf plane again. The teleportation altar is surely under the control of the expedition team, and without a reasonable excuse, it would be impossible for him to go to the elf plane. Furthermore, if the expedition team has retreated from the elf plane, wanting to go there would seem too suspicious. Herag pondered that this issue must be resolved, or else the elf plane cannot serve as a fallback plan. He immediately asked Toad, "Do you have any means to allow me to come to the elf plane from the wizard plane? The expedition team will probably retreat, and they surely wouldn't want conflict with the boundary land." Toad is very capable, with high proficiency in spatial rules. Perhaps he might have a solution. After thinking for a while, Toad said, "If I could find the location of the expedition team's spatial channel, I would be able to reach the elf plane without relying on their teleportation altar." Spatial channel's location, Herag was slightly puzzled. Toad explained, the establishment of a spatial channel requires time and effort. The expedition team surely exerted great energy to set up the spatial channel to the elf plane. Even if they retreat from the elf plane, the spatial channel still remains. The spatial channel, painstakingly created by the wizard plane, won't be destroyed so easily. This means, even if the teleportation altars are shut down, the spatial channel still exists. It's like a road. Although both ends are closed, the road doesn't cease to exist. Herag asked, "How do we find the spatial channel's location?" Aimlessly searching would take a lot of time, but if I use the teleportation altar, I can quickly locate the spatial channel's position, Toad said. The teleportation altar itself connects to the spatial channel, and with Toad's spatial proficiency, simply interacting with the altar might help locate the spatial channel. Once the spatial channel is located, Toad would become a mobile teleportation altar, able to freely move between the two planes. Previously at Base 27, Herag didn't bring Toad along mainly to avoid other wizards discovering anything unusual about Toad. But in truth, if Toad completely hides its aura and maintains the state of a normal Toad, it's very hard for others to notice anything peculiar about him. Back when Fran attacked, Toad only revealed its true form before Fran realized its extraordinary nature. Herag simply chose not to bring Toad along out of caution. Now for the matter of the spatial channel. He has to take Toad along on his next visit to the base. The strongest at Base 27 now is merely a level 2 wizard, with not a single level 3 wizard. With level 2 wizard's strength, discovering Toad's secrets would still be quite difficult. Herag glanced over at Chadia's side. Chadia was now back to her princess life, surrounded by numerous attendants and guards. He doesn't have to worry about Chadia for the moment. She will surely fare well with the elves. Since he had sent Chadia back and obtained the desired information, Herag planned to return. But before leaving, there was one more thing to handle. Herag took out the black space and upon entering, saw that the white deer was still lying outside the cabin, same as always. The only difference was that Chadia was no longer inside the cabin. The white deer had been gazing in the direction of the cabin, but upon seeing Herag, it actually stood up and slowly walked over, looking at him. Its gaze seemed to be asking Herag where Chadia had gone. Upon seeing the white deer's eyes, Herag understood and said, "Chadia went home. She is the elf princess, she must go back home." After hearing this, the white deer's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, then looked up at the sky and unexpectedly let out a cry. The sound was long and mournful, echoing within the black space. This was the first time Herag heard the white deer's voice. Before, the white deer had never made a sound in front of him. Although the white deer's voice was melodious and pleasant, this call was incredibly sorrowful. Perhaps because she knew she would never see Chadia again, she felt a deep sadness from within. The white deer was born in the low-tier world of X617, and she is the child of the plane in that world. Chadia was most likely her first friend since she was born. In that world of X617, everything is primitive, with almost no intelligent civilization appearing. The white deer, though leisurely in that world, must have been very lonely, as there was no life she could communicate with. She had always been alone, living solo in that primitive world. Captured by Herag, it was even more miserable, having to stay all the time in the desolate black space, occasionally contributing some blood to Herag in the early days. But things changed after Chadia came. For the first time, the white deer experienced the feeling of having a friend accompanying her. For a creature like the white deer, who roams the world alone, companionship is a luxurious thing. That's why she would be so upset when she learned Chadia left to go home. Herag glanced at the white deer, saying, "I can let you out, how about you go find Chadia?" The white deer suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with excitement, but this expression quickly vanished, leaving only suspicion. She doesn't trust Herag at all, nor does she have any affection for him. It's quite understandable. After all, being kept by Herag for so long, even having her blood taken, it's naturally impossible to have favorable feelings. Herag said, "I'm not lying to you, nor is there a need to. You're just wasting my food here, rather. You should go find Chadia." The white deer was somewhat unsure, but showed a hint of expectation in her eyes. She wasn't adept at hiding her emotions, displaying everything openly. Herag didn't care if she believed him or not and continued, "Chadia resides in the Dark Night Forest, which is the territory of the elf royal family. Once I release you, just wait outside the Dark Night Forest. Don't rush in or else any danger encountered won't be my concern. Though you're good at running away, remember, there are many strong beings in this world. If they catch you, it won't be like with me, at least you had food and drink." The white deer nodded. All she wanted now was to quickly go find Chadia. "Don't be hasty, let me contact Chadia and have her prepared to receive you," Herag said. He then began to contact Chadia. "That silly doe, I'm preparing to release her. She'll wait for you outside the dark night forest. You could arrange to have people waiting outside. She's fast, shouldn't take long to arrive." "Silly doe, do you mean Annie?" Chadia was slow to react initially. Herag said, "Yes, it's that white deer. Anyway, she wastes food with me. And I see you quite like her, so how about letting her find you on her own?" "Really, thank you, sir. I'll go wait for her immediately. But sir, when will you come back to see me?" Chadia asked. Herag said, Hard to say, unclear when I'll be back, but I'll contact you then." "Ah, but I miss you, sir," Chadia murmured. "If you miss me, just talk to me like this," Herag said. "But I want to hug you, sir." Herag is currently in a small town, about a week's journey from Evans County. But that's calculated by carriage speed. With the white deer's speed, it surely shouldn't take that long. Chadia quickly set off, accompanied by guards of the elf race. After returning to the inn, Herag glanced outside. The sky was about to darken. He went to the wilds outside the small town, found a secluded small grove, and took out the black space. With a thought, Herag summoned the white deer from the black space, standing on the grass in front of him. As soon as the white deer stood on the ground, the entire area disappeared, then reappeared several hundred meters away, looking distantly at Herag. She stared at the black sphere in Herag's hand, her gaze filled with fear. The white deer remembered very clearly that it was this black sphere that had captured her years ago and kept her confined until now. With the rare chance to see daylight again, she naturally did not want to return to that barren, lifeless place. Seeing the white deer's wary expression towards him, Herag smiled and said, "Rest assured, I won't use this thing to lock you up again." After saying this, he put the black space into the space ring, but the white deer still remained wary, staying far away. Judging by her appearance, she seemed ready to flee at any moment. Over the years, the white deer had grown much bigger, evidently more mature and stronger. It can be imagined that the white deer must have significantly increased her mastery of spatial rules. At this moment, catching her again would likely be much more difficult. Herag even thought the black space might no longer be useful. "Don't rush to leave," Herag quickly said as he noticed she wanted to run. Herag then took out a map and said, "You don't even know where the dark night forest is. How are you going there?" After he spoke, the white deer understood. She only realized then that she had no idea where the dark night forest was. Herag pointed to a spot on the map, saying, "This is our current position, and here is the location of the dark night forest. I know you understand, you should be able to read the map, right? Memorize the location well. If you get lost, that won't be my concern." The white deer stared diligently at the map from afar, and even at such a distance, she preferred to look longer rather than get closer. It seems Herag left too deep an impression, leaving her on high alert against him. Herag asked, "Got it memorized?" The white deer nodded slightly. Herag then pointed west, saying, "Head in this direction. You'll reach the position of the dark night forest, understand?" The white deer nodded, glanced at Herag, then the west, and then her figure disappeared. Herag could only sense a slight fluctuation of spatial rules. He was also astonished. The white deer had clearly become very proficient in her control of spatial rules. When the white deer traveled through space, the spatial rules hardly fluctuated. If Herag himself were not quite familiar with spatial rules, he would have found it hard to detect even this slight fluctuation. Like a highly skilled diving athlete who enters the water with barely a splash. Looking to the west, Herag, through Shenlin's perception, saw the white deer appear thousands of meters away. After landing and glancing around, the white deer then swiftly traversed again, completely disappearing from Shenlin's detection range. After watching the white deer leave, Herag turned and returned to the small town, as preparations needed to be made for the return journey tomorrow. He wasn't worried about the white deer encountering any danger. With the white deer's current abilities, capturing her would indeed be quite difficult. Herag suspected that in a few more years, the white deer might even be able to move freely within space, just like a world tree seed. At that level, traversal would mean complete disappearance without a trace. Even a wizard who comprehends spatial rules would find it very difficult to detect the white deer in another layer of space, unless their mastery of space is very high, like that of the toad who can see through multiple layers of space. One wouldn't even sense the white deer's existence let alone capture her. When Chadia arrived on the outskirts of the dark night forest on a griffin, she immediately saw the silhouette of a white deer in the distant forest. "Annie, you got here so quickly," Chadia waved her little hand and said. The white deer looked at Chadia, took 2 steps forward, but upon seeing the group of guards around Chadia, stopped in its tracks, clearly somewhat afraid. Chadia noticed this and said to the guards around her, "That's my friend, her name is Annie, you're not allowed to harm her." The guard captain was a tall male elf named Kald. Kald cast a glance at the white deer and said hesitantly, "Princess, this white deer is of unknown origin." "What unknown origin? She's my friend. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. If you dare to harm her, I'll hold you accountable," Chadia reprimanded. "As you command." Kald fell silent, compelled to respect Chadia's orders. He exchanged glances with the surrounding guards, indicating to remain vigilant and always be mindful of Chadia's safety. Protecting Chadia's safety was their most important task. Even at the cost of their lives, they couldn't let anything happen to her. This white deer, being of unknown origin, naturally made the guard team very cautious. Although the white deer showed no intention of attacking at the moment, they couldn't let their guards down. With Chadia's order, Kald and his men couldn't prevent the white deer from approaching. Chadia waved to the white deer, "Annie, come over, they won't do anything to you." The white deer looked at Chadia, then at the group of guards by her side, showed some hesitation, but eventually took steps towards Chadia. When the white deer came closer, Chadia reached out to pat the white deer's head and said, "I was worried you'd be lonely there by yourself, but now it's okay." Chadia was about to say more, but noticed the presence of other guards around, so she stopped. She didn't want to reveal any information related to Herag in front of others. The less she divulged, the better. So far, the elf royal family had no clue whether the person Chadia referred to was male or female, or what their name or features were. Even though there was no longer a master-servant contract, Chadia still wanted to protect Herag as much as possible to prevent him from being harmed because of her. Kald and the guards kept a close eye on the white deer, ready to act at any unusual movement. However, after Chadia and the white deer met, everything was harmonious, with no surprises occurring. "Annie, will you be staying with me from now on?" Chadia asked. Genuinely considering the white deer a friend, she first consulted the white deer's opinion. The white deer nodded, signifying agreement. Chadia giggled, "Then let's go home that way." The white deer glanced in the direction of Chadia's finger. On the horizon, there was the faint silhouette of a giant tree. As Kald was about to signal the griffin to lower its body for Chadia to mount, Chadia waved her hand, "No need, I'll just go with Annie." With that, she sat sideways on the white deer's back. Once she was settled, the white deer took a leisurely step and disappeared. The surrounding elf race guards were taken aback, as Chadia vanished right before their eyes. This was a serious dereliction of duty. Kald and the others immediately began searching the surroundings, spotting Chadia in a distant thicket, looking back at them while seated on the white deer. "What are you guys doing? Hurry up and follow, Annie and I won't wait for you." Chadia's voice came from afar. Seeing Chadia again, Kald and his men sighed in relief, quickly climbing onto the griffin and flying over. The white deer's speed surpassed their expectations. The griffin was already very fast. Even among flying creatures, it was extraordinarily quick. Yet Kald and his men had trouble even glimpsing the white deer's shadow, occasionally spotting Annie and Chadia because of clearings allowing views to the far horizon. The white deer wasn't making a special effort to hasten, carrying Chadia more like enjoying a leisurely outing. In no time, the white deer with Chadia arrived beneath the World Mother tree, while the other guards were left far behind, likely arriving only by tomorrow. Chadia's arrival riding the white deer naturally attracted the attention of others. The aura of the white deer was so unique, it quickly drew the interest of Randy and others. Acorn happened to be there as well, and a group gathered around Chadia and the white deer to investigate. Such a unique creature, naturally capable of comprehending spatial rules, Acorn observed after examining it. Randy asked, "Where did it come from?" "Father, don't worry about it, Annie's my friend." Chadia didn't want to reveal too much information, so she said. Randy didn't press further, merely exchanged a glance with Acorn, getting a general idea. Where else could the white deer come from? most likely from the wizard plane. Since Chadia had just returned from the wizard plane, even though she tried hard to conceal information about the wizard, inferring it was quite simple. Randy then sought Acorn's perspective on the white deer, and upon confirming that the white deer wasn't a violent or malicious being, he left it alone. For Randy, within his controllable realm, Chadia's happiness was paramount. Herag trotted his horse alone, traversing a mountain forest with lush flora surrounding the ranges. Having achieved the primary objective, he planned to return. Once back at Base 27, he'd proceed to secure the location of the spatial passage, marking the accomplishment of all his goals. The sun set in the west, casting an orange glow over the opposite peak, painting a golden half-mountain range. Suddenly Herag paused, furrowed his brow, then resumed riding forward. Ahead lay a relatively flat grassy area where a group had set up camp. Campfires were lit, freshly chopped wood from the surroundings blazing fiercely. While the group busied themselves within the camp,